The LEC was forged by tons of great moments that forever changed the EMEA landscape. In match history, we look back at the games that will live in the memory of all of our fans, and of course, highlights from the LEC 2023 season.
So Kedro, I was having a look, and in 2 of the 7 games you've cast, Yuumi has been picked. Okay, right? I'm pretty sure in none of the games I've cast so far, Yuumi's been picked.
So
right?
they've been permabanned.
Permabanned,
yeah,
or I think it was let through draft once. Yeah. Maybe it's been played once anyway. Very likely we don't see Yuumi in this game. You know, the statistics are with us here.
Yeah, but you know, I hate statistics because obviously, like, I don't want to bring it up again, but you know, 96% chance to make something, didn't make it.
Yeah, but statistics can only go so far. You have to, you know, back it up with performance.
Right. Well, let's see if BDS and Heretics have done their homework then and back it up with performance. Yep. And they do take away that Yuumi, but they've taken away Azir so far. Interesting ban on Zavitio. So, I mean, Milio and Yuumi are open, so I think BDS can force a trade here pretty easily. If you ban both out, then I think you can get a first pick Aphelios, first pick Xayah, first pick Rakan. Ooh, LeBlanc ban. So Milio must be banned, right? So that means that Yuumi was to be up and you jinxed it, and it's your fault.
Yeah. Or Zeri could get banned, and then Yuumi doesn't get picked with anyone.
No, but then Milio gets picked, and then it gets
Milio and then Aphelios Lulu.
Okay, well, I highly doubt that.
Yeah, so
it's going to be Milio.
But there's the Milio.
So this is why you don't talk about stats. I feel like stats...
Oh, we didn't talk about Milio ban rate in our games. Only talked about Yuumi.
I think that's probably 0% as well.
Yeah, probably.
So we're just breaking records out here. The support for support trade. How exciting. I wonder when they're going to start fighting.
I mean,
5, maybe 6 hours.
I liked support for support trades when it was like, oh, Rakan and Nautilus. You know, something interesting, has a bit of engage threat, has a bit of
has a button
threat.
that goes forwards.
Yes. Whereas Milio has a button that goes backwards.
Yeah, it just kicks a ball at you. Yep. Ooh, Aphelios Nico. So Lucian must be picked up here by BDS, right? Unless they're going to play Jinx Milio, something fancy. I mean, they could play Aphelios Rakan on 3 with a Nico. Yeah, you could. You can only hope. Olaf, Hover, shout out to Adam. He's not playing, of course, today. Agressivo will be playing in his place. And they're channeling the trifecta of the God champions. He plays Darius, Olaf, and Garen for a win.
Yeah. Got to see if you can channel some of that power into Agressivo. Agressivo has been playing Rumble in the LFL as well, so it does have not just the traditional tank top laner champion pool, but obviously the expectation is the BDS will go towards one of those tanks. Sejuani locked in for show.
Don't get me excited with new champs, Medic. Don't do that.
I mean, Rumble.
Oh, yeah. Oh, dude, he's been playing Rumble. He's been playing all this. But did you know Cassante's open?
Syndra, though? More interesting than Cassante.
No, we're cycling through it all right now. I'm not sure where we're going to land, but AD carry is going to be banned out 100% against BDS. If they do pick up something like their support here on 3, they could also pick up jungle. Something like Viego could work. Nico is also viable in jungle, but I forgot that Yuumi's open and they're going to pick it.
It could be Lulu, though.
It could be.
It could be. No. It's not going to be, but it could be.
So, you could be Nico and turn into Yuumi and pretend to be a lonely little cat.
Yeah, and just like wandering around.
Surprise.
Like, everyone hates Yuumi so much they just jump on you.
Surprise.
Even though they see Flacket and Mercer down in the bottom lane.
You know, maybe it works. Maybe it just might work. They might just get away with it. So Heretics probably going to ban away ADs here. Jinx Lucian, Xayah up in there. I don't know if Crowny's been much of a Draven player. I don't think he is, right?
Nah, he hasn't played it. Well, he hasn't played it this split. Obviously, Xayah still a possibility, but there it is, banned away. As you said, the Jinx and the Lucian, 2 other possible AD carry bans. Crowny in the past, yeah, Draven actually never played by him. So, and it's banned by BDS. So it would be a bit of a struggle,
of course it is,
for Crowny to pick that one up. BDS trying to pinch the jungle pool a little bit with the Maokai already gone, with the Vi already gone. The Wukong will follow suit. Now Heretics. I mean, the expectation here is this is Lucian, right?
Yeah, it's probably a Lucian or Jinx that's going to get picked, especially with that Kog'Maw ban. But actually, question. So now that you're on BDS as a content creator, of course, on your Leaguepedia...
my official title is Ambassador.
Ambassador. That sounds like you've got more responsibilities.
Yeah, it does. But that's why I like the name.
But does that mean on your Leaguepedia page that you're part of BDS?
I don't know. I haven't.
So if they finish like 8th or 7th, it'll say that you finished 8th or 7th.
No.
Okay.
No.
Well, we'll see. Maybe it does. That gives me something
maybe
to.
It gives you something to hope
hold
for.
against you.
But what if they place higher and then I made playoffs as part of a team and?
Yeah, let's not go down that route. Let's go Heretics. I'm kidding. So what's the pickup here? It must be Viego for Jankos, or is he just going to play something like Oh no, they're going to take away Cassante. Interesting. I mean, I don't think that's going to hurt Aggressivo too much with Renekton being open, Jax being open, Gwen. I mean, too much AP maybe, but still a possibility.
I mean, there's always the option that Nico goes jungle. We've only seen it mid in the LEC as far as I recall, but it is a jungler as well. You can
Cassante mid.
You can play Cassante mid. You could just be flexing into R5 here, and then you see the entire enemy lineup, and you can decide where you want to put that Cassante, where you want to put that Nico.
Yeah.
A few options still available for Heretics. BDS looking towards the Croc in the top lane. We have seen it as an answer into the Cassante quite a few times, actually, across the last couple of weeks. So there it is, locked in for Aggressivo. And now they have their AD carry left to pick. The Lucian and the Jinx are the two that we have both commented on. And I doubt BDS will really away from that typical playbook.
Surprise! My name is Jinx. Yeah, they're gonna pick that one for sure. I mean, the Renekton and Sejuani is a good top jungle, good bridge mid to late game, and then yeah, the Jinx Meteor will just take over in fights. I think they have good peel from the 3 men of the top side. And we'll see what Heretics opt into it. They're thinking about a Jarvan here. I mean, that can't really cleanse off the Cataclysm, can you?
Yeah,
so it is a way of engaging. But the problem is, I don't know how do I describe this? Sometimes it's Jarvan, you know, you go in, you make the Cataclysm around them, but your teammates, they just can't get in there with you, you know? So like a classic is like Set's Jarvan, you know? How does Set do anything if you're in there? I think Nico falls under that scope as well, unless she has Flash. So Viego's going to get picked up for Jankos, no surprise there. The Sunderer will do really well against Sejuani. BDS, really strong top side early, and I think they're going to use their bot lane for scaling, see if they can cover that. Heretics, exact same situation. Top side's probably where they're going to focus. I mean, you can play bot side, but it's Yuumi versus Melio, so dives, unlikely. Heavy trading, unlikely. Cull starts, likely.
Very likely. And it feels a little bit as we are, you know, at the end of week 2 of the regular season. We're on the same patch, 13-11, that we've been on for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Everything kind of feels the same. Like, you can interchange some of the champions, but in essence, all the teams kind of want to do the same thing, where you have your AD carry scaling up for late game, you get a good couple of team fights, and then you win through team fighting. And any team that plays an early game composition tends to lose unless the opposition throws into them. Astralis versus Vitality yesterday is a good example of that.
Yeah, but it's fun to watch.
It's a lot more fun to watch that. But if I was
you
a
have
coach,
to interact with their champions for the first 50 minutes?
Yeah.
Oh,
No.
you've lost. Because I'm going to interact with you at 30.
as a coach, that's what I do every time. Just be like, hey guys, scaling. Have you heard of it? We don't have to lose lane because they're not playing anything that will beat us.
Should you pick the counter? No, you pick the one that doesn't fight.
Yep.
Just chill, enjoy, have fun, you know?
And it gives us time to explore whatever we want to explore in the first 30 minutes of this LEC podcast.
LEC?
Yeah.
It's the K-Dick LEC podcast?
The Medicaid.
The Medicaid podcast. Oh, that was it, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, Frankie started you down that route, so
Yeah.
I'm not gonna blame you for that one. You do have a tendency to, you know, be slightly vulgar on these big casts, though, Kedro. You know?
What do you mean?
I remember Worlds last year in the finals. It was a great moment.
What happened?
You know, there was a word said
Really?
during I believe it was a Baron steal.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. You just wiped it from your memory.
No, I can't remember.
Just like
Did that
DRX
happen?
have wiped from the memory that they're a good team.
No, they have. World champions, and now they're fighting for 9th.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fall from grace. Oh, look, AD carry starting item. Yeah, we're gonna go Cull. So we're farming in bot. There's not gonna be much happening down there, but top side's where we're gonna have to focus. See if either of these teams can cook something up. 3-2 right now for Heretics. Looking at maybe a 0-3 week here. So they definitely want to take at least one win. And BDS, with their substitute top, a win would be fantastic.
Yeah, especially for them as well, a fall from grace from Spring. After getting second place, they've really been struggling to find their form so far in summer. Let's see if they can bounce back. But for the moment, nothing's going to happen, Kedro. We are only a minute into the game, so maybe I'm being a little bit overeager.
I do think VTO turning into Yuumi is my highlight of this game. I just need to see it. Just turn into the cat, 2 cats in one team fight. You jump one of the cats, turns out it's not a cat.
And they're going for the invade.
Nico, knee.
So many teams have done this into Sheo in BDS. Like, they did it when he was playing, well, every time he tries to get the Razorbeak start on the Sejuani. Looking for the steal, he gets the smite this time. Yesterday he lost out on it, but still only level 1. Jankos has a smite to spare, as well as he doesn't burn his on that Razorbeak fight.
Yeah, and now Crowny can fast push bot. So not going to lose any creeps. Just nice to get the first push in case Jankos was trying to look for a red buff or anything along those lines. Both junglers will get level 2 off their first buff. You can see how close Sheo was to the level up on the left side with the purple bar. It was really close, just one more and he would have leveled up. Doesn't hurt him too much. I think Jankos, not the loser in that situation, because Sheo did have to use his smite, so his red buff is a bit slow, so you can see Jankos is level 2 already, but just hurts the Viego care a little bit.
in the end, all ado about nothing, you have to feel. But I have seen that against BDS in their last 3 games, especially Sheo playing this Sejuani, you can contest those Razorbeaks early on.
Yeah.
The Flail of the Northern Winds helps Sheo take them, but also means he doesn't have the burst damage.
The Flail of the Northern Winds?
I believe that's what the W is called.
Is that what her W is called?
It might be Winter's Wrath, actually.
I just call it W.
I mean, yeah, that's a lot easier.
That sounds like something from Skyrim, the Flail of the Northern Winds. Fusroda is our E. So Jankos is level 3. Sheo is gonna level up on Gromp here and get level 3 as well. I think both junglers will look towards top side as expected. PTO getting some nice trades in here, but both of them still have potions. And we are farming a bit, but Sheo might be a bit aggressive. Some pings coming down, but 2 wards on both the entrances makes it a little bit annoying for him. He's gonna get spotted out. Jankos will see exactly where he is. Sheo should be able to pick up the Raptors for free unless Jankos can get down there and contest. His other option is to gank top. He's gonna get spotted. No smite on Jankos, so he might lose this Krug if Sheo can get in range.
Sheo does get in range. Is able to steal away Krugs. I was looking up, it is Winter's Wrath, the W. I think it used to be called the Flail, as Sheo now trading with Jankos. Oh, Aggressivo dashing forward. Sun's going to connect on Jankos. Q3 from... Oh. Heavy will knock them back. And
what's going on?
Kegatrol is doing a bit of owing as we see a 1-for-1 trade in the top lane. Aggressivo trying to trade back onto Jankos, but Jankos has stolen away the stun, and with VTO coming in, this will be a gifted kill over to the Nico. Team Heretics 2-1 to the good.
Easy fight there because VTO had mid-push. We saw him around 30 seconds before that fight having the wave underneath Nuke's tower, so he collapses and picks up an easy kill, and we're going to go straight into that replay. So Sheo Q's over, takes the Raptor, the Krug, sorry. Oh, misses the W, and then he gets stunned up here trying to sidestep. No Q, of course. I think here he tries to get the stun onto Jankos so that Aggressivo can maybe like flash W, but he doesn't have rage. I think it's knocked away. So then they turn onto Xante without the empowered W. They get him down. But yeah, Jankos fully stacked on Conqueror, gets the kill. All he has to do here is play his 1 trick and not die. So he just waits with the stun and waits for VTO to hand over the kill. We see maybe a fight on the bot side here. Sheo and Jankos contesting this Scuttle Crab.
Jankos gets the stun with the Spectral Maw. Flakked trading here. The Flame Chomper's behind him though. As Mercer dashes forward, is rooted up, won't be able to remount Flakked for a moment, but in the end, Heretics are able to escape. The remount comes out.
Yep.
And Jankos takes away the Scuttle Crab.
Looking for a Raptor respawn, but I think she already finished him, and he's going to see that now. So Nuke's extremely low on HP, and Jankos was looking for a dive, but
Black is going to face check here, does have the cleanse, flashes up towards the safety of Jankos, can turn this around, does have that purple gun, 1 root down. Puts the Dusk Wave out as well, and Jankos is waiting. Perhaps if Sheo steps towards his Krugs, Jankos could come across and try and continue to harass the BDS jungler. It's a strategy that's worked over the last few days, and Jankos trying to continue those winning ways. VTO coming down is a copy of Jankos.
He needs this Krug to level up here, Jankos. There we go. Now he's really happy to look for dives. Here comes VTO, like you said. Transformed early though, so they should know that that's the Nico because of the level disparity, but the wave's gonna die. Nice poke coming out. VTO maybe got a snipe Labra off there, but goes for Crowny instead. Wave's gonna come in, and I think everyone's gonna back away.
Yeah, Labrov still had the heal, so even if the blooming burst had hit from that Q, I think Labrov would have been able to survive. Crowny and Labrov will try and catch the wave under the tower. They don't have vision control. Sheo is in the area, but now has backed away. And in the end, not much will happen. Everyone manages to walk away. CS discrepancies, a little bit of a lead for Nuke in the mid lane, but that kill getting VTO ahead. A little bit of a lead for Flakked in the bot lane, but the wave pushing in will be caught by Crowny. And so overall, not too much difference between these two teams.
We're chilling.
We're chilling?
Jankos was maybe going to go for a top crab, but he doesn't want to risk it. He's just going to farm his camps and all this quiet on Summoner's Rift. VTO's roam didn't play out as he might have wanted to. Top laner's level 6, Herald's up in a minute and a half.
Those are all things that are happening on the screen, Mark.
Those are things that are going to happen. I can tell you, Dragon's up. Herald's going to spawn in a minute and a half.
So it's been raining quite a lot in Berlin today because it's been very warm. And then obviously, as the warm air rises, you get thunderclouds, you get extra water disseminated in the air, and so you get these big thunderstorms.
Odd flex.
Are you happy because it means your plant will stay alive for another month, or?
No, actually, it was a sunny day, and it was 31 degrees today, and I left my window open.
Oh, really?
And my curtains open. And now I came here, and there was a thunderstorm.
Torrential rain.
So when I get home, I can tell you, I'm sleeping underwater. It's it's a mess. Hopefully my electronic equipment's okay. We'll check. We'll see when we get home. Prage.
Everyone put up your pages in the chat, or F's in the chat for Cadra's bed.
Bed, PC, chair, everything's just gone, maybe. We'll see. Was really extreme, wasn't it? Lighting was like right next to the studio.
Yeah, it was great. I love weather like that. Monsoon weather when I was in India was just incredible to me. And for the moment, that's more interesting than anything that's happening.
Right now, it's just like a desert on Summoner's Rift.
Yep.
Everyone's just kind of like...
It's Arrakis from June, you know? Just a desert planet. Everyone's looking for the spice.
Where, isn't that the one with the worms?
Yeah, the worms, yeah.
Maybe that's like Baron.
Yeah, true, actually. Maybe Runeterra is just based on Arrakis, you know?
Here we are. Just...
Have you read the book? I'm only like halfway through, so neither of us actually have enough knowledge to extend this metaphor.
I know if Ender was here, he probably would, but...
Oh, of course he would.
Yeah, no,
Guy's a nerd.
He's a reader. He loves his books.
He does.
He knows the stories of everything. As Jankos just gonna have a little walk around mid, and then juke back into bot side, leveling up on the wave. Dragons up, Herald's up.
BDS trying to get control through the mid lane. Nuke will clear out this control ward. You can see Flackard and Mercer moving up first. Lebov takes a little bit of damage there, but can use the cozy campfire to heal him
Might
up.
be in trouble though. Look at Sejuani.
They're going to try and collapse.
No flash.
Flackard does have the cleanse. Glacial Prism dodge. Doesn't have to use a cleanse yet. Jankos trading up towards the top side as he stuns out Nuke. Good stun onto Flackard. There's the first killer as Crownie starts to get excited. Oh, Blossom hits 3. The block flashes away from it. And now they're trying to put the damage down onto Crownie. It's a double already for Heretics, and BTO's on the chase. He wants more out of this. Sheo has to flash the wall, but the chase forward with the Heartbreaker and the Yumi on his shoulder. Jankos, once more, he can smell blood in the water.
Mercer needs to snipe him.
And he does.
Meow, says Mercer. That's 3 kills over to Heretics all of a sudden. Jankos and Vito playing that fight extraordinarily well. Flackard initially caught with no flash. He dies, but they invest way too much to kill the Aphelios. And Heretics come out the victors. 1,000 gold lead now for the mid jungle. And we'll take a look at it again, because Flackhead level 6 gets some nice trading onto Labrov, but Shio has first move in river next to Nuke. Vito spots him out with a clone, so Flackhead knows he's getting collapsed on. The ult completely whiffs from Shio, and he has no Q either, so he has no CC until he can stack his E, to which Flackhead has cleanse. So the stun duration's not that long, but they invested Sejuani ult, they invested Syndra position so much that this flash forwards, Nuke can't really escape it. Nice flash by Labrov, but then the Jinx is one shot. Jankos turns into the Syndra, gets the stun, resets again, and then turns into Jinx, lands the W, and he's going to jump over the wall once again. So re well played by the jungler of Team Heretics.
Jankos showing his proficiency on multiple different champions there. Gets the stun, gets the zap, and dashes forward on the Viego once
Look at the helicopter eco, you see that?
Yep. So the reason you do that is when you shape splitter, usually the clone only lasts for 3 seconds, but if you dance, I believe it lasts for the full 8 seconds, right?
Well, see if Crownie's dancing
the
a
dance
second.
animation.
Nope.
It's not a crescendo. It doesn't cause you to dance. The final chapter out from the Yumi obviously doesn't have the root
Wait,
now
isn't
anymore.
crescendo an instrument?
Crescendo is Sona Ultimate.
Oh.
But it's also, as a musical, like as the volume of music rises, you get to the crescendo, you know?
So it's like the peak?
Well, that's more pianissimo forte, but yeah, it's the peak of or even, you know, in a movie or anything, you get to the climax of the crescendo. I do not know the name of that. An Etval, probably?
Is that the German word, or?
I think that's the Summoner's Rift world. It might be a word. It might be an actual instrument as well, but I'm a doctor, not a musician, damn it. You know, there's only so much I can remember, Cadril. Oh, and Splacker trades with Agasivo. Does have purple here for the root.
Yeah, he's got some nice damage onto him, but no Kraken Slayer yet.
Even the Moonlight Vigil won't be enough. Dominus popped from Agasivo to keep himself alive. Rifthold was taken by Jankos while all of this was happening. Sheo now looking for Ebby. I'm not sure you work your way through a Cassante at this point.
He's
Ebby
just
dashes
looking
away.
at him, like he's just staring at, like he's just, what?
What are you going to do, man? It's Ebby's favorite champ.
He's just staring at them. They can't, where's the Cassante Copasta?
Yeah. And the thing is as well, because you go Glacial Prism first, you can't then proc the Permafrost stun, right? Yeah.
Because you ult first, you can't proc the E.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to say, yeah.
I was agreeing with you. I mean,
just, those words, the names of the abilities, still, I don't know, Super Mega Death Rocket?
We can do a no abilities cast if you want. We'll just say Q, W,
Yeah, in your cast, you could be like, and out comes the Jinx R.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
Oh, yeah?
Or we could even switch and you could just do play-by-play like you did that one time with Dracos. I still remember
that's because I was solo casting. That's because I why'd you have to sell me short like
no, it was really
like
good
hitting
casting.
puberty for the first time.
The thing is your voice did break a little bit in the moment, but it was still very enjoyable to listen to.
It was a COVID solo cast.
Yeah.
Good times. And then I got baited again.
Yeah, it was good from Dracos as well.
So is Jinx ult gonna steal it, yes or no?
The R, yeah, from Jinx. No, that's the answer.
R.
Yeah,
No.
I mean, ult and R actually, yeah, you're right, those are interchangeable.
Interchangeable.
12 minutes in, it's a 3,000 gold lead, well, 2,500 gold lead for Heretics. They're in prime position in this game, have the Rift Herald as well. They can use that to break the plates in the next couple of minutes, and everyone on their team that needs to be ahead is ahead. Mid lane, VTO is a grand. In
a grand.
A grand, you know, he's in a great position. He's 1,000 gold ahead.
A band up.
Jankos has another K behind him. I mean, 300 gold for Flacker. Oh. I feel there's like a slang for amounts of money. Like, isn't there a pony like 500 pounds or something? Like, there's something in Cockney Rhyming slang. Maybe we should introduce
like
it more into...
Like a camel or something, or...
A camel?
I don't know, isn't it?
How much is
like,
a camel? We could just make it up here. No one out there really
Dude,
knows.
like, let me tell you how much a beaver is. I got a beaver on my wrist.
Oh, Jankos, although he's up a honey badger right now, might be down the creek without a paddle. He's caught out by Aggressivo.
Jankos
a bit greedy for the scuttle crab.
Bit greedy. Yeah, no, what's Jankos doing? Jungle 1-on-1. Die for scuttle. Hashtag worth.
Yeah.
Can't blame him for that.
From Blabber.
Crab cost Kek W, I can see the chat. So yeah, not a good trade, but the thing is there's no objectives up. It's 3 minutes and a half till Drake and 3 minutes and a half till Herald. And I mean, Jankos has Herald, but he's dead, so we'll see where he places it.
Yeah, that is the cost really, right? Because you've got 30 seconds now before those plates fall, and Jankos needs to get somewhere on the map, get the Rift Herald down if he's going to be able to do it before the plate. So it's going to be just sprint it down mid and hope that you can place it in time, but I actually doubt that Rift Herald is going to get a charge in before the plates do fall off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Isn't that what play-by-plays do when the color makes a point? They just go...
I totally agree with you there, Mark. That's very insightful.
That was complete... Oh,
TP behind here. Crownie pops the ghost.
the sandwich tech.
If you gave me a sandwich like that, I would not be happy. It's an episode of Kitchen Nightmares coming in here, Cadro.
Where's the lamb sauce?
It's an idiot sandwich.
No, it wasn't.
Coming down.
So let's see if this... I don't know if the tower's going to die. I need to hit this a few more... Oh, the reversal sandwich.
It's two buns on top of each other. Is it a hot dog as Aggressivo comes in? We don't know if that's a sandwich. Jankos almost falls. Does. The Pop Blossom coming out as Crownie cleansed away. Tries to escape. Nuke taking a ton of damage from the Shurikens, though. And the Rift Herald did get a charge in, but the tower did not fall. Ebby pushes in mid in the meanwhile. In the end, a 1-for-1 there, Cadro.
Yeah, it was a 4v5 as well, though, so Heretics should be able to push down this bot tower. Ooh, the helicopter tech. Which one's the Nico? Is it the one pretending to be a helicopter?
All I can think of is Flacker goes in. Flacker has a cleanse. Is the flower's name for the Poppy ultimate. When you say the helicopter. We're going to leave that one out there.
It's got your name half of it.
at Captain Flowers for that one. Anyway, 2,000 gold now. The lead for Heretics. They take the mid tower. They're in a great position in this game.
They are.
They should be able to take bot tier 1 as well.
Can Nico turn into Yuumi while Yumi's on Yuumi?
Oh, what? Yumiception?
Yumiception?
It's like when you you don't have cats, right?
No.
I have 2 cats. And when one of them sits on you, the other must sit on you as well. But if there's not enough space, they won't, find somewhere else to sit. They'll just sit on top of the other cat in like the most annoying way possible.
Cat Jenga.
That would be Yumiception right there. As Aggressivo TP's in.
And dies.
No,
he actually flashes out.
Nuke dies.
Nice auto attack from Crownie, gets the kill. I think the melee ult was a little bit early, but doesn't matter. Crownie's fine, flash away, 1-for-1. But this problem is it's a 4v5. Like, they're losing this 4v5. And yeah, Cassante can push in mid. They get 2 towers there, so it's a 3,000 gold lead for Team Heretics. Dragon's up in a minute, and so is Herald. So gonna go into some kind of 3-1-1 here. I think they need to get the Jinx towards mid. Flacket's matching top, but no summoners on Crownie means I think he's really easy to collapse on.
I agree with you there, Mark. It's a 2,500 gold lead for Heretics. Obviously, we're getting towards the later portion of the game where team fights become a little bit more paramount. And we'll see if BDS are able to protect their AD carry, because he is, basically even on gold with Flacket as Aggressivo and Evie continue to trade in the bottom lane. Yep, don't really expect too much to happen. Nope. Really, the difference is, for Heretics, is a good Pop Blossom. If it is, they win the fight. If it's not,
could be a helicopter
BDS could fight back, right?
Could be a helicopter blossom. Flacket knows someone's top.
Oh, sorry. Good ultimate from the Nico.
Oh, you good ultimate from Nico. Flacket, no cleanse.
No cleanse. Does have the flash. Super Mega Death Rocket. Not enough. Glacial Prism for the follow-up, and Flacket will fall TP in by Heretics as they look to collapse on this play in the top lane. Ebby joining the fight. Aggressivo, no TP on him as he walks through the mid lane. Sheo trying to back away. Good knockback as well with the Scatter of the Weak. Jankos gets a stun off, though.
Nice disengage from BDS. Really nice disengage. I feel like Heretics was caught napping a bit there. VTO and Jankos were pushing out mid, and Flakked knew someone was top. All they had to do was wait for their mid jungle to finish off the wave and move up, but a little bit impatient. Nice rotation from Aggressivo means they can push in and take the tower. And now all of a sudden Heretics have lost so much on the map.
It's basically the reverse of the bot lane play that we saw a few moments ago, right? Heretics were able to take 2 towers out of that. Now we have the Rift Toad going over to BDS. They take the mid turret because Aggressivo just stayed in mid, and they can look up towards that top lane soon.
Look on the minimap, you can see them moving up. Flack is just a little bit impatient. All he has to do is stand on the tower. He can't get dove. Wait for the wave to come in. Mid jungle will get a little bit of vision. Push out the wave, and then they can start to contest Herald. Just not playing on their window very well there. Flakked getting caught. TP from Evi means they lose out on mid push, so you can see Renekton, Aggressivo pushing out mid. Nice play by him, despite being subbed in. He's actually looking for plays on top of plays. Dragon Sheo tries to steal it away, but Jankos secures it with the smite. Aggressivo coming in from the side as well. He'll pop the ultimate as he dives onto the back line. Jankos diving away, has the Yumi on his shoulders, but the damage from Nuke is insane, and BDS collapse in the bottom lane. 2 kills to them. They do lose out on the Drake. 4 1-on-1. What a nice debut here for Aggressivo on this BDS roster. Adam's not here, but he's definitely pulling his weight. Nice collapse, and Ebi didn't have TP. He was pushing in top and got the tower, but Ebi's never really been able to join out any of these plays that Heretics are trying to force. So I feel like BDS are throwing punches back. All they need to do now is get top tower, and the game's basically even despite the Dragon disadvantage.
And that third dragon fight, you have to feel, is going to be vital for these two teams. Both AD carries will be looking to get towards that second item before it happens. Charge again from Shelly. But just a bit of damage there on the tier 2. Aggressivo has TP, so he's up in the top lane. And we'll have another look at this, because it looks a little bit over-eager from Sheo when he goes in.
Yeah, but it's 5v4, isn't it? Ebi's pushing in top. He's pinging through, saying, I'm pushing top, guys. Look at this Renekton, by the way. Like, he's just on top of everyone. Not taking any damage, has the Stride Breaker. I think, yeah, was that a Stride Breaker? No Gold Drinker on Renekton by the looks of it. Maybe it's because they're playing 3 range champs. Yeah, it is. So he needs to gap close more, I suppose, is his thought process. So, yeah, they got that top tower in the end. So it's 3-3 in towers. Small gold lead for BDS. Traded off by the Dragon advantage. So we've got a game on our hands here.
That we have. Second item complete for Crownie. Gale Force for him. Gives himself a little bit of safety against the Pop Blossom later on. But VTO has Flash and that ultimate in his pocket. Make it a little tricky to take the next fight. Ebi's looking for a flank here. 3 members of BDS in the mid lane. Sheo coming up as well. There's the TP. Ebi. Is he just gonna? He's just gonna pull Crownie back. Man, imagine being an AD carry in the year of our Lord 2023. Flash away by Crownie. He'll survive.
Did he just?
But he burned Breath of Light and the flash to get away. Ebi now trading onto Sheo.
Breath of Light.
Breath of Life, in fact, as the knockback comes out with the all-out. Aggressivo locked up in place, almost falls, but manages to dodge away. Jankos turning back into this fight. VTO coming forward. Pop Blossom, Flash, he finds 2. And everything was invested in getting Crownie out safely. The rest of BDS were out of position, and Heretics struck.
Beautiful setup there by VTO. That should translate into a Baron. VTO.
Jankos.
Nope, that was VTO.
Jankos! Oh, it's just too damn good. Mercer steals the kill.
I thought that was VTO on Syndra for a second for some reason. I don't know why I said VTO.
The problem is, everyone can change into everyone else in this game, right? So all we need is a Silas, and we'd have the trifecta of champions that
Mordekaiser ulting Mordekaiser and his Mordekaiser ult. Just Mindception. Aggressivo's healed to full. I think he just TP'd back to bot to get this tower. He's gonna get it. He's gonna have to fight off Ebi though. He doesn't have the ultimate, so it should be alright. And yeah, Heretics get a Baron off of that. It looked a little bit scuffed at the start. Ebi couldn't really find Crownie, but yeah, BDS way too split. Aggressivo took so much damage from the pullback. And Nuke caught out of position next to Sheo. Nice flash by VTO. It's really hard to react to that. The fact that you can like ult and then flash in the buffer of it. So that means you can't really react to it sometimes. Despite Nuke and Sheo having flash, no real way out unless you can react to that. So we'll take a look at it again. TP behind from VTO. And then Ebi looks for this ult onto Crownie. Doesn't get it, then he flashes. The Gale Force gets him out. Sejuani ult helps too, but then Aggressivo's on the wrong side of the fight. It's kind of like a 1 on one side, 4 on the other situation. Labrov's kind of stuck in the pit, wondering, well, how the hell do I get to my team? I can't go through here. And I'm stuck in the river by myself, so he can't help out. So then as soon as Aggressivo's gone from the fight, it's just a 2 versus 4.
And you lose all your disengage tools as well. As you said, Sejol was used, Gale Force was used by Crownie and the Flash, so he could never really step up. Breath of Life had been popped by Labrov. And it just becomes very tricky for BDS in position. You're just going to say helicopter every time?
Yeah, VTO's the helicopter Nico now. Okay. He's just spamming it out. 1 minute till Drake.
What type of helicopter though? Like an Apache or?
No, Apache's got 2 rotor blades.
Does it? I don't know anything about helicopters. I just knew the name of one of them.
No, that's a Chinook that has 2.
That's a Chinook?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apache has one. You're right. Yeah, we'll call it Apache Nico.
Is that Apache Nico? As opposed to a good
I think it's
Nico
more
or
like
an
Patch Nico because she's broken.
Oh, that does make sense. Ebby and Heretics, 4 players strong, pushing in this bottom lane. Have that Baron for a minute and a half. Ebby has the ultimate backup, but no flash for him. Crowny still.
Actually saying that. Sorry to take away from your nice analysis.
No, go, man.
Nico actually is only 1-6 right now in the LEC. I think it's only won 1 or 2 games.
Yeah, but one of those games was Caps flashing forward into the entire team when the rest of his team was backing away. So G2 should have won that game.
He saw the montage in his eyes and he went for it. Full sense. Yeah, Nico not doing too well in the LEC here, but Heretics are. Split push coming in from VTO. 1-4 setup. BDS are full committing to defend this bot tier 2, so they're going to lose mid tier 2, and VTO still has the TP up in around 5 to 10 seconds, so maybe they fancy themselves a fight. They're trying to contest this dragon. Nuke's going to base for the Shadow Flame, TP back in perhaps. Question is, where does he TP? It looks like he's just running right now. Agresivo can't base and TP for his health, and I don't know if BDS can fight this. Looks like they are going to, though.
I mean, we said when the second dragon was taken, this would be a pivotal moment in the game. Ebby on a flank will catch Lebrov. Does still have that flash. Dragon down to 1000 HP and is secured by Jankos. Agresivo and Sheo in the pit. VTO looking for a flank position, and already Blanket's taken down one. Agresivo falls. Sheo tries to get away, but he can't escape the clutches of VTO. And now Lebrov, Nuke, and Crowny don't have a front line to work with, and Jankos is looking for blood. Nuke's already down. Ebby locks up the Emilio against the wall. That's the family. As 4 for naught, Team Heretics win out the fight.
Wave is kind of far away. Looks like the base is coming in from VTO. He has to teleport. 30 seconds on Nuke. Crowny's up. Not sure if they can end here, Heretics, but they'll definitely get the bot inhibitor, and they're on soul points right now, so they're sitting very pretty in this game. Should be able to close this one out relatively easily. BDS just don't have any damage. They split up so much to contest the dragon in the first place that they couldn't really play any front-to-back shenanigans.
And it's huge for Heretics as well. It's looking like 5 wins and you're guaranteed in to our group stage. Here, if they win this, they get to 4. They still have 3 games in hand. After going 3-0 in the first week and then losing their next 2 games, I think a lot of people saw it as a fall from grace, you know, falling off the cliff. But it's a big win if they can lock this one in. Wouldn't guarantee them a top 8 spot, would put them on the precipice, basically. And for BDS, obviously, a huge loss to take. We'll have another look at this fight. It's a very split once again.
Frontline's looking for the dragon, so Agresivo and Sheo are just kind of looking to steal or push Heretics back, but then Crowny is off to fight the Cassante and Nico. They lose out on that, and by the time their frontline's gone, they realize how split they are. They can't really play that front-to-back that they want. Crowny's not really hit anyone yet. And so he just has to run away. All the BDS get chased down. Setup's not great. The force on the fight, not great either. The positioning was really weak. And now Heretics didn't get that bot inhib. They decided to all base and play out on the map top side. Flacket dealing more damage than basically everyone combined in that fight.
I think it might actually just be more damage than everyone else combined, at least on the BDS side. It's very split, and you do wonder how much having an emergency sub will have affected BDS in moments like that. The comms, whether Sheo needed Agresivo to back him up or whether Sheo could have just been looking for the steal by himself. For the moment, though, Heretics jumping on every opportunity to put BDS into the dirt. Shurelia's forward as BDS look for some damage onto VTO. Jankos able to dash away with the Spectral Maw. Ebby's pushing in mid by himself. No Baron for the next minute and a half on the map, but Heretics very happy just to play this 1-4 split and gain control of the top side jungle, knowing that with Baron up in about 60 seconds, if they have control over this area, it becomes a lot harder for BDS ever to actually contest that objective.
This tower should fall. Shio's being sneaky, but he's gonna get spotted out. No roots from VTO. Can they hit the tower, though? Looks like BDS are really quick on the rotation back up.
Glacier Prison goes wide. The cleanse still out from Flackhead, looking to Captain Jacket, but more of a private moment from him there. Cleanses away the slow, I guess.
Yeah, I thought BDS are going to go for a play on Ebby there, and they could try and get that top tower there, Heretics, but it looks like they commit to the defense. 40 seconds on Baron, everyone recall, everyone go top side. Looks like Heretics will set up for that. And although their soul is in 2 minutes time, I think they can really afford to just force that objective. Flacket doesn't have flash, so that stings a little bit. Does VTO have flash? Yes, he does. So that's the main form of follow-up and engage. Almost level 16 on the Nico.
Yeah, and then Team Heretics in a great position.
I told you.
What did you tell me?
So every time you were just like, yeah.
Well, it's because I was thinking about totally other stuff. I wasn't paying any attention to what you said, I'll be honest. I was thinking, who do BDS play next week? Would that be a good narrative right now? And I worked out, yes, it would, Kadra. So I'm going to actually bring up BDS's schedule for next week.
Helicopter.
Have a quick talk about how next week is not easy for BDS. 3 wins can sometimes get you into our top 8, but they really need to be able to pick up at least 2 wins out of those 3 games against Fnatic, Vitality, and Mad. Fnatic on a raring run of form at the moment. Mad looking good as well, as we set up for what could be the decisive fight of this game.
Yeah.
Good one.
So PDS, yeah, they need some vision here.
Yeah?
Yeah, nope. So they spotted it. They know they're in the bush. Do they have another blue orb? Have they started it? VTO. That wasn't VTO. That was Jankos. Or was it Jankos? It was VTO. Where is VTO?
Who's around the corner?
VTO's around the corner. Is it VTO or is it Jankos?
Jankos? Well, they know it's not Jankos because Jankos has used abilities on the Baron. So they know that's
surprise.
VTO put some damage down onto Nuke.
Yeah.
Heretics back away from the Baron. Aggressivo's on a ward. They'll know that now.
Is it VTO time to turn into a pink ward? I can see it.
Do it.
They need the next midwave though. Helicopter time. Oh, it was almost helicopter time. Just transferred into the Viego. And now it's just a question of, do you really force Nash again? 15 seconds on your soul. Do you just loop back around to the Dragon instead? It looks like that might be the call here from Team Heretics. As BDS have the mid push, so they should be able to contest into this bot side river. Jankos trying to get a little bit of vision, but look where VTO is going. All the way around. What's he going to turn into? What angle can he find?
I mean, he can find it.
Is he spotted?
Great angle here. I didn't see a ping. Don't think he's spotted by that ward yet.
Helicopter in the pit.
They know VTO's in the area then because of the helicopter in the pit, as you say.
But bot wave's pushing in, top wave's pushing in. The map state's not great for Heretics. They should just force this Dragon. No more mind games. Just get in there and just straight up 5v5 at VTO. What is he going to turn into? Maybe he can look to, go into Jankos, go around the side, try to threaten BDS off to
Jankos
the flank.
Who's going to get the 50 so far? And he'll do it again. The Infernal Soul secured for Heretics. VTO looking for that flank position. Mercer's already on a killing spree on the Yuumi now. And Heretics don't even need another kill. They can just turn their eyes back towards the Baron.
Massive props to Jankos. How many smite fights is that?
Like
3 in a row?
Game,
3 in a row he wins the 50-50s?
It's because he lost the first one on the Razorbeaks. After that, he was never going to lose the smite fight again in this game,
at least. That's how that works. Why doesn't that work for me?
Because you play AD carry now.
Oh yeah, true. Yeah. I'm gonna Philios main. He's got green-white. He's gonna drop the...
I'll give you a moment.
Here we go. Here's the fight. No, I'm kidding. He's gonna drop the white and get purple.
Okay.
And he's gonna drop the green and get the blue. And then big bomba time. I'm sticking
Purple,
with that.
blue is big bomba time?
Final answer. Okay. Final answer. So the side waves, they'll collect. No one's gonna fight. And yeah, Baron's still up. So I think as soon as these side lanes are pushed out, everyone can base and move back into this top side. And then only then Heretics will start up this Baron. It's actually interesting to see that the AD carries are the exact same in gold. Despite Flacket doing like 6k damage in a fight, Crowny's just as strong. Problem is the disruption factor from Heretics is just so much, there's so much more threat on Crowny.
That's the thing, it's VTO really, right? Alongside Ebby, who can get onto that backline so effectively. And you can't cleanse away from the knockup from the Pop Blossom. If you're caught in that and don't flash immediately, you are going to be locked up. You can see just how much damage Flacket's been able to do in this game. The front line from BDS has been struggling to protect Crowny. Now, Heretics have control over this top side jungle. Mercer on the shoulder of Cassante.
Yeah, they're just forcing down this Baron. It's gone. It is gone. I think Shio can maybe look to steal, but it's going down so quick.
They don't know how quickly it is falling, and the Baron now secured. VTO looking for that flank once again. Ebby just running forward. No one does damage to this man. Cassante, a literal brick wall in the face of BDS, and Heretics don't have a wave here, but are going to be able to get the tier 2 in the top lane.
Yeah, they can push through top, but they're going to actually... Are they going to recall or are they going to stay? There's the purple,
BTO
so now...
TP, so...
Flacket will drop the green and get the blue, and then I think he's really down for a fight. He's going to do so much splash damage if he can land that ult. But yeah, they're going to drop top, so Heretics going to play through bot wave. You can see it's been a pretty one-sided game ever since the Dragon fights kind of happened. It was more so Heretics getting the objective and a kill, and BDS backing away, never really getting anything. They're going to push out top here, get a little bit of vision for Crowny. I wonder if he's close to any spikes. Maybe he's close to something like the Bloodthirster, and that's their last line of defense, but nah, they're up against an Infernal Soul.
He's only got 500 gold as well, so still a little bit away from being able to get that Bloodthirster. Mikhail's now complete on Mercer. Another cleanse for his team, and even more protection to his front line, or even to Flacket if he does get caught out and has already used his cleanse.
CTO has Rabadons, 10 stacks Magi, and Infernal Soul. How much damage is this Nico going to do in a fight? I'm excited. I'm excited. That was just an auto attack.
Yes, it's a sizable chunk already onto Aggressivo, who doesn't have much MR with the Randuin's plated steel caps. I don't really think he's thought as VTO as his main threat in this game, but perhaps should be a little bit more cautious around the Nico.
Yeah, maybe VTO needs to TP, base and TP soon. He's getting chunked out a little bit. But he's just going to wrap around to bot, maybe look to turn into one of the minions. you know, 1-4 setup. Oh, a Flacket is just gonna whiff the ult.
Doesn't matter too much. VTO flashes away. The Mikhail's gonna shield him up as well, and there's the damage from Blackhead.
What?
Rips Sheo to shreds. Nuke's gonna fall as well. They're just stepping up and being knocked down like bowling pins. A strike for Heretics as they found gold. And they will be taking the gold in this game as well. Double inhibitors down already. Cannon minion pushing in the mid lane. Baron buff has, well, it's just about to expire, I believe. Hasn't quite yet. They'll continue to push in. It's got a quarter of its timer left, and that's all they need. Nexus towers down, and Heretics will claim their first win of the week.
Thank you for watching Match History. Every single week, new moments and legends are born, and today's action is just about to begin. Stay tuned.
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Oh, hey. Are you done now?
Yeah, I need a break though. That
Yeah.
was some. Oh,
I bet.
Kevin was looking for you.
Oh, now?
In
Okay.
the green room, yeah.
Okay, I'll go now.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Will you turn and run from what's to come? Will you face it all? Or will you fall away again? What's calling out to be found when the time is right? When the time is right. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go and leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? With the pain, wash it away and stand again. Feel the rush, feel the tides. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it right.
welcome everyone to day 2 of the LEC Summer Group Stage live from Berlin, Germany, as we see the usual preparation from Team BDS here. Although it's not so much a winter season, but I guess they decided to have this.
I love the projector in the background. That's such a nice little touch.
And Heretics as well, playing football. We play football in Europe, we don't play soccer. Getting ready for the game. Who's got the best warm-up though here, if we can compare? Because I feel like training,
one place was very cold. The other one
winter
is a bit
sports. Actually, given how warm it is outside, I'd rather be on BDS.
Much rather I'd much rather be outside playing football. That's
I'm probably with Reckless on this.
Yeah, and you used to play football actually, professionally, so that makes sense.
We used to play a lot with Jankos actually. We used to play almost every week back in G2.
Nice prep outside of the game. Well, we can still focus on League of Legends here because yesterday we kicked off the best of threes with Group B, and SK came out of the gate swinging, securing a huge win against Fnatic. GB, what was your thought on this series? Clearly an upset given the expectations we had.
Well, I can tell you as much as I probably expected this one to be a 2-0. Did I expect it to be a 2-0 for SK?
Nope.
No, not at all whatsoever. I thought SK looked completely elevated from any game that they actually had during spring season. It came down to the team fighting, it came down to the setup. It just felt like no one was making a mistake yesterday that cost them the game. And that's kind of been the story of SK in the regular season. Even in some of the games where they actually got ahead, they always ended up making a mistake to throw the game. And that just didn't happen against Fnatic yesterday.
And that's something that Exakik mentioned when he had him at PGL yesterday, Reckless, the fact that he regained confidence, focused on his game, and actually looked much better against Fnatic. And playing against Noah, I feel, gave him a bit more fuel to perform.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Exakik's PGL interview yesterday was really something else, just his way of being aware this year, like how this year was for him. I think that really spoke for someone that is not at that age and at that stage of his career, and it was really impressive to see how aware he was of where he's at and how his progress has been throughout this year and how good he actually played yesterday. He had a Deathless series yesterday, so it was really impressive to see.
It's actually amazing to see how much these players have grown, especially when you consider the fact that coming into this year, SK was this rookie lineup, no veteran to guide them, and they found their way within the league and actually made it to the group stage one more time. And if they beat Excel on Monday, they will qualify to season finals. That would be a huge series for them. So what are the first takeaways that we can
Well, I think for sure, as Martin said as well, it's the fact that you can finally come back. You need some momentum. And I think any team can develop a good honeymoon period, but what really is a good way of having a analytical take on a team is what does it look like once they start failing, because that's really where the teams will be tested. Now they finally got a dub against Fnatic yesterday. Now the question is, how far can you take this momentum?
It's a good boost for them, of course, but focusing a bit more on the game, the similarities we had within the 4 games we saw was Kai'Sa first picked in all 4 games. We knew that it was going to be a clutch pick in the meta, both on mid lane and bot lane, and here it was the highest priority on blue side especially.
Yeah, I think sadly Static Shiv is the villain in this story. We saw a few Static Shivs yesterday, mainly on Kai'Sa, and I feel like she's strong on her own, but together with the Static Shiv, it's out of control, and it's also a flex pick, something we might see in today's series. So definitely something that just needs to be banned, I think, on this patch until they figure out what to do with the Static Shiv.
That's the thing as well, it gives you so much flexibility. We've seen some of the Luden's Echo build, we saw the Rageblade build. There's the one where you can fight around in a team fight, find the right moment after poking them down with W, then jumping in. Or there's just a super annoying, well, almost an ARAM Kai'Sa that so many are familiar with, where you just can't do anything. You just keep taking damage, she just keeps firing.
Yeah, that's the thing. It was a good answer against LeBlanc. Now we need a good answer against Kai'Sa. But speaking of champions in the meta, in our latest episode of Pop Quiz, players had to guess the champion abilities based on few clues. Let's take a look.
We're going to start with ability clues. I'm going to describe an ability to you, and you need to tell me which champion it is based on the description. Okay. And I give you 2 clues. You try to guess. If you cannot guess, or if you guess wrong, I give you another clue, and then another clue.
Okay. All right, let's go.
So, first one. So casting this ability gives you bonus movement speed, and you become ghosted, and after a delay it gives you attack speed. And the cast time of this ability scales with attack speed. So the more attack speed you have, the faster the cast is to finish.
Can it be a summoner spell?
No.
Okay.
Only champion ability.
Is it Cannon E?
Switch. So that's not Draven W, right? I need another tip.
Basic attacks reduce the cooldown of this ability.
No Nocturne Q? It's like Warwick W.
My brain goes panic.
I think it's a champ, I don't know. I'm sure of it.
I have no idea. Give me just the final clue, like I don't know.
When this ability is upgraded, you get 0.5 seconds of invisibility.
Who has invisibility for 0.5? I can't see a champ like that.
It's so hard. Or maybe I'm just stupid.
I think I'm probably stupid, but I will say Nico, but probably not.
Upgrade?
Kaisa.
Is the E?
Oh, okay, it's Kaisa E. Yeah, it's Kaisa. Kaisa E. Kaisa E. Oh my god, I'm trolling.
Okay, makes sense. It's fine, that was first one. I get everything from now. Now my brain is working now.
All right, next one. This is a conditional shield based on the champion's maximum HP. And this ability grants sight of a target location for 1 second after a 2-second delay.
A shield? What champions has shields? Karma has a shield, Janna has a shield, but conditionally.
Eco W?
Thresh W?
Is it Melio W? Okay, just give me that clue. I'm so confused.
Okay, so this ability does AoE magic damage that scales off of AP and 15% of your target's maximum health.
Oh! ZW?
ZW?
Corky Q.
This game, a lot of champions. Oh my god. Riot should stop release champion.
Can you give me one more alternative?
Okay, it's also AoE slow.
I don't know, like maybe I'm like too sleepy or something, but like I don't see any champion. What? Should it be Aurelion ulti?
Swain W?
Sometimes you cannot give a shield because you didn't, you weren't in the ability.
Okay, I understand. Volibear E. Volibear E.
Oh my god, oh my god.
Okay, that was really hard, honestly, but I don't want the players to be the only ones to suffer from this game. So, of course, we wanted this ourselves, and production has prepared 4 abilities for us. There's no way we're going to go through 4, by the way.
We're going to read this.
But,
If it's anywhere as near hard as that Volibear E, it's going to be tough.
Let's start now. Has 0.25 second cast time. After that cast time, deals magic damage and slows nearby enemies.
Is this either an E-shield?
Nope. Cast time? I don't think so.
I don't think so either, but 0.25 is very quick, you know. Maybe it's just like... And
okay,
then
next hint.
Oh yeah, let's go for the next one.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, the champion can cast all other abilities, summoner spells, and item active during the ability.
Is it slow? Wait, it slows as well, so that can't be true, right? Because like, wait, the champion can cast all their other abilities, summoner spells, and items active during the... Oh, it's doing the ability.
Yeah,
oh, okay, wait.
Is it Nico?
I was thinking it's some kind of spinning thing.
Is it Vladimir E?
No. Okay, next one. Next, we'll see. Scoring an enemy champion takedown fully resets the ability's cooldown. Yeah, I was about to say.
Wow!
Of course you would know.
Wow, they picked Tristana.
Okay, next one.
Okay.
Next one. Clue number 1. The passive as well as active grants bonuses movement speed, and the passive bonus movement speed is reduced by 50% while in combat. I have no clue.
Is this really? Yes!
Wow.
Nice. I got that one. Let's go.
Okay, one last one.
Support champions I can do.
We can try last one, I guess. Okay.
That was crazy good.
The ability grants lifesteal at level 1.
The ability grants lifesteal.
Can it be runes? No, it's just champions. Okay.
At level 1 lifesteal.
Sounds like top laner.
I was thinking all the
Okay, one more hint.
There's like
one more hint.
Wait, is this Olaf?
Okay, the ability grants even more lifesteal at level 7. Well, come on, guys.
Wait, this could this be?
I'm wondering how
passive?
Twitch chat is doing on this. Okay, next hint.
Nasus passive.
Oh!
I can't believe you got that. Who even plays Nasus nowadays?
I do sometimes in my normals.
Wow.
I guess you guys win.
Did we win?
Yeah. We'll do the last one. Line skill shot that deals magic damage to the first enemy hit and has 0.25 second cast time.
Needless spear?
It's not Kaiser, right?
No, it's
Kaiser W again. That would be too easy after they used it, right?
Okay, second one. Is it a champion that we saw yesterday? If we can No. The ability also slows for 2 seconds, which stacks if the ability is used again within the duration of the slow.
Wait, was this the buff to the... Wait, which champion was it that got this buff? Was this the Iron buff in the E?
No.
Okay, never mind.
Okay, clue number 3.
Oh,
we can have it.
That stacks, not the shield that stacks.
Inflicts the enemy with magic damage reduction for 4 seconds, which also stacks in the same way as the slow. I'm gonna let you guys play. I'm just out of it.
Because I'm kind of lost. I'm not gonna lie.
You got nothing? Venture a guess.
It infects enemy with
Venture
magic damage reduction. Wait, it's Rumble. It's
5
Rumble.
seconds.
It's Rumble.
4.
It's
Rumble
Rumble.
E?
It's Rumble. It's
Nice.
Rumble. Oh my god, I'm so stupid.
You did well. Better than in rehearsals, honestly.
You did well.
We all did well.
Wow,
It's
we're so
it's a
great,
team
aren't
game
we?
in the end. We can talk about the games we have on our hands today, as we're gonna have Team BDS facing off against Heretics. As a reminder, important one, if BDS wins today, if they win any best of 3 series actually, they will lock in season finals. Team Heretics, on the other hand, require a top 3 finish to even have a chance of making it to summer finals. And what do we make of these odds, considering BDS's road in the best of ones and Heretics doing much better this time around in summer?
Well, I think for sure for Heretics, it already displays the fact that they had that awful of a, well, spring and winter going for them. And it just means that they have to put everything on the lines to continue their run. In light of everything, their recent performance has been very good. Whereas on the side of BDS, it sounds easy, but based on some of their regular season performance, might be a bit of a harder journey, actually.
I'm just wondering how much they got impacted by spring finals and getting reverse swept by Mad Lions when you consider the fact that, for me, when I look at BDS in best of ones, Martin, it feels like it's mostly individual misplays rather than team synergy being impacted.
Yeah, I would say in summer it was also a lot just them sort of experimenting and not really being sure of what to do. When I looked at BDS in spring, they were so solid in every game. Didn't matter who they were playing, what the lane matchups were, nothing, just solid every game. And in summer, a little bit shaky. So I'm hoping with this patch change in 2 weeks coming into today that they have a better idea of what they want to be as a team.
And in that sense, I'm wondering how Shio is going to do, because he was fantastic in spring. A bit more shaky coming here in summer, but yet again, when all the lanes are collapsing, it makes sense to me that the jungler would be also impacted.
It's that, and sometimes it's not just collapsing, it's just a lack of proactivity that we saw so much from BDS in spring. I think Shio is an easy one to point out if you want to point fingers at one individual, but there's so much that comes with this role. In spring, everyone was so good at playing around him so he could counter jungle. They were already making plans in the early game. They were all about the dragon stacking, so of course they were grouping around Shio, but we haven't really been able to see that, and because of that, he's not been able to shine as much as he did in spring either.
Yeah, unlike Jankos, who I feel has been shining a lot, and he's been empowering his solo laners also, I feel. And I want to mention Vitio here because I know that Jankos has been helping him getting through the laning phase, learning so much about the game, and maybe having a renaissance within this Heretics team. How do we reflect on Vitio's progress and redemption story, I feel, with this team?
Honestly, I feel like Vitio has been amazing from day one of joining LEC. It's kind of sad that it didn't work out in Excel, but just as amazing that he's now coming back into this and actually dominating games, even the ones that they've been losing, the one against Fnatic especially. He had such a performance that you could think that he is one of the best mids in the league. And that's just crazy to think when he was in Excel 2 splits ago, finishing 10th.
Exactly, it's such a cool story to rewrite as well, because so many, there is doubters, right? Was Misfits just a fluke? That one MVP season where you could finally show what you were able to perform? No, you're able to replicate it as well coming into this team, and I think that's what's so awesome about Vitio, that even in some of their losses, as you say, he's still the one shining. He's really displaying that he wants to be here. And champion pool isn't an issue this time around. That was some of the things where Vitio caught some flack, even back in the Misfits days, but he's been so willing to experiment now.
And it's going to be really interesting to see both these teams facing off. And let's see if Team BDS can lock in their spot in the season finals, or if Team Heretics can crash the party here, as we leave it to Kajol and Dracos for Game 1.
Thank you very much, Lore. Pleasure to be here. Thank you, Berlin. Moments away now from picks and bans for our first best of 3 of the day. And as you heard, big stakes for BDS, Team Heretics. Similarly big stakes, just not as much immediate gratification.
Just hanging on, isn't it?
Yeah, winning keeps you alive for another day to get one step closer to eventually, hopefully, making season finals.
Yeah, and BDS just need that one best of 3 win. I don't think they'll be thinking about it too much, I hope. I think they've got a long path through summer already, and season finals is still quite a few weeks away, so I'm sure they're just focused on every game step by step. But Heretics, it's their last life, you know? It's like they're playing Mario, they got 1 heart left, you know? If they just lose it...
They got Wait, what?
They got 2 hearts left. Yeah.
Yeah, they're Big Mario. You're mixing metaphors here,
Big
bro.
Mario, Big Mario.
They're still Big Mario.
Yeah, 2 lives left.
If they lose here, they're Little Mario, and then they're done. So they got time.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe they find, you know, I'm getting lost in the songs.
No, me
bro.
too.
I was like Magic Mushrooms.
I was like
Bowser. I was like, where else can we take this? Really?
Mario movie.
Mario movie. Haven't seen it. Just know the song because we made Yamato sing it.
We
I mean,
did,
no,
didn't we?
we made
Peach.
Yamato sing a very similar but not the same song. Anyway, it's time for Team Heretics vs BDS. Let's get into Champ Select. And here we are, our first draft of the day. Saw a decent amount of variety yesterday. Does seem to be some pretty big consensus on the power picks of the meta right now. Would not be surprised to see a Vi or a Maokai banned away. Azir as well from Team BDS. Makes a lot of sense when you see just generally what Nuke has been going towards. The big question for me, Mark, is we saw in our first series yesterday and even the second series, teams developing a lot in this single week. Caught off guard by how great SK was, caught off guard by the diversity of styles that Excel brought to the table in their series, and now we need to see what the growth for BDS and Heretics looks like as we get into this first game.
Definitely is, and I think the champion that I have my eye on is first of all Kai'Sa, and second of all Rumble. I think is just such a powerful pick on this patch. We'll see if either of these top laners go towards it. Of course, picking Rumble into Adam feels quite tough with Olaf, Darius, Garen, all of these melee bruisers being able to somewhat counter it. But there's the early Olaf ban coming out from Heretics. We'll see if they deny more, but there's the Rumble ban against Ebby. So you can see, want to play Olaf into Rumble, take away the Olaf, take away the Rumble. And now I think Kai'Sa is just the easy first pick here for Heretics.
Would make a lot of sense here. Something we've seen Flackid, you know, find success on, even during his time on G2 internationally. Had a couple of fantastic Kai'Sa games. BDS debating now what they can go for, what they want to respond. Obviously, easy time now to lock in an AD carry. Kai'Sa's still a flex, has been used as a flex by the side of Heretics, so something that has to be respected. But Tristana, the other big pick, premier mid lane option, also technically a flex pick. We very often see it going into the hands of mid laners.
I love the Tristana flex. Mid or bot, you can keep it alive. You can pick support on 3, something along those lines. Even I think Sejuani 1-2 has so many options. You can pick Renekton on 3, you can pick support on 3, melee champ, you know, you can do whatever you want.
I feel like when you're playing against Adam and you see Geo lock in Sejuani, you're like, damn it. Like, my life is about to be so much harder.
No, I know, and I feel like when you're blinding Nautilus like that against Sejuani, BDS would love to go Braum into Nautilus.
Yeah.
But I think maybe Heretics have that Nautilus as a flex because I'm a bit concerned with that blind pick Nautilus just instantly coming out, so I'd be a bit wary if I was BDS. And there goes the Renekton denial pick from the Sejuani takeaway. So now it's just a question of what do they want to pick up here. They could pick the Braum, but then they could pick Rakan on 4-5 here, Heretics, and flex Nautilus. So I think matching top's easiest, and it might be an Adam Darius.
And top lane is the big question in this matchup. Ebby versus Adam certainly set to be an explosive matchup. Adam getting his hands on a comfort pick in the form of the Darius. And again, Team BDS have felt like a bit of a shadow of themselves when we compare them to Spring. Ultimately, were able to make it in with, you know, a decent scoreline to get this far in the season, but need to see if they can replicate that same level of performance. And a big part of why they were so successful in Spring was Adam on these signature champions, whether it was dominating lane or sacrificing his own lane for the sake of the team. Now that we see 80 carry bans coming out, no surprise to see Forest taken off the board as well.
This is the thing where scouting comes in, you know, if you're Heretics and you've scouted Nuke's solo queue account, has he been playing Tristana, right? Is this a Tristana mid? They seem to think it is with the Varus ban, you know, Varus ban, Ziggs ban, Kai'Sa has an AP champion as well that you play down there, so if they're banning those away, they must think it's a Nuke mid lane, but I think easily Crownie could play at bot lane with an engaged support, and they can just pick the Cassio or something.
Yeah. And see what the option is going to be. I like taking the bars away from a player like Crownie, who's already shown that he's super comfortable on the pick. Did not hesitate to jump onto the AP Varus train once it became popular, and it looks like you've spotted it out there, Cadril. Good call. The Cassio will be banned away, respecting that flex pick, as Ivern, despite being available in the first 3, not a priority for either side. And the Braum, you're on. I mean, I know you do this for a living, but I'm still impressed if this Braum gets locked in.
Yeah, Braum locked in doesn't surprise me. Now the question is that Nautilus a flex is what I was considering as to why they didn't pick Braum earlier. Varus ban covers off AP bot, Cassio ban covers off the mage mid. We'll see what they blind pick here for VTO. Wouldn't be surprised to see. I mean, the Kai'Sa could also go mid for VTO as well, you know. That's the awkward thing about this 1-2 of Kai'Sa Nautilus as to whether it is going bot. Rakan here would be amazing if they want to play Nautilus jungle and then counter the Braum. Trundle coming through makes me wonder.
that it's going to be Nautilus support anyway. They're just going to take the L in the bot matchup itself, but the Trundle will do work against the Sejuani.
Certainly will. Okay, Trundle locks Ziggs.
Ah, that makes sense.
Okay, so is this question?
Double flex.
Double flex.
Yep, I like that a lot. Makes it so if you do play Ziggs Nautilus, for example, yes, you'll lose lane, but you can wave clear. You can also play Kai'Sa ult and take the L, but your Trundle covers off the losing 3v3, and Ziggs just provides a lot of wave clear and range and disengage against the Tristana. What's the last pick here for BDS? Need a AD carry, mid laner. They've taken away the Ziggs. I think maybe BDS wanted the Ziggs, you know? Vayne?
Yes!
What?
I don't know what's happening and I love it!
So I think what's happening here is we've gone through most of the draft, but the last thing was the Ziggs denial, which I think BDS wanted on 5 for Crownie, so they could have an AP champ, Sejuani, Ziggs, Brown with double AD solo lanes. So they took away the Renekton Heretics, they took away the Ziggs, and now their option here was like, well, they have 3 melee bruisers, Trundle, Renekton, Nautilus, let's go Vayne.
Silverbolts, Ginsus, just stack up damage.
There's the double flex of the Kai'Sa Ziggs. You would think it would be Ziggs mid, but no, it's actually Ziggs bot lane because it's just a tough matchup, isn't it? But they know they've got Braum into Nautilus, so they'll just pick Vayne. You know, winning support matchup, they should be able to free farm. He'll get poked out though. I like the Vayne into the top jungle and the support of Heretics, but against Kai'Sa Ziggs with AP and poke, if Crownie gets hit, he's gonna have to build early lifesteal or make sure he has a Vamp Scepter or something to make sure that he
also
can
Trundle Pillar is a bit of a nightmare. Obviously, there's the dream scenario where you get to knock enemies into their own Trundle Pillar, but...
And Renekton does a lot of damage, and it just feels like oftentimes you pick Vayne into Olaf, Nautilus, Malphite, Sejuani.
The best Vayne games we see are usually very skirmish heavy and like with a lot of champions who lack reliable ways to get on top of the Vayne, but you have a pillar and you have a point-and-click CC on the Renekton. So yeah, you can condemn him, but once he stuns you, you're probably dead.
And I think that'll be a static Shiv Vayne with a minion dematerializer for wave clear, otherwise they're lacking. So it might be double Shiv carries for Team BDS, but really interesting draft. That was a really fun draft to follow through and analyze and look at. A lot of good picks from both sides and denial picks from the coaches, but I think we're almost ready to get into it. This first best of 3, if BDS win, they're through to the season finals. Let's get into it.
And here we are on the Rifts. Team Heretics seemingly ready for a level 1. A lot of new picks for us here in the LEC. Vayne rearing her head, Ziggs returning to the bottom lane.
There's double TP on the bot lane. It's been a long time since we've seen that. Used to go like Ezreal with TP and bot.
Yep. Duke gonna go for the ward. Can he get it?
Yeah, he went dematerializer.
Flacken. Instantly they get the flash out of the Ziggs. That's big.
Mersa does not want to walk up and hook. Maybe he thought there was 5 of them there. 4 members of Team Heretics. They didn't have full vision, but yeah, like I said, DMAT on the Vayne for the static Shiv.
Let's, we'll get the runes up in a second. We can go over all of them. But like to see the DMAT coming out. And again, if you don't understand this, if you missed the context yesterday, helps static Shiv clear the wave. That's all there is to it. Just keep shooting the caster minions with it.
Yeah. No flash on Flacket. Shio could be a bit creative in these early stages. Do 3 bot camps, maybe look for an early bot dive. They have the Braum, so they should be able to get some wave control. Just a bit hard to push on Vayne, isn't it? I feel like a lot of AD carries like Aphelios or Kai'Sa can get waves in quickly when they want to reset or dive, but Vayne takes quite a while.
I mean, historically, we've seen Vayne come out like very far back as an answer to Sivir because she could kill her on a side lane, but the problem with that counter was that, yeah, your wave clear is trash. Solved a lot by static Shiv being so popular in the meta, and as you highlighted, minion DMAT in the back pocket to help that wave clear even further, but still going to be tough as we get into the mid game if they don't have any kind of advantage.
Definitely, and as much as the Vayne pick's exciting, there is a Renekton versus Darius top lane with the Sejuani Trundle, which are both kind of counteracting each other. So both junglers are pathing up towards the top side. Ziggs will be, I expect, pushed in early, and then start to push back on Lost Chapter, and Crownie will free farm. Don't think there'll be too much fighting until 5-6. Duke jumps onto VTO, but VTO's in a proc the passive. That bone placing helping him out a little bit in those trades. It's just a question of who pulls the trigger on top side first. Of course, Adam no TP. Has that Doran shield though. Wants to trade into Ebby and get him on the tower.
Yeah. Keeping in there early on. Darius, of course, just an incredibly frustrating champion to play against. As Ebby gets a few more levels under his belt, might feel a bit more comfortable trading back in the lane. Tabby rush from Adam certainly wouldn't hurt. That extra movement speed so crucial early on, but not going to go for any deeper vision here. Doesn't want to risk anything. Top side focus from both junglers thus far, clearing bots top.
In a competitive game like this as a jungler, it's quite awkward because I've been in this scenario so many times. Top matchup is really volatile. The question is, when should I go top? You know, if I go top after 3 camps and there's nothing to do and my enemy jungler's free farming and getting a full clear, he's level 4, so now I've lost my window.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a case of when do you pull the trigger to go top. So Shio's now gone top expecting Jankos to come up after 5 camps, but actually he's going for all 6. So now he's just kind of hovering, hoping that Jankos will gank. Adam's like fake baiting it a bit, hoping that something happens, but Ebby's playing safe. Needs to make sure he doesn't dash forwards when it comes up.
The pullback, though, he doesn't even have to wait for him to dash forward immediately to stun, but they're not going to overcommit there. Happy to just get the flash out of the Renekton.
And this is the thing, Jankos level 4, Shio level 3. This is the problem of going top a little bit too early. You got the Renekton flash, is great. And he has a bit of top push to contest his crab, but Jankos has a ward on it, so he can just play slow, so Shio needs information. And Jankos will go bot side and trade crab, so it doesn't hurt Ebby too much. He has TP, so he won't lose that many minions.
No. Opportunity matching up there, but getting the flash on the top side, we'll have to see if they can punish in that window. Big for BDS, as Adam is, of course, not opting to go for the TP, so anything they can do to keep him in control of the lane is big. LeBron, that's just people hitting each other. Not a whole lot going to happen there. Ultimately, a bit of aggression in the mid lane coming in from Nuke, leveraging the range and push advantage that you'd expect a Tristana to have at this stage of the game. Explosive shot, as well as the range, just so powerful for pushing this wave in.
TPs galore. Here comes Vito. He'll be back. Won't miss anything either. He's gone the Dematerializer too. And Jankos is going to base with a Sheen coming towards that Sunder. Heavy. Actually didn't take a base yet, so he's still half HP. Needs to be very careful. Darius can push in this wave quickly despite it pushing into him. If they want to set up a dive, or just wait for Ebby. I mean, how patient does Shio want to be? You know, you could stand in that bush for another 30 seconds and wait for the Renekton to base and TP back and walk up, and then you'll get a kill, but is it worth sitting there for... Yeah, it is.
I just want to say that we have seen across the series both days now, top laners are getting more jungle attention, they're more active.
Oh, he's invested here. Jankos has a Sheen, so Shio will spot Jankos in a second here. Okay. Do they fight it is the question, BDS. Is Adam close level 5?
If Adam gets that passive stacked without getting below 50%, he is going to smash through this fight. But Jankos coming in.
Yeah.
Throw down a cheeky pillar. No, won't even use it. Obviously pretty major cooldown. Happy to just help Evie usher that wave in. Instant healing reduction buy coming out from Evie for the lane phase. Makes a ton of sense here. And overall, pretty quiet game. A lot of posturing on the top side of the map, but ultimately only that flash burn. The only really big, significant trade we've seen thus far.
I think they wanted Adam level 5 to fight that. He was a couple creeps away, and Jankos was going to find Shio, so they had to disengage. Slightly unlucky for BDS. Ebby's going to use that top push for a little bit of information. He's gone for the early healing reduction item.
Yeah.
Maybe trying to stop a lot of the regen, the health bots, the Q.
It's a lot of healing coming in from the Darius in the extended trades.
Yeah.
And Ziggs already has a lost chapter, so that lane is no longer interactive.
You know what else he has? A tier.
Wow.
He's going late game. Blackhead's just, you know, it's one of those champs where you just recline your chair a couple more degrees. Yeah. You lay back and you say, guys, play topside. I'll clear the waves.
How dare you say that? All 40 of the Ziggs mains in the worlds right now are upset. They're like, you don't understand.
Now, if you're Ziggs,
I took an extra semester of math in high school to figure out exactly how this bomb is going to bounce so I can land these skill shots.
Just want to figure out like the weight of the bomb, the wind speed, you lick it.
Sorry, it's a water balloon. Yeah, you're right.
Water balloon, yeah. Make sure it doesn't get swayed in the wind.
West, 20
But if you're a mid lane Ziggs, maybe you do something. But I feel like bot lane Ziggs, you know, you guys go fight her.
I think right now Ziggs just deletes the wave. The lane doesn't happen. I'm hoping that once Crownie gets a static shift, we get a little bit more wave clear on both sides. Evie, wave now crashing. Still Renekton level 6, it's still big, but Adam's just going to be able to ult flash out. Safety, he's ticking, he's burning, but it's first blood coming through. Nuke jumping in, Nuke jumping out. BDS finding first blood on the top side.
Nice dive. Adam almost goes down, but they managed to pull it off. No TP on Evie either, so first blood over to Nuke. He'll lose a wave in mid without that TP. And Adam will be able to crash on top wave, so it's pretty even overall. Looks like Heretics will trade that for a Dragon. Shio gets top crab, Clayton's over to Adam. I think this Darius being ahead is so important for side lanes. You just talked about bot lane being a farm fest. That means the top side of the map is all that really matters in these early stages.
Yeah, and it's not just the kill going down in favor of Adam, it's all those plates, and it's all the CS that Evie lost. He's now 600 gold behind. You have the early tier 2 boots coming out from the Darius. This is devastating in the early game. The only good news for Team Heretics is they do get that plate in mid lane for VTO. They do get the Dragon, which offers them a bit of late game insurance. We also know it won't be a Chemtech Soul, because Chemtech is our second Drake. All good news for Team Heretics, but I don't know if that outweighs the massive advantage that Adam just got topside.
So Evie should walk up here into the wave and not let it hit the tower, basically, so that if anyone walks behind the tower, they'll tank it. The only problem is then he has to fight the Darius, but he didn't have the information to know a dive was coming. tries his best to get as much damage onto Adam as possible to make it a 1-for-1, but Nuke comes in to make sure that dive is sealed. Adam with those tier 2 boots, like I said, just makes him so tanky. You know, when you play these bruisers, it's not really damage items in the first 10 levels. It's mostly like armor and health, and the base damage is what carries you through.
And what makes Darius so infuriating is that because his passive gives him so much raw AD, that even just having a bit of extra movement speed, being able to stay on top of someone, offers you so much in an extended trade. I can't stress enough how obnoxious this champion is to play against. If you don't play top lane, consider yourself blessed.
Yeah, you don't have to play up against the Darius one-trick.
So annoying. Darius and Alawi, two of my least favorite champions.
4 or 5 years ago, that was Adam, the Darius one-trick.
The one-trick. And now,
so annoying.
You know,
here he is on the stage.
Credit to him, you know, continuing to stick to his roots of a lot of these signature picks, like the Olaf, like the Darius, but transitioning them to an incredibly successful spring split. An incredibly successful career thus far. 12K getting lower though. Heretics will bully their way into this area. Adam now in trouble, but yeah, just walks it off.
Neither of them have shoes. Not Trundle nor the Rennick. Adam can just run away. Oh, he's getting a bit cocky though. Needs to be careful. He wants that demolish proc. But he's got the shoes.
He does have the shoes.
Is every flash ton? Is it really worth to go
Pillar?
Send it?
Okay.
Nope.
Oh, let him know.
Who is he letting know though?
I don't know. Just a reminder of his time.
Well, that was 2020. Wasn't that the top esports year?
Oh yeah. Well, you know, the emo game isn't always easy to interpret.
It's deep though.
It's like poetry. You know, it's like an English class. You got to find the what are the metaphors? What is the symbolism?
Yeah.
It's not for us to comment on. You know, we'll leave it to the poets, the artists.
He's got a meaning behind it. And he's got a lot of top push. 2 plates in his back pocket. Maybe his TP is coming up soon. But I think the most important thing is Heretics got both neutral objectives. Still down in gold is the problem because of his top side. But there's the static shift for Crownie, so he can clear waves faster in the flag it's clearing.
Yeah, I was really hoping that would mean that they'd fight more, but now dash in. Ulti coming out. Adam, a very squishy boy. Those boots aren't doing a whole hell of a lot. Quick kill on the top side. Patience in the setup from Team Heretics finally pays off. But Nuke now free to get aggressive. The mid lane getting hooked. Not quite under tower, but big damage now coming in. VTO can look to follow up here. Ults in, finds the isolated target. Nuke flashing out to safety, gets into the brush for a brief moment, but it's not enough. VTO getting a kill back in response.
Getting a bit greedy there, Nuke jumping forwards into the hook of Mercer. Labrov probably didn't have the W up because it took him a while to get in front to start blocking those auto attacks from VTO. With that passive, you can jump forwards and then match flash with flash. Props to Jankos as well. He spent a lot of time up there on the top side, didn't he? Waiting for one moment to gank after he found the Herald. About a minute time wasted, but he managed to get that kill. So I guess Labrov doesn't have W here because he just kind of walks up slowly to Nuke and doesn't get in range for the shield or the Q. By the time he does, the passive's fully procced, and as much as he lands that Q, there's not enough auto attacks to proc the passive for Brown. VTO gets the kill.
Yeah. Ultimately, bit of an awkward exchange there. Respect the confidence coming out from Nuke and Labrov, but the execution didn't quite match up. 2-1 the kill score overall. Team Heretics, though, finally able to build a gold lead for themselves. You know, got the objectives as you highlighted, got that kill on the top side, and ultimately kind of donated a kill in the mid lane.
Definitely did. So now that really helps VTO out with that static shift first against Nuke. Means static versus static. VTO got it first. He can start pushing it or pushing back at least.
Yep.
Adam trading aggressive with the heavy, which I think in the 1v1 he still wins. It's just that Trundle swayed it a little bit and made it a slightly more even. But
bounce it out.
Good in XP. Adam will level up to level 9. Dragon in 50 seconds.
Would be really good for BDS to get this Dragon, at least stop any potential stacking option that Team Heretics do have. And in a weird twist of fate, Jankos now coming in here.
Walking up.
Rob marked up here. Do they want to keep this one going? They definitely went out in the 2v2. The 3v3, maybe not quite as decided.
Leandry's picked up now for Flacket. Herald mid just to get some gold over to VTO. TV back bot from Flacket to push out the waves. With 20 seconds on the
2
Dragon.
plates worth of gold here. Who gets the
They
gold?
kill it.
Oh my, oh. Hey, yeah, thumbs up VTO, because that's a lot of money just deleted right there.
They would have loved that Herald to crash their Heretics, because then the second Herald would have secured mid tower for sure.
That's frustrating.
So this is the problem for BDS right now. Dragon spawning would be second Dragon for Heretics, and Ebby's going to push in this top wave on the minimap, run back and base.
With TP.
With TP, exactly. So it's a 5v4 if they want to fight this. Adam really needs to push out quick and ghost down the river, but there's no chance he'll be here in time. If Heretics just force it, BDS are going to be forced to run back. And I think it should be an easy pickup.
Yeah, a lot of potential control in this area. Also, the long-range ability of the Kai'Sa ult to get into these fights makes things a lot easier as well.
Evie needs to TP top, you know, this really sucks. Yeah, he's in a TP top. You can't really afford to give Darius this much uptime. So now, actually, because of how long it's been taking for Heretics to start this, Adam can now run down. So actually, it's BDS who will be with the numbers advantage onto this dragon, and Jankos now realizing that he's got the crab, but he can't own this river anymore.
Yeah, the split call. He finishes the crab. Looks like he wants to start the dragon, but is forced to back away because ultimately, despite not having the TP, Adam able to push that lane in sooner, and the timing from Team Heretics just a bit sloppy there. Feels like they had the tools necessary to take it, just had to be a bit more aggressive on pulling the trigger, but with no bot push, I guess they didn't feel comfortable going for it, and that means
I'm surprised.
A Drake for BDS.
I thought they should have picked that one up pretty easily, their Heretics, but they missed their window. BDS find theirs with that top push out. Adam's gonna come back up and stop Evie from taking those plates. So overall, it's a pretty even game. Drake's a piece. Yeah, it's a fire and a gold lead to Heretics, but it doesn't really matter. It's mostly in mid, but actually nuke went for the Kraken Slayer. So didn't go for that dematerialize.
I mean, you've got enough wave clear just from the explosive shot on Tristana to shred those waves. I guess looking for a little bit more damage against the very beefy front line that is Team Heretics.
Yeah.
Adam, will we see them successful again on the gank here? Ghost has flash for now, just ghosting. Assuming he has flash of safety now. I don't know if it's going to be enough though. The pullback under tower trying to queue up with the Q. Gets a decent amount of healing coming through, and he's going to walk away.
That's a scary Darius. And the amount of times I've seen Adam turn scenarios that he's losing, I could definitely not count on my hands. So I think Heretics were a bit hesitant, thinking, well, we could try and tower dive him and tank a few shots, but the fact that he stacks up his passive and gets an ult, both of us are probably going to die. Don't take the risk, just take the flash, take the ghost. We didn't have to extend any summoners ourselves there, Heretics. Just 2 ultimates, and with Herald spawning in 15, not having those ultimates is really going to sting. Black at no TP is just pushed out bot, likely going to recall and join his team in mid, or he's just going to run straight there. Crown's come up towards his top side.
These mismatched lanes might be a bit of a catalyst for action here. Thus far in the game, it's been extremely quiet outside of top lane, just because both sides seem pretty content to wave clear outside of that single aggressive play in the mid lane from Nuke.
Adam's bot and he's showing, so they might be trading the first tower here for Herald, but P2 has TP, so I'd love it if he just makes sure this Herald secure TP bot, and then they can have Blackett go mid, Heavy go back top, and 3 lanes should be covered, but is he going to TP down is the question. Maybe he's scared of just getting dove straight up by the Darius because he's not committing.
Yep, tower getting lower and lower. It seems like they're happy to handshake on that one. And this has not been about player versus player. It's about deleting the waves, pushing out, and playing the map game, which, you know, credit to both teams, I understand, in a meta with static shift being this popular. Makes sense, but isn't the most explosive game of League of Legends we've cast this week.
Don't like having 3 kills in 16 minutes.
Is Static Shiv ruining League of Legends? Question mark. That's the BuzzFeed title that I have for you.
Too much wave.
Capitalizing all the first letters. Yeah.
We need 5 more Gale Force items in the game. Any item that dashes you forwards and does damage.
Yep.
But you can only go forwards. Gale Force can't go backwards.
More Renekton standing in brushes. Surprise, here comes Evie. An initial condemn coming out. Crowning now invisible for a brief moment. Adam coming over the wall, but Crowning just going to get deleted. No, Gale Force out. No, Flacken says not today. The satchel charge. Bombas him back into the waiting arms of VTO. Gets the kill for himself.
That pesky little Ziggs. TP's behind Crowny. I think he flashed away thinking that he was safe, but he just gets knocked back into the team. And even though Crowny flashed away and Flackett wouldn't have been there, I feel like VTO would have used a killer instinct and just killed him anyway.
Yeah. That was 2 TPs for that kill. We'll see what it costs him in the long run. Getting Crowny's flash as well, though, is big for the fights to come, but Crowny does still have TP, so there's no greater objective to be had here.
So Evie was playing the real patient game. I thought he messed up a second here because he ults, but then he doesn't W when he gets Fury here. He gets knocked back, finally gets some range aside to flash, but it was just a Fury regen. VTO here, he could just Killer Instinct onto the Vayne anyway. Maybe Adam could trade back, but he has the flash to try and outplay against the no-sums. Adam, look at VTO CS, 191 off this top wave, maybe 198. Depending on what wave it is, no, 197. 17 minutes, 30 CS up. That Static Shiv's going to help him so much in keeping
would it surprise anyone if we said that his favorite player was Chovy?
He's Chovy.
He's
but we're in Europe, so he's vetoing.
He's vetoing.
Yeah,
that's true. CS enthusiast.
He is. Crowny's also doing well in the CS. Wow, the Static Shiv users are the highest CS.
Whoa. Stunned. Adam once again has to run away from the duo. The Bash Bros here on the bottom side. He's just desperately trying to walk. He does not have any resources left.
It's like Flack joined the fight with an emote.
Fight the mid lane though. A lot of damage going down on the Mercy. Mercy just gonna get immediately popped. TP on the back of this one. Evie now coming in, but there's not really a lot to be had here. Crowning's gonna shred through him. Yanko's now coming down as well. The Renekton, how much damage can he get done? The healing not coming out. Evie in the wrong place at the wrong time. That TP was terrible, and now Nuke looking to keep the fight going. Concussive blows going down. Yankos stopping the play in its track, but Nuke just continuing to poke. Flacken now on the retreat. Big mess of an exchange.
Evie always has his Evie moments, doesn't he, where he TP's in or he flanks or he goes in and dies instantly. And he tried to salvage the fight, but he kind of goes in 1v4 against Sejuani Brown with barely any tenacity, so he is not moving. Yankos, does he see Lambrov? Sorry. That's like he ate a burger with one bite. He just chopped it all down.
Parents, avert your children's eyes. That troll just killed Santa Claus. The Herald now charges in. It's what happened. It's canonical, man. I don't make the League of Legends lore. We just witnessed it.
Child's screen just shut in the blink.
He comes back though. He respawns.
Yeah, it's like a Yordle. You can never get rid of him.
True. Okay, well, Team Heretics. If we zoom out far enough that we look at that play in the context of 3 minutes of gameplay, it doesn't feel too bad. They got a pick on Adam. They got a Drake. They kind of griefed it in this fight, but hey.
Mercer gets engaged on Sejuani Brown so much CC. Nuke jumped over the wall. Yeah, Mercer chains CC. There's no point going anywhere or flashing or anything happening. TP from Evie comes from behind and Crownie TP'd in as well. So it's a 4v1 against Sejuani Brown double AD carry. So he's just instantly dead. Vito tries his best by dashing over the wall to get Lambrov, but the shield does too much. Nuke flashes over here to proc the passive, but there's no follow-up from his team on the right side. Has to flash away himself.
Meanwhile, the picture-in-picture on the back of that play. That one just
I think the observers want to show the troll killing Sonic.
Oh yes, they do. Oh, they've got a highlight. I feel it.
He's in his sleigh.
Why isn't Santa wearing a shirt, Mommy? Why does Santa not have his clothes on? Nobody knows. League of Legends. Bam! Dreams crushed. He comes back, kids. Don't worry. Hopefully more dressed more appropriately. Santa's cut, but nobody needs to see that. Anyway, League of Legends still happening. Team Heretics got the dragon. Towers were taken during that replay. Both top tier 1 BDS managed to pick up, and Team Heretics picking up bot tier 1 as well.
I just realized he had the chimney on his shield.
What's going on, man?
See that? That's crazy. Good roll. It's deep.
I think they just like lay out a board of vaguely Christmas-themed words. I don't know where Six Pack came from on the Christmas-themed words, but hey, it got in there. Is now Adam getting collapsed on here. That is a combo, but Kaisa with the Ziggs bomb.
Is that a Baron?
It might just be. Kaisa can tread through it.
Push top, BDS push.
Flacket just deletes the wave. I think he has to be careful about walking up here.
Yeah, can't really walk up.
Yeah, he's
at the tower.
Yeah, it's a mile back. So
I force Vayne with static shift. Now he doesn't have cleanse, so one Renekton W is gonna sting. But if he has uptime with that red buff, he is gonna shred.
Someone also has to follow up on the Renekton stuff because there is still a Sejuani and a Braum standing in front of that main.
There's also a lot of poke too.
Crowning in the wrong spot. Now the knockback coming through. Beautiful ult from Shio to stop Yankos from falling up. Rob going right back over the wall. So many resources burned. Crowning holds on to Flash, and yeah, Nuke just pushing in the meantime.
Yeah, but match.
So is VTO.
Yeah, tower as a piece just traded off, isn't it? So Nuke 3-1-0 on this Tristana. 2 items strong into the base. Will pick up another component for his next legendary item, but 800 gold lead still for VTO is getting close to that Queen So's. And 250. Oh, he's got it already. 3 item Kaiser at 21 minutes.
So 251 CS. Can we get? I'm sure the record is ridiculous, but can we get a CS record check? I forget. I know it's someone. It's like 300.
Does still have the record?
No, it's not, I don't think it's Froggen anymore. I think it was something really dumb. But 256 at 21 minutes. I only am concerned right now about the LEC record, but
yeah, he's definitely doing well. I think I've seen higher, but yeah, definitely that's 262 at 21 minutes. Nuts.
That's big. And we talked at this point with 3 items. Kaisa does so much damage. This is triple evolve. No, double evolve. Double evolve.
He should have
triple evolve. Yeah, you're right. Triple evolve. Excuse me. Too many item changes over the years.
Yep, but he does a heck of a lot of damage. And also the beauty of the Rage Blade is it gives hybrid bend from every legendary item you have. So it just provides more and more and more. So when he gets those Sword Shoes as well, look at that. With the Nashrus and the static and the only attack speed to shreds through towers.
I mean, you basically got old Vayne made 2014, 2015, and new Vayne, Kaisa, made what, 2019, 2018?
2018,
you know? Vayne W, true damage. Kaisa, passive, magic damage. All percentage, max health. very fun for tanks. They love these champions.
I think the thing is with her W is like when it's AP upgraded, if you hit a champion, it goes down to 2-3 seconds cooldown. So you can just keep.
You can spam, but you have to hit it to keep that chain going.
But I feel like on mid-wave contests, when there's 5 champions standing in a line, most of the times you can land, especially when they're walking into objectives.
Also, like Lebrov's job is kind of to eat skill shots for Crownie and Nuke. So seems very likely. Overall, pretty quiet thus far in the game, and again, mostly it has been a game about PvE. Some outbreaks of action, 9 kills thus far. Not the quietest game, but definitely not the bloodiest either, as both sides seem content to just push side lanes. Neither one wants to pull the trigger on this Baron. It's 23 minutes in, 48 seconds till Infernal. It'll be sole point for Team Heretics if they can secure it.
With these champions, basically what's going to happen is everyone wants to farm. We're going to hit a break point at a Baron or on a soul point, and that one fight will determine the whole game. Sometimes you just have so many scaling champs with these carries, Tristana, Vayne, Kai'Sa, Ziggs, with so much wave clear that you can't really do anything, but then one fight just decides everything. So you've got one shot to make it happen in the fights, one shot to kind of outplay. I feel like Renekton
one opportunity.
Yeah, to seize
everything you ever
wanted.
wanted.
A song about that.
It probably could.
But the Renekton flash W on the Vayne is everything. If Crownie gets stunned up, he is not moving. Nautilus ult, hook, root, pillar, Kai'Sa poke, Ziggs poke, he's as good as dead. And he doesn't have much lifesteal.
While I really like having the Sejuani promise combo, while I think this makes it so difficult for Team Heretics to navigate these fights, Jankos with his ultimate against Sejuani, especially already having a frozen heart at this stage of the game, is going to be so frustrating for BDS to deal with. Significant amount of damage reduction coming through by just reducing enemy attack speed from that item.
He's miles away. He had to catch midwave. Can he steal it here, Shio? They're not really threatening him. He's just kind of standing there watching them do it.
Over the wall, Envy looks like they want to start the fight off. That's ulti down. Not sure if that was an intentional to go into the next, but now the fight's now breaking out. The Ziggs ultimate's big damage to the backside. VTO untouched. They're just shredding BDS. They make it look easy. VTO an absolute mad land to the backside. Look at that Kai'Sa damage coming through. But Crownie versus the world. He's trying to make it happen. He just doesn't have the space to work. A shutdown, a triple for VTO. This man is a god on Kai'Sa.
Only one of them die, and it's Mersa. VTO manages to stay alive. It was Crownie trying to take him down, but he didn't have that much damage going through VTO. He had about 4 or 5 auto attacks, but no damage was really dealt. I mean, Heretics win out on the CC, they win out on the range, they win out on the damage, the poke, everything just goes in their favor. Crownie slightly late, didn't really matter. I feel like the 80 carry uptime just isn't there for BDS.
I mean, you've got the sustained damage of an 80 carry coming in from this Kai'Sa, as well as a ton of burst on top of all the Ziggs bursts. We take a look back at this. Look how much damage BDS actually do before most of them are dead.
Yeah, very little. Trundle loses a big Ziggs bomb onto 4. Now watch VTO on the side. Knock up as well, buys time, jump back from Nuke, and now here's where VTO will go in. Look at Crownie. 1, 2, 3,
W,
4, 5. He's still 40% HP excluding that Tristana E. Gets another one in there, 6, but yeah, doesn't die. Not enough damage coming out of that Vayne. Maybe if he had one more item.
And, I mean, shout out to Evie. He was obviously the center of attention there in the early game. Jankos did back him up, but 3K as he's able to find his way into 4 or 5 members there with that Cole the Meek in the midst of the fight. And I think the struggle in these fights is if BDS ever give Team Heretics the room to set up and pull off another combo like that, where you're getting so much CC down, layered on top of the Zigzag, giving VTO the space to work. Like, Crownie and Nuke need time to kill people. They need a pretty decent amount of time, whereas you can see VTO has a ton of burst damage coming in from those plasma procs. Flakked can just throw out bombs willy-nilly.
I think these AP carries are just doing so much more than these 80 carries, basically. That's what it is.
Yeah.
The 2 AP carries versus 2 ADs. And there's not much BDS can do. A lot of shred on HP percentage with Kai'Sa, the Rage Blade, with the Leandries, excuse me. So now they're sieging on bots with even more poke. Ziggs Qs, Kai'Sa Ws, everything's just flying at them, and BDS lack that full trigger engage if it's not Sejuani.
And now they're trying to pull the trigger, and that's not going to be
Darius
it.
hook.
Darius hook and Crownie's ultimate, crucially.
Yeah, that's going to sting, especially when they have a mid-wave. So what's going to happen here is Heretics will get bot inhib, and they'll run mid. Shio has the ultimate, that's what he's threatening here, but there's nothing to threat. It's kind of an empty threat, there's no Vayne ult. Just going to have to give.
Yeah. But for Heretics, promising start in the game thus far, navigating some of those more difficult situations in the early lane pretty well, and the creativity using the Ziggs Kai'Sa as a double flex.
So quick news about the record. The record of CS in 25 minutes is roughly 360 because of the funnel meta, you remember?
Oh, the funnel meta.
So we're never going to break that.
But he's at 312 at 27.
Yeah, we're never going to break
I mean,
the funnel
still,
meta.
shout out, he's just VTOing it right now.
Yeah.
He can have that one until someone else is CSing better.
So that's 2 inhibs. Now they'll base. They'll go top. Yeah, it'd be easy, does it? 2 minutes on the Dragon. No, that'll be their Infernal Soul. Maybe they want to play for that. And as much as BDS have 3 items on these carries. I don't think they have the damage to get through, because by the time they get those 3 or 4 auto attacks off, their front line is as good as gone.
I mean, it's just... It's such a difficult game to play out because Vayne is so short range, and you don't, in a 1v1, I think, out-damage the Kai'Sa at this stage in the build. I mean, you need Trinity Force procs, you got Wit's End, you're not... You hit hard over time, but your immediate burst is pretty limited.
Yeah, they double TP'd in here. Vito's quite far away. They are pushing with this Baron. 10 seconds left on it. It's just this wave. I think it's off 5. Can they get anything off it? A couple of auto attacks on the tower.
3 cannon creeps, maybe.
Would love to walk up, but he can't.
Gonna get a TP out, though. That's pretty big. Tristana now coming in. They want to kick the fight off. The Ziggs bomb right away. Adam already blinking how far. Evie needs to be careful here, playing on the edges. Jankos goes golden. The knock-up, big damage onto Crowny. Now they can just walk in.
Yeah, that's triple in. If that's nail in the coffin, that's game.
98 HP. You know, VTO had to stop himself. He wanted to go in so bad, just burn that Acathian Rain, take Crowny out of the equation, but knows that he's more valuable at this stage. Damage on the nuke is huge as well.
BDS can't find a way in.
CC, it's a 2-second cooldown. Here comes another Kai'Sa W. Boop.
Waiting for the wave.
If you don't dodge it, it's gonna keep coming. Oh, this is infuriating for BDS, but Team Heretics, slow, steady, controlled.
There's so many skill shots, man. They're playing dodgeball.
The Bulls, the knockback coming through. Nuke on the backside, maybe Heretics get something done, but VTO just does too much damage.
This Kai'Sa is so obnoxious, isn't it? The flex potential.
Boop.
Just playing whack-a-mole.
All right, that one missed. That sounds like a 7-8 second cooldown.
I love how we're just focusing on BTOWs.
It does a lot.
Is he gonna shoot another, or is he gonna base the TP?
Oh, he wants to shoot another. If he hits it.
He's gonna one-shot the wave first, and now he's gonna shoot.
Team Heretics, this should be a victory lap. BDS, can they make the hold happen? The wave still coming through. Evie now ulting. Crowny and Nuke looking for an angle. Crowny immediately gonna ult. VTO just goes invisible. Big damage now following up. Crowny trying to be the hero, but VTO says not today. Forcing him back to the fountain. Goes golden to keep that KDA alive. But Team Heretics taking game 1, and he still goes down.
VTO sniped him at the end, and he went godlike. Oh, that Kai'Sa is a massive problem. And I'm sure Flacket can play it. I mean, we saw Flacket's Kai'Sa at MSI last year with G2, didn't we? So he's more than happy to do so. So that's definitely a ban in the BDS books, I think, going forward. VTO is doing so much work on it, even with the Tristana, which is such a powerful pick as well. Didn't manage to find too much, and it just felt like such a slow game. A lot of wave clear from both sides. Top side went in favor of BDS to begin with Adam, but then they recuperated the gold deficit with a couple of good ganks on the top side by Jankos, and then neutral objectives just kept going in their favor. Jankos just securing those, and the range and the damage that they had, it was just way too much for the front line of BDS.
And ultimately, I think the more creative options from Team Heretics just looked much better. The Ziggs looked much better. The Vayne was, in that context, a bit underwhelming. I think we could see more from the pick. We certainly have seen more from the pick internationally, but in that game, it just seemed impossible against that Ziggs to get any space in a team fight. That said, enough from us here at the Cash Desk. Let's see what the analyst desk has to say about that Team Heretics victory.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Really interesting game, honestly, on the side of Heretics mostly, but a lot of creativity on both sides. The casters was wondering if it was the time to go Vayne here. So what do you guys think? Was it a good Vayne angle?
I feel like it's almost never a good Vayne angle. Every time I think back to my times of picking Vayne as of late, it's never been a good time. In the moment, it feels right. But afterwards, it's not right. And I really don't think this was a good case for Vayne.
I think it was kind of like to call it that they maybe, I don't know if they maybe thought the Kai'Sa was going down bot lane. It's an old school counter, but we have also seen the Vayne in the LPL where you play like Wit's End. And Wit's End is a super efficient buy when you're playing into double AP carries. The problem was you just never really got there. But I'll be honest, when I saw it in the beginning, I really thought to myself, you blinded Nord. You didn't flex a jungle. You're playing into Braum. It's looking good for the bot lane. The front line should be good in a team fight. You can blow them up immediately. They don't have super tanks. And even if they do, you have the true damage, Darius ultimate to lock them down. But I keep forgetting that static shift is an item. I keep forgetting that you don't get the prior to go for these plays immediately. And it's just so difficult to be first on the ball when this exists.
It made it difficult, honestly, as you said, for Team BDS to know exactly which champion was going where, because against lots of flex picks. I'm not surprised to see Heretics opening with the Kai'Sa here. We know that it can be flexed. The Nautilus hasn't been played so much in the jungle, but we know that it's an option. I was surprised about the Ziggs, though.
Yeah, me too. And I thought for a second maybe there were going to be too much AP because normally the Kai'Sa goes for AP and then Ziggs on top of that as well feels like a lot of AP. But VTO sort of just ran away with the game. And I think in that sense, the Ziggs pick made a lot of sense because it allowed VTO to be the vocal point of his team and he could have the resources of jungle and support and Flacket could play on his own. So I really actually like the Ziggs pick in hindsight and I'm surprised I didn't find a better answer to it than Vayne because in my mind, the second you see Ziggs, it's always going bot And Vayne, as an answer to me, just doesn't really feel like something that's going to punish the Ziggs. It's just more, if anything, allows V2 then to play his game.
Good preparation overall on the side of Team Heretics. Not so much good execution on the side of Team BDS, though, and Goldberg. This is something we've talked about during Reddit check. And here again, it's the execution missing.
Yeah, I mean, they got that one good gank in the beginning where they get a flash off Epi, right? And then they can come back and have the tower dive for themselves. But then it's like they kind of forget to come back, or they kind of stop being the one making the play. And it was really just on Heretics to find kills on Adam again and again. And it's kind of just out of nowhere. They're a bit seemingly random, you know, they're just coming from lane, Pillar drops down, Adam's overextended, ready to die. And it just keeps happening and again where he's like just spotted in side lane and Team Heretic just collapse on him. There's no more rocket science to it. It's literally just gank Adam, he will die.
I feel like Jankos did a really good job of punishing Adam this game, and when he started dying, it sort of took the air out of the game in a way. It felt like when Adam had his lead in the early game, you could kind of see it all coming together for BDS. But the second he started dying on these sidelines, as you can see here, then there was nothing more to the game. V2 ran away with it. He had a 260 CS score at 21 minutes this game, and
that's crazy.
Almost 2 tier 2s at that point already. So it really just felt like he had the gold lead, and he's more than good enough to use that.
Yeah, I talked to him a bit before the game. He's always happy when he gets to play Kai'Sa. Of course, the champion is really strong right now. I just want to talk a bit about Jankos. We didn't have quite enough time to talk about him in Reddit check. Super stable so far for BDS Heretics in summer, and I think it shows how much he can lead the team in terms of communication and staying stable in the game.
I mean, I just think it's so impressive by Jankos, because there's always people who would make the argument back in the past, well, oh, he was on G2, look at the laners he had around him. Of course he was going to be a good jungler. But then you take a look at him in winter, in spring, and despite the fact that Team Heretics doesn't produce good results, Jankos is still producing good results, and he's still continuing to do so as well now. He is definitely a vocal point for this team when they're making plays. He's showing it again and again, and this game was no different.
And for me, it translates into VTO's redemption arc, as we like to call it, because as you said, Martin, disastrous journey within Excel, coming back now really strong within Team Heretics, and it feels to me that we see the video that we met when he was playing at Misfits, but a better version also, looking also good in losses, but super dominant when he wins.
Yeah, it feels like the entire team is on board with him being the carry. Even just looking at the draft, normally teams don't build that kind of draft, but Heretics is coming together as 5 to have him be the carry, and that's with his first split in the team. It's really amazing to witness, and I'm honestly so happy for VTO, because it felt like he had a really rough time in XL, and sometimes from that players don't come back, and that's sort of the end of it, but he is now back on top of things and maybe one of the best mids we have in the league.
Yeah, and I think it shows in a team fight just like this, where he sees his moment so well. I mean, I would have loved to probably have illustrated it in hindsight now, but the fact that he looks for plays where it's like, okay, they're getting isolated by the wall that kind of separates into the blast cone and into the river, and finding the right places to really find the Kai'Sa ultimate to go in exactly where you need to be. It's super beautiful, waiting for the Bromy as well, knowing exactly when to hit the mark.
Now, looking forward, you want to come back when you're Team BDS, of course. They chose blue side to go in this second game, but what kinds of adaptations do you want to see on their side? Draft foremost, and then maybe going into the early game.
I would like to see just more resources around top lane. I feel like if you are in a situation where bot lane is a dead lane, maybe even mid lane to an extent, you just need to put more resources top lane. In this case, Adam actually had a good early game and had the opportunity to run away with the game, and they sort of just stopped caring for him. He was getting attacked by Jankos on almost every wave, and then B2 was up there, and then Mercer was up there, and it just felt like they sort of forgot to take care of him. And I think if you're playing these kind of champions in the top lane, then you have to care for him. He has to be your guy to carry the game.
Yeah, I think you really have to get used to this kind of dead state that kind of, what do you say?
Comes from the static shifts.
Yeah, exactly. Just and not just that, but also when you play against a 6. Like, if you suddenly can't play for Crowny and say, let's attack bot lane, because you cannot attack bot lane against 6. He will just ult the wave, he will clear it. You cannot play for bot, no matter what. You said you were scaling with their AD carry. You need to really adapt to the fact that we need to find a fight elsewhere on the map. And it's the same issue that we saw in regular season. It's the fact that they're not the one calling the shots first. They're the one making a reactive play. You even saw it with some of the TP plays. That was actually Team Heretics as well that was finding the TP plays that made it so more easy for them as well to accelerate the game.
I have one small question for you guys, because we saw Adam playing his Darius, his Olaf in every possible meta for the past 2 years. Is it outdated? Is it a fitting champion with the champions that you want to play top lane right now?
It's definitely harder to play for because it's so much harder to be a side laner, especially in a meta like this. I think it could have been played for in this game, specifically against the champions, if it had gotten more resources. I still think it would have come down to execution. It would have been hard. But I could have seen the moment where it could have been there. It could have made sense. I could have seen the other moment.
We'll see if he sticks to it in the second game we will have. But that's all for us here on this side of the studio. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes to see if BDS can come back in this best of 3 series. We'll see you soon.
No Renekton level 6, it's still big, but Adam's just going to be able to flash out. Saint, he's ticking, he's burning, but it's first blood coming through. Yeah, I was really hoping that would mean that they'd fight more, but now dash in. Ulti coming out, Adam a very squishy boy. Those boots aren't doing a whole hell of a lot. All but Crowning just going to get deleted. No, Gilbert's out, no, Flackets is not today!
Look front line. Sage no rush, Sage no rush, Sage no rush. Not bad. Kite to it, kite to it, kite to it. Base over, base over. Play with Kai'Sa. Nice. I can go. I'm doing Drag, okay? Drag is down. Kai'Sa is smurfing, Kai'Sa is smurfing. Kill her and go Nash. I mean, surely we can kill her, okay? Nice.
Get ready, summoners. League of Legends is now on Displate. All your favorite champions on officially licensed metal posters. Stunning details, easy setup, more durable than Malphite. Join 3.2 million satisfied customers and fill your room with arcane energy. Order now at displate.com.
Welcome back to the LEC after a very slow and steady game one. Team Heretics were ultimately able to take the edge, partially I think because of their composition, as well as the excellent execution of VTO in the mid lane on that Kai'Sa. Now we get to see how BDS adjust coming into the second game. Some things work better than others. The Vayne, skeptical.
Yeah, I think it was Crowny's first ever Vayne game in competitive. So he saw an angle. Into poke, it was really difficult though. I think Adam's Darius never really got into the game past the first 10 minutes. So hopefully BDS can draft something either more early game heavy to unlock Shio to do some early game shenanigans to disrupt Jankos, or they can get more wave clear, more scaling, and we can get our seatbelts on. We can enjoy the ride all the way to 40 minutes, and then we can see one explosive fight.
Just to be clear here, I think we take the seatbelt off. I think that we're going so slow.
Oh yeah. The seatbelt sign's gone.
The seatbelt sign is gone.
Yeah. We're safe.
It's like a tractor on a back road. It's just for farming. We're a farm vehicle. We got the big blaring yellow lights. Please fight each other. Play the best version of League, but please let it involve fighting each other.
I watched this series, Jeremy Clarkson's Farm, and I didn't realize how many tools there were for farming. I was like,
yeah.
It's like the seed planters.
Yo, shout out to farmers, by the way.
Mixers, like the planters.
That is a hard job.
Yeah, and it like rained for like 2 weeks straight, and it was doomed. That's it. 6 rounds for it, gone. But for these players, it's 350 CS in 25 minutes, and then it's one.
Yep.
Get their items and just one-shot everyone. So we'll see if Kai'Sa gets taken away, which was a huge pick. I think the Rumble ban is something that maybe BDS can look into dropping, depending on what side they're on.
I'm not
sure if...
Because really, when you look at Evie, he had a solid performance in the team fights, that one bad TP, and kind of was a losing lane phase outside of Yanko's intervention. So I don't know if he's someone you need to worry as much about throwing a ban at.
Yeah, especially with Adam's champion pool. If I'm looking at blinding Rumble against an Olaf, Darius, Garen player, I'm a little bit concerned. Especially I'm looking at Ebby here. He's got 5 games Rumble all time, 2 wins, 3 losses. So it's probably worth taking a gamble. But they're on blue side, so target bans are available if they want to go down that route. So they could either first pick the Kai'Sa and leave it up, or they can do the same kind of thing with the Rumble. But an Adam Rumble would be not on my bingo card for this best of 3.
Would be interesting though. Something new to come out here. LeBlanc still banned away, Azir banned away. Draven also going to hit the bench this time around alongside Maokai. So pretty stock standard for bans.
Yeah.
This could easily also be the previous patch, to be honest, thus far in what we're seeing bans. Milio and Yuumi being gone, really the only exception there.
Range supports are being gone. I think this is the big deal. It's a very melee support heavy meta now, so I feel like a lot of teams with melee support heavy players can shine, like XL, Limit just playing Rel, Nautilus, Alistar. These are the champions that your supports need to be playing.
And I'm curious to see if we end up with another game where bot lane is very neutralizing, and we just see wave clear with something like a Ziggs, and it's just all about top side of the map, kind of as it was in game 1 for most of the early game, or if we get something a bit more explosive on the bottom side. For now, though, Team BDS holding on to the Rumble ban, so maybe not specifically for Evie, maybe just they feel it to be very strong in the meta. We saw that incredible game from Odo yesterday on it.
Yeah, Tristana, Kai'Sa are the things that I'm thinking about. They take away the Kai'Sa. Is Tristana a first pick here for BDS? I think.
Whoa! Rel.
Oh, okay.
Was banned in game 1. Has to be called out here. Obviously, an incredibly powerful champion. You talked about Limit. He had, again, some great games on it yesterday.
Yeah, isn't Tristana Alistar just the direction that Heretics will eventually go in? I mean, it could be a Rel jungle, right? So I guess that double flex does help a lot. Vi was open last game. Sejuani's open again this time. I feel like maybe it's Jankos' turn for Sejuani duty with a Tristana. Similar draft to what BDS did, but I think they'll change it up as the draft progresses.
Still have that flexibility. Luxury of last pick as well on red side, but trading Tristana Sejuani in exchange for the Rel. Is this going to work out well for Team Heretics?
Draven's banned, Kai'Sa's banned. They could go Xayah or something along those lines if they want to for AD. Cyrus, Ashe, something like that. If they want the Rel jungle, Xayah Rakan here would be nice. The Renekton is something they could look to take away again. I mean, Heretics did a good job of taking away the Renekton last game when you pick Sejuani on the red side. So not going to be able to get their hands on that. Renekton Jace.
Double 80 solo lanes. I'm a bit concerned, to be honest. Nuke has shown us that when he's comfortable, he's a fantastic player, but Jace not a champion that I necessarily associate with him.
Yeah, so they're going to go Nautilus maybe into that Rel. No Alistar, no Braum. I'm going to go for the Nautilus. Maybe just Mercer comfort, but I would be a little bit scared of some kind of like really beefy frontline here for Team Heretics. And I think also Team Heretics can just be very cognizant of, wow, that's a lot of AD. We do need to take away Ziggs. We do need to take away Varus. And when those 2 options are down, and so is the Kai'Sa, what is the AP bot that Crowny's willing to play is my question.
Do BDS just ban like Malphite Ornn? Did they just ban the super beefy? Just say, please don't play front to back?
I mean, is Evie got his Quinn cooking? We'll have to wait and see.
Evie's not counterpicking this. Urgot? How's that matchup?
I've seen Urgot Renekton so many times, but I'm not sure how it is in this patch. I think Renekton would probably win out. Urgot's quite a weak champion right now. I feel like his mythic situation is just not great. So Jax is going to be the ban. Malphite ban would be good by BDS. I think Ziggs ban by Heretics here, or Ziggs pick on 4 is just going to destroy the BDS draft and put it into a nightmare scenario. What is there a poke AP champion? Yeah, they're picking his Ziggs on 4 100%. And if they give it to them, they're crazy.
Nope, not going to give it to him.
So now what does BDS play bot lane with AP damage? I really wonder. I mean, Heretics could just put Tristana bot and just play a mid laner on 5 if they want. If they pick a top laner here to match the Renekton.
I mean, you can still go AP mid and put the Tristana bot.
Exactly.
At this point. This would be an Evi classic. When in doubt, bring the Cassante out. There it is. Okay, so there's a lot of very beefy frontline against an almost entirely AD composition from BDS. How are BDS going to get magic damage on the bottom side of the map?
Yeah, I wonder. Maybe it's an AP jungler, rel support, Maokai or something. No, Maokai's banned as well.
Yeah, but Demonic is not enough against this comp, man. What the what?
Is it AP Zeri?
What the?
Maybe it's an AP Zeri.
No, what? This champion was supposed to be gone.
Lilia.
Oh,
there we go. We're
that
saved.
I like. Okay.
Good direction. So a bit of a pivot, maybe unconventional in a sense from BDS. I think Kanavi was playing Lilia recently. I don't know if it was this week or last week. So it's not too off meta. Also last pick here for Heretics. Annie got nerfed. Could be Tristana mid. They don't have that much AP damage though. So I feel like Tristana bot is probably a good direction here. But what AP champ do you pick into Jace is the question. Seraphine!
Woo!
Mamma mia.
Wait,
we
is
are
he
cooking.
playing Seraphine? Okay, hold on. We're going to see where these go.
Yeah, it's
we'll say...
It's going mid for sure, right?
Is it?
No, Flakkit is actually a Seraphine
Yes.
player. He mains that. He mains that stuff.
From the era of G2. Now again, no Senna Seraphine, Seraphine Nautilus. Okay, so I don't love the Zeri or the Seraphine in this game. These are just it's just different years of champions we've been upset about, but...
I love it how this entire draft was like, oh, we've got good top sides and strong champions. We both need AP. BDS and Heretics' coach were like, guys, what AP champs can we play?
We're digging deep into the box of AP champions. That said, I think the Lilia is a sick pick against this many beefy champions. She can do a ton of work if she gets ahead.
You ready for this?
Yeah.
Berserker, Solo Q, Zeri, Shadow Flame, Night Harvester, Static Shiv. AP Zeri could be on the cards.
No.
It could be something that he plays.
Yes.
I expect it to be AD Zeri, because that's what Crown Shot's been playing in solo queue, but I've seen a lot of AP Zeri builds. Even Karzi's been playing it in solo queue. Patrick's been playing it in solo queue. I will say those two both went 3-16 and 5-11, so they were, it was a rough one. But maybe.
All I know is that our teams are cooking.
Yeah, they are. They really are cooking.
We'll find out, though. How are their knife skills?
I like the idea, though. Heretics, Flakkit's like, oh yeah, I can play like I did last year. I'll play Seraphine Ziggs every single game. But we're ready for game 2. BDS needs to bring it back.
Bam. All right. Let's get the runes up, because I have no idea what is happening right here on the bottom side of the map. Let's take a look. Okay, so Airy kind of to be expected. Crowny going DMAT, so... Alright, Static Shiv Night Harvester seems like it probably is the play here.
No, he could go Static Shiv AD. He could go like Static Shiv Navori still.
Yeah.
So he could still go...
We'll have to wait and see.
Towards the AD build, but I want to see an AP Zeri. What is it, just poke with W and just stand there and laugh at them?
I remember when it was really broken that, yeah, you just W'd and took the entirety of someone's health bar.
Yeah, then they removed that crit thing, so you could poke smudge.
I can't remember, and No Flame to Martin, Reckless, who's on the desk. Did he get smashed by AP Zeri in the LFL, or smash someone with AP Zeri in the LFL? Because I remember one of those things happened.
It was an AP Zeri mid, and then, like for 1 week people were playing AP Zeri mid, and then all of a sudden it just disappeared.
Yeah.
I think people realized, like, hang on a second, this champ's just broken bot lane. Or it got changed. Either of the two. There was a world where it was possible, and now the world is returned where it's possible once again.
Adam and Evie trading a little bit here, and again, we're just going to have to track how this bot lane works. I imagine it's going to be a lot less of a farm fest than the previous lane was. Seraphine Wave Cleater is good, but we'll need some more levels under her belt before she can just delete that wave.
So, quick explanation about what's going on in general, if we're getting time here. Gale Force got nerfed, Aphelios got nerfed, Zeri got nerfed, all of these AD carries got nerfed, barring Xayah. Xayah kind of struggles against a lot of range, though.
Yeah.
So the meta right now is shifted to AD mids. You'll see Jace, you'll see Tristana with Kraken Slayer and such like this. You'll see Yone a lot in the LPL and the LCK. And then it's mostly like AP bots, which are kind of like Varus with Nashor's Tooth, Seraphine now, Ziggs, the Kai'Sa as well. And I think that's all we'll be seeing for the next few weeks.
Mercer keeping this trade going, Aftershock proc, but Crownie stepping up, and yeah, you highlighted. I mean, on top of that, you're switching to engage supports on the bottom lane, which means you can put a lot of damage in different places. You're no longer reliant on engage coming from the jungle, although we do still see a Sejuani.
Yeah, and metas are normally like very domino effecty. You know, if AP bot lane has become good, then AD mids become good, and if AD mids become good, then AP junglers become good, and vice versa. So we'll see if Jankos can pull this gank off.
Jankos dashing in. Adam still has the slice or the dice, not sure which, to get out to safety.
So yeah, when BDS went through the draft, you need the Lilia, don't you? If you want to play this AD Zeri, you need AP from somewhere. And champions like Karthus, Evelynn, Lilia, they really love being the solo AP on the team because you just build full damage and no magic resist will be built up. Nice trade from Nuke there onto BTO, who's not running the fleet, he's running the lethal tempo as expected, just for that extra damage, but not enough sustain now.
Yeah, in terms of the straight-up burst trades, obviously Jace just does so much work there in the early game, even if Tristana can still get that push so often because of the explosive shot. Really curious to see how this Lilia works out, as Crownie is going to get rooted there by Flakked. Lilia, a champion we've seen in the hands of Yike most recently. Obviously, you highlighted Kanavi as well. AP champions in general, you talk about this all the time, Cage, when we talk about jungler. If they get any kind of snowball, it just starts snowballing faster than any other kind of champion because it increases their clear speed so significantly. Early itemization for AP champions is everything in the jungle.
Yeah, I remember that Kanavi game. He was playing Lilia against Rare Atom, and they were like almost losing a fight, and Kanavi just like 1v4 them randomly, playing that Demonic Embrace, Leandry's kind of build, just burning straight through them. We saw that, I can't remember when it was, last year sometime, the Lilia, maybe around MSI time, off the top of my head. And now it's back in action. Same kind of build. And yeah, we'll see if Shio goes for the early boots as well. Gonna keep clearing through his camps. Of course, he's done a full clear now on 28 CS. And now he's gonna continue through.
Damn. You know what, Cadril? I have a sneaky suspicion that this is gonna be a quieter game. I think we scale.
We are scaling. Unless Adam go on dive him.
No, he just wants to plate.
Go on, get the rage up.
Yeah.
10 seconds on W.
No, he's just eating 1,000,000 damage to get that plate.
Yummy. Breaks up soon. Shio's gonna go for... Wow, Shio's greedy. He's done a full clear, cleared his respawn Raptors.
He's already on the way.
And double crab, and he's going for Sejuani Raptor.
That's a bit of an oopsie there. The root now coming through. LeBron on the backside to try to save him. Do they want to flash to follow? No, happy for now just to bully Shio out of their jungle there.
Jankos tried that early top gank, right? I remember seeing it. Was that after 3 camps topside or something along those lines? I mean,
might have been.
I can see this jungle.
Keep in mind,
right now
contesting those wolves, while it does help make sure that the wolves are there and available for Jankos, does mean losing the cannon on the bottom side of the map. So Flakked and Mercer do have to give up a little bit of something to be there to stop that jungle invade from happening.
Lilia just wants a power farm. No, most AP junglers just power farm, power farm, power farm. You only really go for ganks or dives that are 100% guaranteed because every second of your time needs to be spent farming Lilia, Karthus, Evelynn, whatever it may be in Italy. And so Shio's just finished his camp. He's going to base, go to his top camps, Wolf Gromp respawn, then back to bot side, maybe start a Drake or something. Unless there's a 80-90% chance of a play happening.
Yeah.
So that's why he's not really doing anything. Jankos can't really find anything because he's basically... Shio's told his team, hey guys, I'm farming. Please don't overtrade, but call me if you need cover.
Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Adam just sustaining so much pressure here. 500 individual gold advantage. He's going to grab his second plate. 5 minutes and 45 seconds into the game. Just ticks over to level 6. Evie on his first back with TP. Only able to pick up the chain vest there. Not going to feel too bad, but this is a brutal top lane matchup at this moment.
Always stinks to see a -1 on a cannon. And we've all been there so many times.
Yeah.
Gonna ward the Raptor respawn. That'll be the 3rd camp respawn, I think, for Shio.
The trick is to play roles where you don't have to CS, and then you never have to get good at CSing.
Why should you never became a jungler, buddy?
I've tried. You have to know too much. I like being a support, because you just ping aggressively and place wards, and you just act like everyone else is making mistakes.
But you do gotta last hit the cannons with, like, relic shields.
Yeah, I mean, okay, but that's like God and Execute on it.
Yeah.
They even, I remember
those, it's bannable.
played a lot of Thresh back when he got no ranged Execute, and I whiffed a lot of cannons.
You were that guy, huh?
I stopped playing Thresh. I stopped taking Relic Shield.
Are you the support that'll always just take the plate that's free?
Back when coin was free, or back when coin was an item, I'd take coin on Thresh because I was so afraid of messing up my Relic Shield last hits on cannons.
Just one that guaranteed gold extra.
You're just like, oh yeah, you just take it, bro. I've got it's some sick tech. Don't worry about it.
Nuke's been landing so many shock blasts.
70 left on the
I was saying, when you play support, do you take the plate golds from your AD? You do?
Yeah.
You're such a red.
I play Pike and Bard with Dead Man's Plate. I need my money.
And Halo Blades.
And Halo Blades. Let's go.
So you miss every cannon. You play
Miss
Halo
every
Blades,
cannon.
Bard Pike. You leave lane, but come back to take plates.
You know what I do at level 1 as Bard? I walk into lane with my Q and my passive, and I assert dominance.
With one auto and run away.
One auto. And you know what? You can say a lot about Bards who take Guardian like cowards, but you cannot say that they assert dominance. As now Jankos, he's gonna get out of here. But Chio appears to be inserting his own dominance here on the top side of the Rift. So he was just gonna take away the red.
I think that Brock didn't have the crash over the wall there. Was on cooldown as a remount. So they get the red. No Raptors available though. Gonna move towards mid as Mercer's covering BT on the push out. Thumbs up, and that's as much action as we've had in the last 8 minutes.
And right now, top side for BDS looking solid. Jace winning out on so many of these trades, even if the CS difference isn't massive. And Adam smashing here in the 1v1 this far. Good news is Evie's finally caught up to CS, but Chio pulling wildly ahead of this Sejuani early on.
Jankos looking for Adam, no dash.
Adam pushed back into the wall, flash into safety just before Evie's able to ult. The ulti going wide. He thought it was a Gragas ult. You can't blame him for that one, Adam. Getting pushed back by Evie now, going to try to hold on for the cold to try to get a bit more healing. Needs to sidestep Evie's Q3, and he does. Adam holding on for so long. The dash out to safety. He can't make it out of this one. But yes, he can! No way, Evie! Oh my goodness! Adam is so good! And yeah, Team Heretics made a lot of mistakes.
Okay, well, Adam is so good. That was sick. We'll go through it on the replay.
What?
We'll go through it on the replay.
Every outplay is also a misplay, Mark.
Valid.
You may give credit where you choose
It's
to
like,
give
you know
credit.
that famous Zed?
I will give credit to Adam.
You know that famous Faker play on Zed where he like outplays Ryu in season whatever it was, 3 I think it was? It's iconic. You know, half the comments nowadays, like back in the days, we were like, that's insane. That's the biggest outplay I've ever seen. You know, Faker, what was that? Nowadays, I see the clip like brought up, and people are like, look at how cool this was back in the days. Half the comments are like, yeah, but Shen had ult, why didn't he use it? It's like, that's what people have gathered from that play now. It's like, why did Shen ult the Zed? So
if you're willing to be negative, everything can be negative.
Knockback, flash away from Adam, ult goes to Narnia, but then it's still playable. Just the thing that happens here is Evie gets the ult, then the Qs are going to go wide. So this first one, quite a miss, swing and a miss. Now watch this EQ here from Evie. W misses, hits, EQ misses again. Now he flashes.
Okay.
That one kind of hit, not sure, but yeah. Could have been easier.
All right.
Could have been 1 for 0, but still, they got the kill.
So you have a choice. You can choose Evie's never allowed in a gun range with accuracy like that, or you can choose Adam, you know, cast him in the new step up alongside Channing Tatum with that fancy footwork. You can choose the positive or negative of that. Either way, ridiculous play.
No, yeah. Well,
and Adam now at a 1,000 gold lead. So if there's anyone who's won it, it's most certainly Adam.
Yeah, definitely. He's up a lot of experience as well.
Take as many plates as he wants.
God, it's so obnoxious, and he just stands there menacingly and just hits the plates in your face. And Evie can't really answer back. Normally it's like, guys, watch out, Cassante's gonna knock you into the tower and ult you. Adam's like, but I'm already under the tower, how can he knock me under it?
That's where I want to be.
That's exactly where I want to be.
So, yeah, this game. So in the previous game, Adam was doing well. Jankos came topside. They shut Adam down. They slowed him down. And then once the rest of Team Heretics got in the landing phase, everybody came topside to shut Adam down. It was the double TP top from Flacket and VTO to find those kills. I think it's one of the big reasons that they won on top of VTO on that Kai'Sa. This time around, they have not been successful whatsoever in shutting Adam down. We'll have to see if they find a better option here as we get later into the game.
Every lane's pretty even other than top. As Adam, we could ultimate.
Here we go. Round 2. This time, surely they've got him. It's a stun. The Q, guaranteed. They make it work.
Easy does it.
Redemption for Evie.
Man, I feel like this whole series is gank top, kill. Gank top, kill.
And it's just working over and over again, whether it's Adam or Ebby falling short to the ganks, or it's a trade-off. Ebby's gonna get this push out, he has TP. Does Adam have TP up? He does, so he won't miss out on too much. Maybe if Ebby has Demolish, he can get a plate back in time, but also needs to take that reset. Crowny gonna step up for a plate of zone. Now the interesting moment of the Zeri is, she has the static shiv. Is she gonna build towards Night Harvester, or is she gonna go towards Navori? I would love to see an AP Zeri with a Jace. That's a lot of hope. With a Lilia, who's got a bowling ball that, you know, bowls and does kind of...
Yeah, you're saying a lot of words. I like most of them. AP Zeri, good. Agree.
Crowny he just wants to ult there.
Just wants to ult the wave.
Get that wave in.
Push the wave in so you can get the reset. Got the magic boots too, and you can see the 3 members on BDS that you would very much like to have gold are all rich. So the game looking pretty good thus far.
Yeah, it is indeed. You can see Crowny's base actually stopped there. I think he was a bit scared of some kind of blind hook into the bush by Mercer. So he's gonna back away, catch another wave. Doesn't want to take a reset just yet. First Dragon went over to BDS. Second Dragon spawning in 1 minute 50. Chemtech Dragon, which means we'll have an interesting soul, hopefully.
Alright, hook in onto LeBron. LeBron just jumps right back out.
Yep.
Again, not a whole lot of action here on the bottom side. A lot of damage right now is the thing for BDS. A lot of more squishy champions as we get to these fights. The potential for burst damage comes through inside of Team Heretics, but Yankees opting for the even shroud here. So just trying to amp up the damage. I feel like it's all eyes on VTO in this game. Seraphine will do a lot of damage as we get later in the game, but still, when it comes to sustained damage output, Tristana's going to need to be the one making it happen, but I don't think it's going to be easy with a Renekton this fed, with a Jace who's sitting pretty comfortably in lane, and Crowny who's going AD.
Yeah, he's going AD. He's got the BF sword, going to go towards Navori. It makes sense. Lilia wants to be the only AP champ. There was a world where it was possible with the poke from Jace and Shio's ganking top.
I think he's trying to pull the wave. He doesn't want the wave to hit into the tower. I like to play from Evie over y'all. Are they going to put Cassante to sleep? No. No nap time for Cassante.
Yeah, Labrov was up here. Yeah, 3-manning top with Herald up in 50 seconds, so not much to do. They got the top push for Adam. They're going to move towards mid now. Mercer's going to match. Yankos is going to match as well. 3v3 around this area. That bowling ball is still going.
Little tumbleweed coming through there.
Ooh, Evie. Hit him with it.
Evie. Can he finally all in? The pushback. Adam immediately ulting there. Nice to get the ult out of the Renekton before any potential fight. Team Heretics now seeing an angle to try to force a fight here in the mid lane. LeBron holding on to ultimate, going right back into the fight. What a turn from LeBron. The confidence to pull the trigger. All of BDS immediately follow up.
4-man Magnet Storm coming out. I think that was a 3-man sleep as well. Ebby just TP'd bot and gave up his tower. Adam just thumbs up, saying, great, you TP'd, but your whole team's dead. Little bit late arrival from the top lane from Heretics there means that they're going to lose top tower, they're going to lose Drake, they're going to lose bot tower, and they're going to lose mid tower. That's 4 objectives and 4 kills over to BDS in a span of 30 seconds.
And after that game 1, I wasn't sure how BDS would look coming into this game 2, but they are looking so damn good. LeBron on this rel. I mean, there's a reason we see the champion taken away, but that was an incredibly clutch turn.
That's crazy, isn't it? They had so much pushing lanes. They literally just got all 3 altars from one single fight. And they're going to get the Drake and get out as well. There's nothing Heretics can do.
They're rich as hell.
Yeah, look at the gold swing all of a sudden. How did Labrov get that 4-man Magnet Storm on top of what must have been a shock? Ooh, it was the bowling ball land onto Yankos. Hook lands. Labrov flash jumps in.
He's charmed, but it doesn't matter. He's already cast all the spells.
Sleep onto 2, I think it was. And yeah, Crowny just cleaning house, isn't he?
That was sick.
Yeah.
Well played, LeBron.
It's nice to see these engaged supports back.
In the land of engaged supports, never give me EU Karma. Always give me EU Rel, EU Nautilus.
Yeah, EU Pike.
EU Pike.
In every lane.
Every lane.
Not just support.
Well, Crowny now has a 1.7k individual gold lead.
Yep.
Adam is 1.3k ahead. You got a Jace that's 1,000 gold ahead. This game is starting to feel pretty damn unplayable for Team Heretics. The good news is they've got 3 beefy boys that can body block a lot of those Jace skill shots coming in towards the Seraphine or the Tristana. But right now, these lanes are just going to feel tough to play out.
They got some good scaling as well. Tristana and Seraphine.
Forward, pull back. May have caught out Labrov here. Pull back over the wall to the rest of the team. Should be a quick pick. Something positive instead of Team Heretics.
Nice kill from Ebby there, helping his team out. 100% kill participation from the top laner. 2 ganks from Yankos. Nice pick from him. He's going to go back and catch that top wave. So 2 dragons over to BDS. 3 minutes, 40 seconds away from the next, but no pushing lanes. So means that kill doesn't really translate into anything. Nuke has flash up, and Yankos will somewhat spot him out.
Still trying to take control mid lane. Tough for Flacken to walk up here. Tumbleweed doesn't connect, so he'll be able to walk away on that one.
Crownie just one-shot the wave, so Adam couldn't dash through the range creep if he wanted to stun him. Nuke.
Walks in, tries to take it. Jankos is going to take away the buff, though. They'll force out his smite.
Yep.
Still 3 minutes away. And again, there's no real big objective to play for here. This should be Team Heretics' time to farm quietly and just try to hold on to as much control of their own jungle as possible. But if you hear him on stage right now, very vocal, perhaps planning something.
Yeah, I can hear Labrov screaming where he wants to fight, sort of. Not specifics, but I heard the word fight. So he's probably setting up topside vision, seeing if they phase check into that zone, because still no dragon for a while. There's no reason for Heretics to step up. You know what you say in a game like this when you lose a fight, when you lose so many objectives? You say, let's stall for our lives. Play defensive vision, play on their phase checks, see if they overextend, catch waves, and try to maybe make picks if you overgroup on one side. There's not many plays you can do, but it's just a case of waiting for BDS to make mistakes. And we'll see if they do. Lots of deep vision now being placed, and they're playing towards Nuke's lane, who's landing a lot of trades onto this Tristana BTO.
Well played from Nuke to hit the edge there. Get a bit more damage onto BTO here on the bottom side of the map. Adam keeping the pressure up top side, continuing to hold on to his lead. And this is the frustrating part for BDS right now, is that while you are wildly far ahead, it's so early in the game and there are no objectives on the map, so there's no really big, meaningful way to snowball your lead unless kind of Team Heretics overstep or overcommit.
Just kind of waiting for dragons, really. The question is, can Heretics make a pick here onto Adam?
They're going to try.
Too. This is a lot.
Game 1, maybe they can make it happen game 2. 3 stacks, 4. TP coming out. Trading BTO's TP for nukes.
They got Adam's flash as well, so in the end, beneficial for Heretics. The only thing is now, they're probably going to have to get Ebby towards the bot side and catch these side lanes, depending on where they need him. Maybe keep him top if they're going to fight this dragon.
Okay, Shio gets the big truck. That's annoying.
Red buff. It's my fight. This is going to be exciting.
Heavy stepping up, though. This is a bit risky to even walk forward here. Shio's going to grab that one. Goes unstoppable. Shio now following up. Shock blast damage.
And now they're going to move through mid towards this dragon area and put their wards down. The problem is Labrov has no wards left. Might want to take a recall before this spawn to refresh those. But it looks like actually they're going to pivot backwards. Go towards top. Maybe Heretics will be caught napping, expecting them to have backed off already, and then they can make a pick. But they're just going to siege down this tower. Jankos has the ult. Ebby has the TP. No wards behind. Everyone's grouped up here, so they need to be careful here, BDS.
Poke is so obnoxious for BTO. So hard for him to step forward here.
Oh.
Ulti going wide again from Jankos.
Nice dash away from Adam there. Preemptively expecting some kind of Sejuani ult and dashing out. 35 seconds on the spawn. See if both teams try to set up and fight it. Crownie's getting the mid push. Herald kind of wasted here by Jankos. Probably running out. Not much he can do with it, really. That's never going to crash, is it? BDS is going to stop that straight away. Ebby's going to take a base or be ready with a TP. A lot of pings on one of the wards, but their main form of engage, which is the Sejuani ult, is down. Very tough situation here for Heretics.
Yeah, counter engage for Team Heretics pretty damn good with the Seraphine ultimate, but when you're this far behind, when you're not getting objective set up first, not a lot that can be done without that Sejuani ultimate. BDS, as you highlighted, just gonna deny the Herald charge.
Midway.
Now, set their sights on this third Drake.
Yeah, let's see. Labrov, he has flash. Shio has flash as well. Could be a big Magna Storm, could be a big sleep. And Heretics, are they going to try and force their way in? They could go towards this Baron, but I can tell you for a fact they don't have the damage for this Baron whatsoever with the Seraphine. Cassante, Tristana barely has an item and a half, so as much as they're in this top side, you can see BDS are still committing towards this dragon. They realize, yeah, you guys have no chance. So nothing's going to happen.
Yeah, and soul point for BDS now. And the awkward thing is BDS don't need to overforce or overcommit. You can see that while Labrov has a lot of tools to kick a fight off, he knows that if he doesn't hit, 3 or 4 members, it's not a reliable, guaranteed team fight, so why not just play it slow, take it slow? Controlled gameplay here from BDS.
Running out of options for Heretics as well. But we scaling.
Yeah.
We buying time. We ain't got... Do they have any static shield? I don't think they do.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, we'll see at this stage. I think that there are still avenues for Team Heretics to come back in this game, but it does rely on, BDS overcommitting or Team Heretics kind of outplaying individually.
Ooh, Adam, they found the weak spot. Maybe they can get a kill, but BDS's reinforcements are here.
Rob zooming in. Stun will come through. Mercer going to get the hook in the wall just to make sure he can get out.
I feel like Heretics has planned this whole series. It's like, is Adam on a side lane? Yep. All right, let's
get
go.
Him.
See if we can get a kill.
He did pick the Thanos skin, so, lines up.
Is that the Thanos skin on Renekton?
That's what it looks like to me every time I see it.
Is Jankos Iron Man?
Did Iron Man whip a lot of shots? I don't remember that part of the movie.
Maybe Hawkeye then.
I don't know that one. Yeah, he's a stormtrooper. We're mixing universes now.
Am I?
No, I am. I'm mixing universes.
Oh.
No, you're nailing it. You got them all. You got the Marvel canon right.
Brownie.
Okay, free tier 2. Crownie gonna be not quite free. Ooh. Flashed away from though on that ultimate. That doesn't count as a whiff.
Yeah,
nope.
doesn't count.
Doesn't count. Got the flash out, so positive overall, but trading flash for flash as well as the ult. And Crownie's ghost for a tier 2, not ideal. Shock blast gonna hit Mersa. BDS. I mean, LeBron sees him in the choke, but I think the moment has passed.
Got rooted there. Bowling ball's gonna go between the goalposts, and Heretics are scared of this Baron rush. But again, BDS's Baron, not the quickest. They need a third item on Crownie here, depending on what he's building. Looking at the Ghost, I expect he's going Mercurial third here or something. We'll have to see.
Yeah, definitely could be the option. BTO just really needs to complete a second item at this point, but...
Yeah, how long's he been sitting on that Caulfield's crit cloak?
Quite a while.
My man's trying to find Navori at a discount price, but no one's giving it to him.
Yeah, rude. He's waiting for the Black Friday sale, but it's like, what, 6 months away?
Yeah, we're in summer.
We're in summer, man.
We ain't got no Navori summer sales.
There's no Cyber Monday, whatever this is, LEC Sunday. There's no sales, buddy.
Everything's closed on a Sunday anyway.
Yeah, it's Germany. You can't buy anything today.
Shield boat picked up for Crownie. Level 14. Okay. It's going to be a tanky Zeri.
Yeah. Has the extra sustain too, and again, a relatively low damage profile overall for Team Heretics. Outside of when Cassante is ulting, you really only have the 2 damage threats, and even then, Seraphine not building full damage.
Sleepy time for Flacket? No, it's not.
Finally, it's happening. He paid full price. He committed.
He committed. Couldn't find any discounts. And took a while to arrive. A couple days.
Yeah. No prime on that one.
BDS on the top side jungle. Trying to force Heretics out. We'll see if they land any poke.
And there's 2 items now on this Lilia. So every one of those little swirl seeds is going to be super annoying.
Yeah. LeBron, is he going to fancy an engage stun?
Poking Yanko.
Flash ult there on the 4-man, but he doesn't want to risk it. It's a bit hard for his team to follow up. Crownie's going to have to full send, full commit, and he has no summoners. Does Yankos just pull the trigger eventually? He's getting chunked out. That man needs a Warmogs.
Yep.
Can you find that on a Sunday?
Fishing for an angle. The pullback coming through. They need to delete him before he can use his ultimate, and they're going to be able to knock him back and keep him out of the fight. Flacket on the backside, though, to sleep. The ulti coming through from Flacket. Buffer just in time. Keep your eyes on VTO. It's VTO versus the world. Can he do it? No, he's jumping out to safety. Crownie isolated by Abby, but he comes out on top in the 1v1. The shock blast connects. Nuke to the skies. Brings down the hammer on Team Heretics in game 2.
And just like that, I think the game might be over. 30 seconds on Flacket, 40 seconds on VTO. The carries are down, but they don't have a wave in mid. Maybe they're just going to have to settle for 2 inhibitors here. Bit of an annoying spot for BDS because they did have a wave, but it did thin out as they went for that last kill. Not even going to get double inhibitors, just the top inhibitor tower and the mid inhib is going to fall. But look at the summoners on Heretics. They're all basically gone, so I think BDS can just take a base here, pick up their soul, and then move to the Nash.
Yeah, for BDS, at this point, this game feels over. Feels like a victory lap, but you can see here, it starts off okay for Team Heretics as they're able to deny LeBron's engage, but it's not enough.
A lot wasted on that rel, a lot used to get the kill, and then by the time they do, look at that shield flash Q ult, that's a 4-man Drowsy coming in, but LeBron's basically dead, so it looks like a 3-man VTO jumps away. Heavy tries his best to answer back after the first kill comes through, onto shield, goes onto Crownie, Crownie wins those, VTO trying to run away, but you can see Nuke lands a shock blast, gets smooth beat, and now we're back to live, where Heretics are desperate to fight this dragon.
Adam now going in, clean, engage, kick things off. Flacket ultimate not going to do much of anything. Crownie untouched, everybody untouched. BDS, no surprise to see them dominate a fight with this kind of gold advantage. VTO trying to get 1 back. He will find 1. He will jump over the wall. He will try to make it out safety, but Crownie will still find the kill. That's 1 very sleepy Flacket to be taken out of the game. A T1 flare to flash out. Back-to-back fights for BDS here to close it out.
Nuke even TP top thinking the fight was won, and then he ran back mid like, oh, maybe it's not 1. Small windows as VTO got 1 in return, but didn't find any more. BDS going to take game 2 here in this best-of-3 series, which means BDS are 1 win away from locking themselves in the season finals.
Impressive stuff, an incredible spring. Okay, winter, and now potentially another incredible split here as their first best-of-3 in summer. They will match up 1-1 against Team Heretics, bringing us to a game 3.
These games are just
nothing and then everything out of nowhere.
And then everything. Just handshake farm, go even. Everyone's kind of like pole champing, waiting for the one fight, and then boom.
But I will say, it was, when we saw Team Heretics win that first game, it was a lot of, they built CS advantages, they kind of limited Adam. There was just about total dominance across the entire map for BDS in this game.
Yeah.
Shio building these jungle advantages, Evie falling wildly far behind in the 1v1, Nuke playing very well on the Jace, which I wasn't actually ready for. I got used to thinking of him as a guy with a limited but effective champion pool, and now it seems like that effective champion pool is growing. So BDS Game 2, looking strong overall. That's enough from us, however. We're going to toss to a quick break. When we return, Game 3, Team Heretics versus BDS. Who will come out on top?
Each game is inspired by movement. The drive is to be one move ahead of everyone else, to be legendary. Are you ready to make your move? Make it legendary. Join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
welcome back to the LEC, everyone, as BDS comes back here in Game 2 of this best of 3, and we will go to Game 3 versus Team Heretics. And guys, we were criticizing the approach of BDS and the execution actually in Game 1. How much did we like what they tried here in Game 2?
At first glance, I was actually quite worried because I felt like they were digging themselves a hole in the draft with showing both solo laners, first 3, both being 80 solo laners, first 3. And having to go AP jungle no matter what 4-5. At first glance, I was really thinking to myself, this is never going to be able to be figured out. And they locked in Seri, Lilia. I was kind of hesitant. And then Shio went on to have a really good game, honestly, from start to finish. And I think he had a big impact on this game. And it feels like he kind of saved it together with Labrov in a fight that we saw earlier on in the game.
Yeah, but I also think just like... don't want to say Lucky Bear is a very good scenario for them to find a Lily as well, specifically into the Sejuani. It's something we saw Yike do a lot in winter, where he kept bringing out the Lilia in a meta that was majority dominated by Sejuani and Maokai back then. So now as well, when you can still take over the jungle like this, especially when Jankos was trying to get so many ganks onto Adam up in that top side, you actually suddenly got something. And it wasn't in the fact that you got kills suddenly on the map, other side of the map, but you got different kinds of tempo. You had the fact that you had an XP lead on the Lilia. You saw it even when he was invading on red side as well. He was level 6 before Jankos, so Jankos couldn't even get his own jungle anymore. And just very early into the game, I saw a glimmer of the old BDS where it's like, we have a lead on Shio, we play for it. They had one little oopsie where they counter jungled on blue buff and they almost died, but outside of that fact, I think it was a really good pick to rally behind.
And on the other side, for Team Heretics, I want to ask you guys, what is Seraphine supposed to do here? Is this a champion that we like in this meta? We know that Flecket liked it last year when he was playing with G2. I don't really see the purpose of Seraphine in this draft.
So I think they had a similar idea in this game as to the first one, where they wanted to play a self-sustaining AD carry in the Seraphine and have everyone kind of play around Vitio once again on the Tristana. It sort of felt forced in this time because I think Kai'Sa is way more powerful than Tristana is right now, especially since Tristana is not even building static Shiv, as far as I can see in these games. And Seraphine is also a harder champion in my mind to execute than the Ziggs because she is actually vulnerable on her own, meanwhile Ziggs can kind of just throw his bombs from outside of the screen and have no one go on him. So it felt sort of like they went for the same ideas as in the first game, but with suboptimal champions this time.
But I kind of got the essence of it that you wanted that Enchanter, right? You wanted to have that extra CC you could have in the team fights when you had the Sejuani. And like, let's be honest, had they accelerated, it probably would have been harder for BDS to play the game, but I think BDS also had better answers, right? The fact that they still had a static shift use to themselves meant that Seri could just one-shot the waves. So bot laners are just in this situation where they just bounce back and forth. They just bounce. They're just playing ping pong down in that bot lane until you get to the late game. So that's why the bot lane gets kind of stale in general, or the game in general gets really stale. But it also just really benefited them because now they actually had more range to play around with. They had better team fighting tools to approach this Seraphine with. Even when she got ultimates down, she still died in team fight because Laprop just straight up flashed into the ultimate, did not care he was going to get chomped.
And there's amazing scaling, I feel, on the side of Team BDS with the Jace, with the Zeri, even though we don't like the champion in this meta. But for me, I'm just wondering if Team Heretics didn't insist enough on mid lane, because for me, Jace is the kind of champions, if you shut it down early, it's really going to be really hard to come back with it.
I definitely think they wanted to with the Nautilus to have possibilities to move out and be there before the rail. They just never really got to that point. It felt like they really wanted to replicate game 1 where they shut down Adam and try and get a lead through that they didn't try to push as much as they could in that mid lane. And you saw laning phase as well. It was actually Nuke who was pushing Vitio behind his turret the entire time. So he didn't really have that mid lane to play for.
Yeah, and I also think Adam did a better job this game, even though it's not a great job. He has probably 5 or 6 isolated deaths this series, but he still had a 1,000 gold lead after dying twice, almost taking a full tower on his own. So it felt like he did a better job at not only getting the pressure to him, but still continuing his Adam thing that he usually goes for.
Yeah, that was what's really interesting about Adam in this game. It's the fact that he plays completely ignorant of the enemy jungler and just say, I'm going to hit this tower. I don't really care if anyone's here. If you're here, you kill me, good, you get a kill. If not, I'm still going for plates. It's kind of a bow strategy, I'm not going to lie, with the way that he played it, where it's like, if I die, I die, you know? But it works out, and it creates so much pressure, but Jankos has to be, if I'm not top lane, this enemy top laner is just getting everything off my top laner. There's nothing I can do about it.
Absorbing the pressure, being the bait of the team so that the rest of the team can focus on the rest of the map. I want to focus on one specific fight here. It is the Drake fight, because I like the fact that Team Heretics is trying to engage with the tools they have, but when you know that you have a Lilia and a Rel that can be ready to strike back, this is when it becomes dangerous, GB.
Oh, absolutely. And this is one of the interesting plays where we can actually see, if we bring up the replay as well, is that we will actually have a situation where BDS is looking to get control of the river area. Currently, right now, it's actually owned by Team Heretics. You can see on the minimap that Seraphine is moving up as well. And for Seraphine, what you really want is slow combined with your ultimate and your E at the same time. So they're genuinely looking for a play here where you can see Mercer move up. And all they're thinking about right here is Flacket is going to come in with the ultimate. I'm going to have my Seraphine ultimate on these members, and we're going to get easy kills. What's really crucial is what Labrov does instead. They're trying to CC him off. They're trying to get it down. He does not care. He will instantly flash in on Flacket, completely ignoring every member. 4-man into the sleep that also came from Shio at the same time, into the queue that unfortunately from New gets stunned, but it's already too late. Crowny has joined the fray, and it's just really good disengage for BDS in general, but also for Labrov to have that split decision-making where it's just like, I'm going in, and I don't care. We're taking this fight. So yeah, generally really good way to salvage a fight there. And since the game was so stale in the early game, this was really what just swung the gold lead. As soon as this play happened, it was Drake, it was Towers. It was almost a game that just got lost there.
Pretty much the game from that point, yeah. And I think that's a clear indication as to why Rel is so strong in this patch, because normally before you would have to build a comp together with the Rel that's going in. And in this case, you don't necessarily have that. In this scenario, neither. It's just Rel on her own doing a game-winning play. Lilia had a big impact as well on it, but I really feel like this shows the power of Rel, that she can just do that on her own without having a tether to anyone, just going on her own and making that 4-man play.
I mean, actually, the more enemies engage at you, the better, because you have less distance to get close with the champion. Super powerful champion, and I really like the priority on the side of BDS with the Rel. What do we want to see here in Game 3? For both these teams, we have Heretics on blue side. Thank you very much. So yeah, back to maybe the champions that made them successful. If they can grab them, I'm not sure Kai'Sa is going to be open.
Kai'Sa will be banned on red side this time around.
Be,
just a small hunch, and at least something you have to do against Vito. It's kind of mental though, isn't it? That like a mid laner, a Kai'Sa Vito will have this much pressure in terms of a champion like this. I know you were talking about it as well earlier. It's almost just, unbelievable.
Yeah, it's just crazy to think that you have to ban an AD carry champion against the mid laner. Otherwise, you're probably about to lose the game. If I'm Heretics, though, in the next game, I don't think I'm forcing this comp again. I feel like with the Kai'Sa, it makes sense. Kai'Sa's really strong. She's going for the static shifts. You can play around that and have her be your pressure point in the game. But Tristana doesn't feel the same form to me, because she doesn't go for a static shift. So I would rather then see them go for something else in this next game, because I feel like without the Kai'Sa, there's no point in running this mage bot lane. I would rather just see a traditional AD carry.
Maybe giving the Jace to VTO this time. I doubt that he's going to see LeBlanc. It's been banned every time here. Kai'Sa again. I don't feel like Tristana is a good pick here. I'm just browsing through the mid lane champions.
Yeah, but I think what's really curious is that you have to take a look at the first 3 bans on BDS, because this is a question as well. Immediately, my mind goes to like, give them Maokai. Do not get Vito de LeBlanc either. Do not give them Evie the Rumble on the top side either. The champion is simply too strong right now. So you're going to have to give over the Maokai. If you give over the Maokai, that is still playable in terms of giving champions. And I feel like that's the easiest solution straight from the bans.
When you look at what's at stake here for both teams, we know that Team BDS lock in season finals with this win. On the other side, you have Heretics who actually need to take this one to have the highest hopes of making it to the next stage and potentially locking season finals. So when it comes to how the series played out so far, who should have the momentum and the best chances of taking the series, would you say?
I would honestly like to say Heretics. I think it's partly blue side, partly also them overforcing in this game. I feel like they actually had a good thing going in this game as well, up until this fight we looked at earlier. So if they can somehow they just need to find a way to deal with Adam first. But if they can somehow just do that, then I have my hopes on Heretics actually for the next game.
I think I like that. I think blue side definitely is a very strong one. But I think Shio came alive, a bit more alive as well. I think they found a more valuable strategy to play
Yeah.
into Team Heretics, because if you can punish Jankos if he's on top side the entire time, if you can limit the playmaking potential that VTO will have, I think those are the key things you need to focus on, and then actually have something that you can play through for Shio as well. Keep Laprov on the engage. Like, this should just be Laprov meta. The fact that he no longer has to play these enchanters and he can actually play these champions, he can be a bit, well, almost Hylissang-esque, where he's just flipping it. I feel like that's something that really benefits it, and maybe something BDS have lacked a bit, the fact that there's this proactivity to go for.
And I'm just wondering, how can I put this? Did BDS overcome their demons from the regular season? Because it was lacking execution. They're really relying on having a good early game and having Sheo put in a good situation to help his teammates. Heretics know this, so I'm just wondering how this one's going to play out. What kind of champions can they give Sheo to give him this agency he needs in the early game? And that's what we will see right now with the draft. What do we expect teams to open here? We talked about BDS bans. What do you want to see in the first round?
Definitely Kai'Sa out. I think LeBlanc out as well. It's just about controlling VTO, I guess, and for Heretics, controlling Adam, because I think Adam is just soaking so much pressure in the game. And I feel like if Jankos just has to repeatedly go there...
Oh, and yeah. So, LeBlanc is out, Kai'Sa is out, of course. Yeah.
I feel like this is just Team Heretics going back to where they came from, right? So they're just getting rid of the rail. This also just means that they want other options to have first pickable for them. It is a good Mercer champion as well, don't get me wrong, but they have other options they can go for. And it's actually the Maokai that they keep on the ban table. I feel like Rumble is good here. It's one of these champions where all over the world, people have just struggled with what counters Rumble. What do we go against Rumble? But no, it's actually VTO taking the priority straight onto one to Tristana. I was wondering if this is them saying, Adam, we know you don't play Rumble.
It's still a flex.
There's a good chance to get it anyway.
Yeah.
Wrap around.
It's still a flex though. We know that Tristana can be played bot. A good option though. And yeah, we'll have Nuke back on the Jace. It's been successful in games.
So maybe in other scenarios you would go for the Sejuani here, but I don't think you lean into the Sejuani-Lilia matchup again.
Yeah.
I think it's really important now if you're Heretics to recognize that Sheo has to go for an AP jungle. Or they have to play a mage bot, but that's unlikely to happen. I don't think Crown is necessarily a mage player, so you know that Sheo wants to go for an AP jungle, so you shouldn't lean into a matchup that would be possible in.
And we've seen this one be banned a lot, but it's finally coming out. It's something that's really benefited of the double AD combo. I know you are very fond of this in Korea.
I love it. Yeah. But the issue I have for this, because I saw it often in Korea, you want to have the double AD usually played alongside the Ivern, but it's such a specific gameplay. If you can put it in place, it's going to be insanely strong. But it's really easy to be countered, especially in the early game and the setups that you need to be able to offer with the Ivern. So I'm really interested in seeing how Heretics is going to be able to maneuver this champion, because Ivern is really specific in the gameplay that it requires.
Oh yeah, there's all sorts of different pathings you can take. You can also have a super speed pathing if you actually want on Ivern. It's not always that beneficial, but his clear can be insane if you want to feel good about yourself. And it's actually a Gragas here
AP
for
Gragas
Sheo,
jungle,
which can be quite facilitating, help them out in a team fight. Not going to have the same kind of clear speed that we saw on the Lilia just now, but that leaves open AD carries to be taking away, or bot laners if you're a team of Heretics. You already know you have the Nautilus. Maybe you want to get rid of a Braum here.
Yeah, I think definitely you want to make sure that Crowny doesn't have too good of a time in this game, because it seems like so far Flakked is kind of just filling this role within the team where he is on his own, and that gives basically Crowny free reign to do whatever he wants. In the first game he went for the Vayne, and in the second game he went for the Seri. So I think if you're Heretics here, you really try to think twice about which matchup you put Flakked in, because if it's too easy for Crowny, that might be him running away with the game.
Yeah, I do wonder, do you feel like they're just going to ban the 60? Do you feel like it's a good thing to come out as well?
I would personally not ban mages at all. I wouldn't ban the Seraphine either, because I think it's so much easier to play against a one-threat team than a two-threat team, which is basically what they ran the last game and what it would be with the Seraphine bot here. So I wouldn't necessarily ban these mages. I would be much more aware of double AD carry with Ivern, which we have seen be very successful in other regions as well.
There is the Braum ban as well. I was wondering as well, because if Braum was let through, I've seen Crowny's solo queue account, and he has played a fair bit of Ashe as well. That of course has gotten some changes. It's really good with the Triforce too, but we might not see that this time around. And you do have the counter pick on a support right now if you want to.
Yeah, most likely save AD
later,
here and see if you can get an even better matchup for Crowny. That's gonna be AP Varus maybe for Crowny. It is run with the static shift, but built similar to how Kai'Sa is built with Nashor's Tooth, so they will feel a better damage profile than the previous game where they had only Lilia as AP damage. Now they have Gragas and Varus as AP damage, so no not the same threat as there was in the last game for stacking armor.
This is quite interesting as well. We are having one of those games where Rumble is just not a priority whatsoever. It is actually going to be the Ornn just giving you that team fight prowess here. Not much in the backline that can stop it. And, you know, that makes sense with the Braum ban as well. It was kind of the double effect. Good, would have been good into the Nautilus, would have been good into the Ornn now here as well.
Most likely not going Ashe. I think if anything, it's a Ezreal game, perhaps. Yeah, feels that role quite nicely that they're using Flakkit for. But I think Aphelios is the best pick. I'm really happy he's actually going for that, because I was kind of afraid when I saw this comp that they are so set in stone on what kind of identity they want to have as a team that he's not allowed to play any kind of carry. He's just playing this on his own champion, and Aphelios doesn't fill that role. Aphelios is played around, so now they actually have 2 threats in their team, 3 supports. It's a lot more scary to play against for BDS than the previous game where they only had Tristan.
Oh, I also just think in general from Team Heretics here, there's so much lockdown. Point and click CC will be absolutely insane. Mercer presses his ultimate on Crowny, Nuke, and even Laprof, who's normally so mobile on a champion like Rakan. They will really struggle. They are going to be quite reliant, I think, from Laprof specifically, or Shio as well, finding really good flanks. Because if you just run into them head to head, yeah, you can have first priority objectives and play around the poke on a Jace and a Varus, but if you do not have that and you're walking into area where you have to face check, that's going to be really scary for you. So for BDS, I think it's really important that they really make the most of their lane priority if they have any.
We've talked about the importance of the early game for BDS. Would you say that it's a situation that favors them here? And again, Ivern, a really tricky setup to put in place, I feel. I don't remember seeing Jankos with the champion. So Reckless, what do you expect from both teams here with this approach in Game 3?
I feel like BDS have a lot of options in the game. They actually have every lane and everything they can really play for, but Heretics is with the easy to execute comp.
Well, we'll see if they can execute it better here. BDS and Team Heretics with very creative approaches here in this game. We'll see if who can win it here in Game 3. Let's toss it.
And welcome to the Rev for the final game in this series. Thanks to the desk for covering draft.
30 seconds until minions.
Ivern. Heretics chance coming out.
Ivern.
I have no allegiance, but I am excited to see how Ivern plus double 80 carry works on the LEC stage. Obviously, it's been hyped up for a long time.
Yeah, we've got Ivern double 80 carry versus Gragas, Jace, Varus. A lot of poke, expecting maybe with that longsword, we'll see what he builds.
Yeah, it feels like...
Hope he's going a little bit of AP. I mean, you could have Gragas solo AP and full lethality Varus, but that's an Ornn.
Yeah, I think in the old days, Halo Blades meant assuredly 80 bars, lethality Varus, but I think now in this new world, build Longsword turns into a Kerchies, gets you to static shiv, so we'll have to see what happens.
I need to see if Jankos has done his homework on Ivern, because there's like this, the new Q change.
Yeah.
You go Wolves mark, Blue mark, Grump mark, go bot side, mark Raptors, mark red, smite red, come back, and you do Wolves and Blue at the same time when you take the marks. So we'll see as he comes back after he gets his red buff, if he's done his homework on the Q leash. I might ping the observers to check if there's no fighting. Question mark ping on the top side of the map. See if Ivern's starting there. I think this is the most basic Ivern pathing.
Yeah. Shio opting for the Gragas here. In general, I like what Gragas brings to a team, but he was hit on this patch pretty heavily. Passive cooldown from 8 seconds to 12 seconds. That is an absurd amount of health loss over an entire jungle clear. That said, Q maxing now does reduce the mana cost pretty significantly if you do want to max out that barrel roll.
Yeah, good pings coming out from the BDS side. They're tracking Jankos very well. Now he's going to do the red, he's going to smite the red, and now he's going to path back up. The question is, the idea here is like... He didn't smite the red. Interesting. I've never seen this idea of pathing before. I mean, he's going to get Wolves and level up. What's the plan? He's going to get Wolves and level up. And he's going to get 3 camps top side. He's going to get level 3. But nothing's...
He's going in. He's taking the camp.
Oh, there's the tech.
Bam,
there's
bam.
the tech. That's the tech right there. You do 2 at the same time with that new Q. And now he's got all 3. He's actually saving his smite. I wonder if this... Because now you can see on the bottom left, you can see that timer ticking. He's got 2 smites now at 2 minutes 40. Whereas Shio's second one is just coming up now. So maybe this is an idea for a double crab, perhaps. Jankos playing the long game. Normally you smite red there and come back, but he knows he's got time. But he has no bot push, so that double crab's going to be a bit tricky.
Yeah. Mark stacked on the red buff. He can't just walk over here, but Crownie, if he can place a ward, we'll have the information.
Might Crux go top side, I guess.
Sees the brush too, though, so he knows that Jankos is in the area. Jankos goes with the wall. Smite Crux. Yep.
Yeah, there we go. Level 4, and of course they change it, so Ivan gets all the gold from the Crux now, which is nice. Crab spawning in 3 seconds, and he has that smite up in 10.
Crownie level 2.
Yeah,
level 4 double buff Jankos. Only level 3 on Shio. Knockup coming in. Crownie's still getting locked up. They're trying to burn through Mercy's health bar as quick as he can, but a quick flash out to safety. This is terrible for BDS. Here comes VTO. Jankos is going to follow up. That's the mark. Flacca trying to finish the kill. The flash in from VTO and first blood. And BDS, Crownie, I just caught out of position, ultimately walks into enemy jungle and...
Oh, we saved that smite. He got the blue too. But he's not going to get the crab. I mean, VTO had mid-push. Why did BDS want to fight there? Crownie was level 2 as well. They thought they could get Mercer down, I guess. But Shio has vision on Jankos. He's just going to stand there. Wait for him to... Is he going to cancel his base? Is it worth it?
Don't cancel him.
Should have told me that in 2018, Jankos. And now he's going to get...
I thought it was 27. Was it 2018?
Yeah, it was 2018. Oh. So, Crownie's level 2.
Yeah.
Blackhead gets level 3.
Shio's level 3.
And VTO goes VTO. He's easily first in this play. Oh, VTO.
VTO now in trouble. Shio now following up. Clean combo in the mid lane. VTO's gone.
Nice
BDS
kill.
firing back 1 for 1 here in the early game.
I like this. 2 kills in 4 minutes. What happened? Everyone just decided to just take every single fight. I love that. Bot fight goes in favor of Heretics. They answer back onto VTO. Jankos is
water walking his way in.
Yeah, no flash on
Nuke
Shio.
has no mana.
VTO has the jump ready. They could look for a kill here on the Q.
Walk in. Q isn't going to connect. Goes a little bit wide here. Shield coming down. An extra slow will come through if Nuke doesn't flash safety.
No flash
he does. Time bomb ticking. Gragas should just be taken out here, trying to buy time for Shield. Shield now coming in. Shield running for his life. Can they get the kill down? Mercer walking forward to tank. That's 1. Team Heretics get the kill in mid lane.
A lot of trading going now. 2 kills to VTO, 1 kill to Nuke. It's the mid laners getting constantly involved. Jankos is going to use that kill onto Shio to take away his Raptors with that smite. And Crownie's going to get a little bit of free access on bot side, building towards that static shiv. He's going to get that plate, I think he should do. And of course, Flacco moved towards mid, so that made it a lot easier for him. Sorcerer's Shoes coming out from Shio to make sure he can move around the map after he comes out of this graveyard. And yeah, Q goes wide, but VTO here, biggest thing here is VTO doesn't get the E proc to get the reset on his W, which made it so Shio could almost live. You know, if the Tristana has jump here for the slow after this knock up from Rakan, that's a dead Gragas, but yeah, I think Jankos is going to say to Mercer, I'm going to shield you, just keep running forwards. I'll get the autos in. VTO gets the kill.
Yeah. Luckily, Lebrov shows up in time to stop that from being anything more in favor of Team Heretics. Overall, 400 gold lead now, almost entirely, actually entirely in the mid lane. Of course, Crown Shot with a small lead over Flacken. Not too significant quite yet, but obviously the faster you can finish that static, the sooner you can have total control over the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Flacken's going to push in the bot waves. Jankos is going to hover around this bot side. See if he can help them out. Crownie knows summoners, means dive is a very high possibility with things like the Graviton, Nautilus, and Ivern. You can chain CC that can cause a lot of damage, but it looks like they might transition into a dragon. 2 bushes placed, they want to start it up. BTO's got the mid push. Shio's on the bot side. BDS could fight this if they want. Yep. No flash on Gragas though, no vision.
And those bushes last for an eternity as long as someone on your team is in them, as long as you have that bit of vision inside of them, they just they stay up for just about ever.
And the fact that they're playing Nautilus with these bushes, you walk up, you get hooked, you're dead.
Yeah, and if you can't see the hook coming,
you're dead.
Incredibly obnoxious. Such little time to react.
So, very big game here. It's one single best of 1 here to decide whether BDS is going to the season finals. And for Heretics, keeping that second life is so important because they need to make top 3 minimum to start pushing themselves into the discussion of a season finals.
And remember that if you can win both of your best of 3s, so winning here and then winning versus the victor of Koi versus G2, you play the 1 versus 2 match. If you lose that, the lowest you can place possibly is top 3. So there's a chance the Team Heretics can make their circumstances so incredibly favorable before we even get to best of 5s. Right now, Blacken needs to worry about his life on the bottom side as Crownie steps on, tries to get some damage down the route, trading 1 for 1. That is a damn good deal for Team Heretics. Crownie a bit overconfident on stepping forward there.
Yeah, both AD carries full, so the CS is going to disappear for Flacket, which kind of stings. So slightly BDS favored because they got the Flacket summoners and Crownie managed to trade off the kill, but ideally they wouldn't want to give over a kill themselves, but I think he had to full commit there to make sure they get that kill. Adam's trading very hard onto Ebby, who has that ultimate, and Jankos is here. Doesn't miss the knockup though.
Flash away from the root, follow up on the knockup. Not going to burn the ultimate, not going to bust out Daisy. Will use it now.
Can they dive this? I don't know. I think they're trying to get the wave in, but VTO's on the way. Adam has ultimate. Shio's on the way up as well.
Just getting some poke down.
Using
Courtesy
the
of
Daisy
Daisy, waiting for the CC to land. Now Evie can go in. The immediate follow-up to knock him into the wall. Maybe a bit overconfident, though. The flashback out to safety. Into the waiting arms of Shio.
Bit too deep. As soon as you go for that knock-up and Jankos walks out of range, you're tanking that tower. And he's got no way out. Tries to flash to the side. Shio's there. Didn't expect the Gragas, and VTO couldn't really help out on that dive, so backfires.
Yeah. In game 2, I said, wow, Adam, how good. This time, I think just Evie, overconfident in these lane phases.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if Jankos can stop Shio on this, but he has smite up, so it should be easy for him.
Jankos
to walk away.
To chase.
Jankos wants to get the Q to get his flash. Just out of range.
Thumbs up, though. Shio, frustrating match for him to deal with, but still holding onto a gold lead courtesy of that kill. Is Adam just going to delete this wave. We'll just be able to walk forward here and I think get the play. Should just be fine from the cannon.
He's been getting so many plates in this lane phase. Does he get it? He did.
No? Yes?
Not sure. Anyway, there's the ult. Whoa, nice
knockback onto VTO. Instant combo. The buffer will not be enough. Yes, it will. The pushback.
He didn't even have to flash. Nice buffer from VTO. I think if you're already in the cast timer and then you get hit, you get cancelled basically. But if you buffer it before the CC, then you're fine. Manages to get out. Doesn't have the TP though. Needs the base. Will lose out on this wave. No dragon to transition it into, and Shio's gone towards the bot side, so no Herald start either. Big wave stacking up bots. See if they want to look for some kind of dive, but I think Nuke's going to look for platings, get himself ahead on this chase because he's still a little bit behind, given that second kill onto VTO, but he'll recover with the plates as he builds towards the Dust Blade.
And good that he's able to grab that on the back of the exchange. Jankos obviously finding success on the bottom side in that first 3v3 skirmish, but now definitely looking like BDS are firing back, holding on to almost 1,000 gold in their favor. Split between Crowny, who's been just very quietly power farming on the bottom side of the map, now has that static shiv.
He's going to catch top wave. Shio's on a ward, starting up that Herald. Let's track Mercer. See how quickly he can get from bot to top here, because Shio, I think, is backing away because Crowny's saying, hey, I need to catch bot wave. Just be careful, because their bot lane can move. Flacket's showing on the tower, though. Heretics trying to get some mid push. No dragon spawn just yet. Heretics have two options. One, walk into top side and fight this Herald. Two, dive that Varus who's sitting all alone. Oh, he got cancelled.
The cancel comes out. The knock-up, he has to flash out to safety. The brush is there and waiting for him.
Nice knock by Nuke there. Daisy might die. See if BDS can get him down, but
and a lot of vision. Wandering forward. There's control ward in the brush, so he's sitting pretty. Yeah, goes vision. Take the camp. I don't know if he wins his fight. Oh. Okay. He'll never know. He's going to look back at the VOD. Realize he was so close.
Yeah. Maybe he's going to catch that top wave. Crowny's going to get an extra plate because of that base. TP ward behind. Crowny needs to be careful. Out. VTO could TP down there. Ebby could TP down there right now.
TP.
Oh, Crowny. Oh, Crowny.
Waves in a neutral position. Renekton not going to spot Evie out.
He has the ghost. I think he's fine.
Blow the horn. Now that he's hit, though, he's not fine. He has to flash out to safety. Two-man knock on the backside. Mercer now stepping forward. LeBron can just dash back to Crowny, though. The play's going to fizzle. Meanwhile, on the top side, Adam just gets everything he wants.
Yeah, he's going to get 2, maybe 3 plates there, but VTO's going to TP up to counter that play. Nuke has TP of his own to defend bot play, so they should feel confident to walk up here, BDS, to defend this tower, so nothing really happens. Crowny loses summoners. Ebby and VTO lose their TPs, respectively.
They lose both their TPs. They lost about half a wave mid. Ornn was able to catch some of it, and they still, Adam is able to grab a plate. So overall, Team Heretics, I respect them trying to force, but was not a super favorable exchange.
But with their champions, Varus no flash, Nautilus flash, Ivan flash, they have a lot of lockdown if they want to commit. Ornn as well will sting. But no one's done Rift Herald yet. 11 minutes going towards 12. Normally Rift Herald is 8 minutes timer. It's like a hot date. You gotta show up straight away. You know, you don't want to be late, don't want to be too early. On time.
You have to be ready to go.
But this is 4 minutes late in like real life terms. That's like half an hour.
Yeah, it's not a good look for a first date. BDS close the deal anyway. So, successful date, we'll see.
Yeah, because you know you really want to be there early because platings, you know.
Yeah,
that's
true.
Guaranteed transition.
100%.
Transition the kill on the Herald into plate gold.
Yep. Where the metaphor is at this point, I'm completely lost, but I agree with the gameplay analysis, and Adam's just going to get some more free gold. Herald finally going to get started here by Team Heretics.
Yeah, easy pickup.
Grab this one, which, again, the whole Ivern thematic, I do think falls flat around major objectives, because it's like, yeah, guys, I love all animals except for dragons and Rift Heralds and Barons. They suck.
And Elder Dragons, yeah,
and
they
Elder
suck.
Dragons, they suck.
I'm gonna kill those. But, oh, this cute little Scuttle Crab. It's ironic.
Also, people animals. Rakan is half animal. Doesn't care.
He likes a challenge, you know? Small Scuttle Crab.
That's a crocodile
baby
in the
chickens.
top lane. He's still going to kill that crocodile.
Exactly. Small Scuttle Crab, baby
Just
chickens.
saying.
Just
Little
looks after
inconsistent.
them. But the big monsters.
Like, if you tell me you're vegan, you can't be like, but I also eat chicken. Like, that doesn't line up. Doesn't count. You can't decide like that.
He doesn't eat dragon. He does eat dragon meat. And whatever crab that is of Rift Herald. And worms, maybe. Baron.
All right,
snake
man.
thing. And crocodiles.
I went too deep, but then you're like...
Just trying to figure out where the line is.
We're just trying to figure it out.
Where is the line?
Just trying to face check the line here as BDS have to debate whether or not they want to face check that brush. The brush now fading away. The knockback is clean from Gio. Crowny immediately follows up, but there's knockback now coming in. He has no flash. The mark from Flacken, but not nearly enough follow-up damage to Rob. Does he want to keep the fight going? Team Heretics backing away on the top side. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, who is it? None other than Adam knocking on the door.
30 CS lead, 1.2k gold lead, full first tower over to Adam. I don't know how many plates he's gotten. I'm gonna go with 5 or 6 at this point. Yep. And that's gonna be a big gold swing. So he's gonna be about 1.8k gold up on Ebby after this tower falls. And that's horrible for the situation on side lane. I mean, he is Ornn and he will contribute later on, but yeah, these plays aren't working out.
Yeah. I mean, in that case, you connect on the abilities. Crowny down and flash. You think this is your window of opportunity that you're going to be able to grab that kill after the play that you made earlier, which again, conceded a decent number of resources, but just didn't have the follow-up damage. And I do think this is one of the downsides of this composition is that, you know, if you fall behind, you're kind of left waiting for these second, third items to start to come through for the double 80 carries before you can just blow somebody up.
Jankos just cleaned up the trash there. BTO took all the Raptors but one small one. Okay, fine. I'll come in and sure I can clear that one out. Of course, they do clear when the big one's down these days after a little while. Flacken is top. Dragon's up in 2 minutes. That's the Kraken Slayer on both 80 carries. There's the Moonstone as well. Mythics being built across the board. They really want this top tower here, Heretics. Adam got a full bot tower and they were kind of diving top, but they didn't transition into an objective, and now Adam's here. Nuke has TP, and you can see BDS is going to try and defend that top side. So both teams matching one another.
Yeah. Here we are. Another calm, controlled game. If it's anything like our last 2 games, there will be one mega explosive team fight that ends it all sometime in the next 30 minutes. But both sides, I mean, I think for Team Heretics, when we look at late game, I really favor their scaling. While there's always like the intangibles of the playmaking that Shio and Labrov can bring to the table, you're just looking at double 80 carries with an Ivern and an Ornn, and it's just like, it feels impossible to lose a team fight.
Yeah, tank double DPS on hit and shields and healing.
Yeah.
Sounds good to me. Versus what, Poke? And a Crocodile.
Certainly.
That hook.
Oh no!
Trying to hook us. But here we go, Ebby.
Knockback, Shio flashing out safety now, calling down the horn onto Adam, but pushed back and he can't do anything. He's just gonna walk away. They're now dashing in as the follow-up hook there. Adam immediately gonna stun Q. Cold to me coming out. Adam still buying so much time. Dashing out will finally get knocked down. But meanwhile in the mid lane, Crowny's taking another tower.
And bot lane, look at bot. Nuke's gonna get a tier 2 as well. I think he's gonna get a full 1 there. So 2 towers full for that play from Heretics. They're gonna get a top tier 1 in response, but that chase just got a lot of gold injection from that tower. You can see he's almost like 1,000 gold up. Crowny's pushing in mid. These plays are backfiring for Heretics. The Ebby rotation to top, they lost a lot of plates to Adam. Now they try it again, and they get Adam, ironically, but they lose so much in return.
And I gotta say, this is, you know, credit to Adam for surviving. Obviously, huge fumbles on the side of Team Heretics in terms of execution on some of these plays, but like, it feels like Team Heretics, this is their thing. This is what they've decided. This is the way they're going to beat BDS, and they have stuck to it every single game.
This flash hook needs to land from Mercer. I mean, he's out of vision, and he just misses because Shio backsteps. It's kind of unlucky for Mercer because Shio's running in a direction, and he backsteps randomly. Yep. And as he does that, Mercer's already buffering his flash hook, so that sucks. They managed to get Adam. Adam actually just stands there and hits them. Look at him. He's not running away. He's not even flashing. He wants to get the Fury Q, but he Qs just a little bit too soon. He didn't have the Fury for the heal bonus, and he does fall. I don't think he would have lived anyway. Now Dragon's up. Second Dragon for both these teams. BDS try and get some setup. These Ivern brushes, Jankos needs to be careful he doesn't put them too far forwards, because ideally you want to put a pink inside it like that and then hold it. But if he gives them over to BDS with river control with a Jace Varus, you're giving them more bushes to poke you with. So you can see as BDS step up, it then becomes a bit tricky.
Yeah, and of course, once you no longer have team vision inside the brush only has an 8-second lifespan. And if it's expired, that it'll immediately disappear, which is what you saw there once the control word was deleted.
I think that was a Heretics pause.
Yeah, we'll keep you updated as to what the pause reason was as we get more information from our comp ops team, competitive operations. Keep us informed. We'll see what's up.
My favorite one is when they spill something on the... I thought we were back in game then for a second.
We just heard a game sound. Oh, we are back in game.
The fastest pause ever.
Okay, TV topside. Now Vito's going to try to get a tower pushed in. Mersa needs to run for his life. Yanko's ready to body block, back him up. Hook onto Labrov. Not Hook, excuse me, Root. Another Drake over the side of BDS.
They finally get this top tower. Third time was charmed. Vito picks it up in a 1v0, and now I think, despite the gold deficit, like you said, the scaling is so powerful for Heretics. They need these double items coming in for the AD carries. They need the Gale Force, they need the Navori on the Tristana and Aphelios. And then the Moonstone will carry them through.
Yeah. I will say, though, impressed with BDS across the last 2 games. Obviously, the last game was just a stomp, but Adam especially, while I think that he's definitely been performing well, I just feel like there's so much pressure levied at him across all of these games. And the fact that he's managed to perform pretty well in the 1v1 so consistently across all of those games is good. And I think it's freed up the rest of BDS to look good as well, especially in this game, because no one else has really been getting much of any attention past that first play on the bottom side when Crownie was level 2. Here's the setup, though, around the objective. Daisy just going to scout that one out.
TP coming in from Adam. They want to secure this Herald. They really want to secure this second Herald. Don't want to lose their mid tower if Heretics get it, and they've got really easy setup. See if Jankos and Mersa want to force their way in, but I don't think you can. Sterak's Gauge on that Renekton, very tanky, very powerful now. Heretics trying to respond with a mid tower, but PTO's a bit too far away.
Side step on the hook. Back steps in. Mercer finally connects that one. Ornal now coming in, can hit Crownie on the backside. First, the kill can stand up. Adam still standing for now, but the mark comes out from the ultimate from Flacket. Enough to finish the job. Flacket knocked back by Shio. Shio going back in onto Evie. Double kill coming through from Crownie. Do they have enough to keep the fight going? Labrov sped up, ready to run to safety. Flacket flashing for the wall. Nuke to the skies, and again finds the kill. That's the Duskblade to deny the re-engage from Jankos. VTO waiting in the darkness, trying to burn him down. Nuke could be in trouble. Nuke finding another Nuke, looking for more. He just kills him left and right. It's a triple for Nuke.
Nuke continues the chase. The rest of BDS push down mid, but he's confident enough to step straight through. Labrov by his side. He manages to take down VTO and Jankos towards the end of that. So it's them, Heretics, who engage this fight. Mercer goes for the hook on Adam, but look how long Adam lives for with that Sterak's. Gets hooked, pops the Dominus, manages to get 1 Q off. Gore Drinker, he eventually does fall here, but how much has been wasted? You've already lost 1 member. Nuke's gap close and push VTO out. He's chunked out. Flacket has to run. Evie's trying to sacrifice himself so his team can try and disappear, but Nuke with the Shock Blast lands onto 2. Perks reminds me of that wall flash over on the Hammer form on Jace. Then MSI, and then he chases through onto Heretics and gets those kills. Now BDS starting up this Baron, 9k health on the objective, 5k damage in that last fight from Nuke, and now you can see how far away VTO is. 5k is the health bar. Jankos, no flash, it is gone. There's no chance of fighting this.
And Nuke, this Jace has to be respected. Back-to-back games where he has been clutch for BDS as Labrov now wants to keep the fight going. He knows that they're so damn powerful. Mersa instantly removed from the equation. Evie is going to go down as well. There's just simply no way that he can escape on this one. The rest of Team Heretics now just has to run for their lives. Crownie has no mana, but it does not matter. BDS are too damn strong. Here comes Crownie. Hail of Blades coming through. Crownie on a rampage. BDS absolutely wiping the floor with Team Heretics for the last 10 minutes of this game.
It's almost a 10,000 gold lead. They have Herald. They have Herald and Baron. This is 21 minutes into the game. They're going to destroy these towers. They don't even get the Shelly crash, so she stays very, very healthy. Maybe they get this tier 3 down as well before the Shelly crashes. We'll see. Gonna burst straight through. Gonna let it proc. There's the damage now. 3k HP. They're gonna be able to push towards mid off this inhibitor. There's still 10 seconds on Jankos. They got loads of time to work with. Shelly's gonna die now to VTO, but the damage is already done.
One more, second tower.
And I think these double AD carries have damage. In that last fight, Adam was dropping quick, but
Adam leaping in, wants to extend the lead even further. Is it gonna cost them? Flack so incredibly low. He needs to get to that redemption. The knockup's now coming through, landing on the Crownie on the backside. Heavy trying to step forward. VTO ready to kick the fight off, getting just out of range of the Var's ultimate. Team Heretics, 4 members coming down the mid lane as fast as they can, sprinting. But there's nothing here. There's no play to be had. BDS just walk away.
There was no TP wards. If there was a TP ward anywhere behind them, maybe he could have looked for it. flashes are missing and Evie has his, but yeah, it's not there. They can't find that window, but it's a kill onto the Gragas, but the shutdowns are really on that Jason Barris. Look at that, almost 1,000 on both of them. Looking at the mid tower, maybe Objective Bounty could help. You can see Flacket is pushing in both. Dragon's a minute away. I don't think Flacket can get that tower. VTO will certainly get this mid one. And BDS, oh, Adam Flash. He's got the Dominus though.
What's crazy is 1, 2, and 4, 3.5k gold ahead of his opponent. No shutdown on Adam.
But yeah, he's just built different. He really is. And this is a game where BDS 9,000 gold, whatever it may be, lead. And 10,000 gold lead even almost. And they're so close to locking that season finals top 6.
Yeah. I mean, incredible again when you think of they felt like a sure thing to win the entirety of spring. It must feel so cathartic for them to come through and be able to secure season finals before we're even into the best of 5 portion of the summer split. On the back of this fight, I mean, it's pretty cut and dry. They're wildly far ahead. Team Heretics are just trying to survive here, but they're way too far behind.
Yeah, they are. Adam's just stacking up these waves. They only have 30 seconds of Baron left, though, so I'm not sure if they're going to be in time to push through. You can see Dragon is up, but they're using that as an exit objective. Ideally for BDS, with this 20 seconds left on Baron, they can get a bot tier 3. Then that's all 3 in-him towers gone. So they're going to have to play on this wave and step up. Crowny's a little bit far away. Are they confident enough to step up? They're confident enough to walk up and hit this tower. Adam is.
Adam certainly is more than tanky enough. Labrov caught up and rooted.
But Orn just got one shot.
Continuing, Orn deleted. Crowny's on connecting onto multiple members. Adam just continues to step forward, single-handedly zoning away so many members of Team Heretics. They know the follow-up damage from the rest of BDS will be too much. Oh my god!
Poke damage from the Jace and the burst damage from the Varus with ultimate is absurd, isn't it? Evie's building a lot of armor, but he has hardly any magic resist. So Crowny presses his ult, presses his Q with W, and down goes Evie's ult.
I mean, the thing is, Evie's doesn't even have, he's just broke, dude. He's broke as hell. He doesn't have a lot of anything.
It's broke as hell.
I mean, it's just rough. I mean, like, he does have more armor than magic resistance, but he doesn't have a single completed item.
Yeah.
And right now,
he doesn't have a mythic. You're right. It's 24 minutes in. My man is playing Build-A-Bear.
Bit of a diffy in the tiffy this time around.
4k gold lead for Adam. And granted, the AD carries were doing damage in these fights. I mean, VTO and Flacket, when Adam was in their face in that topside fight on blue buff, 3 seconds uptime, Adam almost died, but it's just the damage coming off of BDS is way, way higher.
Well, and so often in a front-to-back team fight, it's about whose frontline dies first, right? And the reality is, it's just with how far behind Evie is, and with the fact that Mercy has no gold, not that much gold to support, there's no frontline.
Yeah.
You disappear instantly. AP Varus does so much damage to these tanks. The massive poke coming in from Nuki, it has Serelda completed, and you can see in terms of damage dealt this game, Orn's still respectable numbers because a lot of that AoE, a lot of that trading in the lane phase, but Gragas, the unsung hero, I think we do have to give some praise to Shio here, who has been really clutch in so many of these plays, whether it's protecting Adam on the top side, engaging these fights, stopping Team Heretics from finding the picks.
Well, Evie's got his Jack Shot. He's got his Mythic, 25 minutes in. He's not got a lot of MR, but BDS are sieging the base. 3 inhibs are down. They have poke. It's only 25 minutes in, so there's not much wave clear on Heretics. This is gonna sting. Worst case, they'll go to Baron in a minute's time, but I think they're looking to lock the season finals.
I mean, they've got 4 stopwatches. There's almost no way for them to lose a fight, short of absolute disaster here.
Yeah, red-whites on the Aphelios is good single target damage, but that ain't a lot of wave clear.
Yep, Adam goes golden to stop any potential follow-up. Evie gonna throw the ultimate out and hit 2 key members, but again, Team Heretics have to clear the waves.
I think it's done now, isn't it? These waves are way too much for Heretics to clear through. Someone has to pull the trigger. Evie's gonna step forwards, but if they don't take a fight now, BDS are just gonna play the waiting game.
Yeah, BDS fought hard in spring, they fought hard in the summer regular season, but here in the best of 3s, find themselves walking into the season finals with how clean, with how effortless these last 2 games have been from them.
Yeah, Black is trying to cycle through this green as quick as he can so he can pick up a blue gun and maybe try to clear these waves out, but there's 1 tower left. Labrov, it's on you. Ult flash, when's he gonna come in? With the W, he has a stopwatch. Who's gonna go first?
Shepherding them in, they have to pull the trigger eventually. They just don't have the tools. Labrov can start the fight, but it's on Team Heretics trying to force something. Evie now stepping in. Immediately the follow-up starts to come in.
There it is.
The damage, and there's the Rakan engage. BDS locking season finals. Mad Lions, G2, BDS, 3 of the 6 teams you will see in the top 6 in the LEC.
Good comeback from BDS. Very tough game 1. Slow game 2, but this game 3, they just ran over, didn't they? dominated the entire Rift and just took over that series. Took them a little time to wake up and figure out what they wanted to play, but once they dealt with things like the Kai'Sa and the Ziggs, it really felt like these drafts were working way more in their favor.
And while Adam was, I think the big standout for me is such a consistent point of pressure. I think everyone had their moment on BDS in the series overall. Shio, fantastic game 2, game 3. Nuke, game 1 was rough. The fumble on the mid lane play, but then both of the Jace games, immaculate, fantastic performances.
And I think we get to see two very important styles from both these teams and what they've been practicing all week. You can see Heretics love this double AD carry. Kai'Sa, Tristana, any AP bot lane or something like that is really what their bread and butter is. And BDS have been practicing this double AD solo laner with an AP jungler, Lilia, Gragas, you know. So interesting to see those two styles. I think both of them could probably play each style, but these are the ones they favored in draft. And BDS come out on top this time around.
Yep. Commiserations, Team Heretics. They can still are not out yet. It is double limb. They have the luxury of trying to take it further. Kind for all BDS. I mean, just a good day. LEC season final. Still a lot of the split left to play.
Yep. We'll have to see who they play up against in the next round.
Yeah, and they play tomorrow. Remember, it's winners matches tomorrow. So we've got XL versus SK, and then we're going to have BDS versus the victor. I feel like of Koi and G2.
I don't want to say this was an upset, because I think everyone kind of expected this to be a close matchup. Yeah. Similar to XL Mad. A lot of strength, we weren't sure. You know, Mad on a slump.
I think the nature in which it happened did catch me off guard. Of course, player of the series at LEC on Twitter, Shio Nuke Labrov. I did not expect it to be this dominant.
Yeah.
Especially after game 1.
Especially after game 1. And you look at the SK Fnatic, and you're like, well, SK just crushed Fnatic. And you look at G2 Koi, and if Koi beats G2, then everything's kind of up in the air. It's like this series and the XL Mad series were the hardest ones to predict.
I think the league in general right now is really hard to predict.
Yeah.
Because this week off, this break week into this new patch, has transformed so many teams. Some for better, some for worse, most certainly. But BDS definitely looking incredible. We've seen a lot of surprising upsets yesterday, most certainly, and we'll have to see what BDS can do against either Koi or G2 tomorrow in our second series. For now, though, let's send it over to Georgia, who's standing by with Adam and Nuke.
Thank you very much, Dracos. Congratulations, guys. I'm here with Adam and Nuke. You guys have locked season finals. How does that feel?
Well, you know, of course, with the new format, it was kind of like a big change for us. But fortunately, we managed to adapt, and we'll get to have like our chance to get towards. So everything is in our hands now. So of course, pretty happy. I'm really proud of everyone, especially Nuke today. He actually smurfed it, so really well played to Nuke. And let's hope we make it.
And
I mean,
Nuke?
it feels really good, right? To be honest, I just wanted like to qualify to season final this split, because playing on stage, like the stage is really nice, but playing at like Montpellier stage must be a whole different experience. So it's like
back home.
Yeah, back home as well. So it's like a whole additional thing that makes it really like hype for us.
Now, of course, you guys came into the best of series, and let's not joke with ourselves. You guys were fantastic over in spring in the best of, all the way up to the finals, right? And the meta changed really swiftly. How has those changes been for BDS and for you guys individually in your respective lanes? Let's start with you, Nuke.
Well, yeah, there has been a lot of changes. Like, for example, in spring, we had like a lot of success. And for example, for myself, I was playing a lot of like mages, and our team comp was like really like classic, strict, and it was like always the same options. But now everything shifted. There is so much engage on support, jungle. I can just play whatever I want on mid. And for example, I really like Jason. I could play today, so it feels good.
And Adam, same old for you up top?
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just very interesting because we had a really rough start, you know, and I think we got some issues into like adapting to the new meta and adapting how like kind of the game changed in how we're supposed to play. There was a lot of discussions, you know. It wasn't hard, I would say, but we actually managed to, you know, to overcome this difficulty, and here we are.
You know, Adam, you said something at the very beginning of this interview. You said you're proud of Nuke because he absolutely smurfed today, and indeed you did.
Thanks.
I want to ask you something that might be a little bit of a harder question. A lot of the times when BDS loses, you know, the blame falls on Shio, but it has fallen on you as well, and there has been a lot of criticism thrown your way. How do you deal with that?
I mean, I don't really care. I don't give really.
A damn?
Yeah, a damn.
Okay.
You just play, and especially for me, like I just hate best of one because it's just really annoying to play. And in best of three, it's just so much like fun, and I don't know, it's just different, and I just like it. And we stomped them today, and except first game, it was the start, and we will keep stomping and just keep going.
You know what, a reverse sweep can still be a stomp. You guys stomped them back to back. What was the one thing that you would say was the most challenging thing playing versus Heretics?
I like kind of Heretics, I would say their team, we're not really quite sure what they want to do. They looked quite strong in the regular split because of best of ones. But the moment you get into best of three, like the preparation works more. So like teams just prepare more against you than they usually do in best of ones. So you kind of get to analyze how they want to play, etc. And I think they like the fact that they played heavily into topside this best of. I was kind of surprised.
Are you surprised?
I was kind of
okay.
surprised because usually this is not how they play, and usually it doesn't work that well for them. But I don't know, they play topside against us, so we cannot lose, you know?
I don't know, man. Shutting you down seems to work for teams because you're a big danger for them. Now, Nuke, of course, you guys winning this means that you're going to have to play versus one of the two teams behind us, either G2 or Koi. Who do you think is going to make it forward to face you guys?
I mean, G2, I guess, right? And it will be also really cool to face them again because we lost them last time. We lost against them last time in best of threes, like in winter. So yeah, G2.
And Adam?
And I hope we face G2, but I hope they don't do a G2, you know, like losing to Koi, because I think there should be... No, it's not actually flaming Koi, by the way. I'm just saying, like, G2 should be stronger, you know, like, we should be facing them if the logic follows, you know, but I would be really happy to face G2 again, because we have a revenge to take.
Well, let's see if they can actually do it, because they're playing straight after the break. Don't go anywhere, G2 versus Koi. Merci beaucoup.
Merci.
Merci.
This is terrible for BDS. Here comes VTO. Yankos is going to follow up. That's the mark. Flacca trying to finish the kill. The flash in from VTO and first blood. Circumstances so incredibly favorable before we even get to best of fives. Right now, Flacca needs to worry about his life on the bottom side as Crowny steps on it. Tries to get some damage down the room. Trading 1-for-1.
Okay, nice.
Go top, blue buff.
Insane nuke, insane nuke. Keep chasing. Keep chasing.
Yes.
Can maybe kill. Come me. Nice. Come on.
It's big.
Danke, Marine. Okay, come up with a new banger copy pasta. Ask that later. Definitely speak to Law about some hair advice. Have a break. Yes.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Be on time. Oh.
Welcome back, everyone, to the LEC and our match of the week between G2 Esports and Koi. And guys, I'm not really sure I know what to expect here because most of the games we had so far didn't play according to the expectations we had. So what do you guys anticipate here?
I mean, surely there is one favorite coming into today, right? And I think it's not biased, everyone. I feel like everyone can agree that this is a G2 favorite matchup. It should be. But then again, we watched yesterday's game, and back then logic didn't really apply. So let's see what the Scrim Week really has been doing for Koi.
And Koi really want to pick up a win here, even though a victory today would not lock them into season finals yet, but it would definitely put them in a prime position with 99% of the scenarios where they can make it. But how do we reflect on how Koi has been playing so far in summer?
Honestly, I think the year has kind of looked the same for them all the way through, regardless of changes and different playstyles they've tried to go for. It feels like they are lacking this little bit extra in the end that most of the teams that win championships have, that they themselves had last year when they won.
And one of my main criticisms of Koi throughout this split is definitely their objective control. You can even see it with Drake in general. They're going up, they're the last place team in terms of securing their Drakes in terms of percentages, and they're going up against the best team in terms of getting these objectives. And it's not necessarily that they don't have an early game lead to get this Drake, because they do. That's the thing about Koi. They get early game leads. They just screw up the macro a bit with what to do with these leads, and their setup specifically for the Drakes has been lacking. This is what I'm hoping that they have been using a lot of their resources on in the break to try and improve on.
And I feel like it's something that G2 can exploit because I felt like they had a lot of fun going into the best of ones. Did we see everything from G2, or do we think, as usual, it's going to be G2, they're going to have some hidden strats coming in today?
Honestly, I feel like we saw nothing from G2 this summer. They tried really hard to be this macro team, and I think they succeeded in so much of it, but that sort of also left them with showing nothing. They won games by basically just killing minions. And today you could see a completely different G2. The G2 we're used to, maybe that's super explosive. So in my mind, G2 is really scary to go up against, because you've seen this macro, almost Korean G2 now in the summer split, but you don't know what G2 you will see today.
So we got the big picture here, but Goldberg, I want us to talk you through lane per lane matchup to know maybe what we can expect here from this game.
Absolutely. So we have been going, we could pick one matchup, right? We could tell you, oh my God, Larsen versus Caps. It's such an interesting matchup. But we wanted to go through every single matchup to get you ready for today's game. And the first matchup we're starting with is the top lane.
Yeah, so in the top lane, I think today we have Koi's best chance of winning, actually, in Shigenda. As you can see, he has really good stats for a 4 and 5 team. And in Broken Blade's case, he is the one with actually the lowest stats of the entire team. So I feel like if there's an angle today for Koi, that's going to be Shigenda.
Yeah, I think so for sure. And the thing with BB is, though, there it shows less good in lane. He's also way more flexible with some of the champions he takes, whereas Shigenda, even if you think back to Group's last split, he was the one who was having the pop-up performances on Jace that really put in a 1v9 performance, and I think he's a guy that you're also looking at. But I was ending with the Larsen Caps, and we're also going there. We're moving on to the mid lane as well, because there's also a big matchup that needs to be played here. We've seen the names so many times go up against each other. It is, of course, Caps versus Larsen. What do we got here?
And probably the most exciting matchup of today's series, I think. I feel like whenever I see Caps versus Larsen, it's a matchup where no one sort of wants to fold. So Caps is a guy that always fights for his lane, and Larsen is someone that really tries to create pressure, create CS leads, and even roam, as you could see in the Malmö event last year. So I feel like this is a matchup that's probably going to be most key today, because no one of them wants to give up any sort of lane prio, so they're going to fight for it. Even Caps diving Larsen in the last series they played in some.
Yeah, exactly, just like that. And I think now as well, you can see it just by the lane percentage. Second for Caps, first for Larsen. The lane percentage is how much of their time in the early game they spend in their lane. These are our highest lane percentage mid laner that we have in the entirety of the league. So you can obviously tell that they really want to get that league going. But we also have facilitators on both teams here. Last time the two junglers faced off, it was a very interesting battle, as we get in this replay, that members may remember. Now, I don't think it would be too illegal to say that Yike has definitely been performing better than Malrang, just through and through in terms of playing facilitators like the Maokai, playing carries like the Kha'Zix, even though this play is not going to go the way that it currently looks. It looks sick, it looks like he's getting a kill, not what's going to happen. If you're Malrang here, how do you really deal with the fact that you're playing against one of the best junglers in the league?
Honestly, I would try to avoid him at all costs. I feel like Yike is just that good. You don't want to go in a farming situation against him. You don't want to be in an invade situation against him. So you kind of just want to avoid him at all costs. And I think with what we have mentioned so far in Larsen Caps matchup and Shigenda Broken Blade matchup, that's an angle for Malrang today to really put focus on getting Shigenda ahead or to punish Caps when he's trying to get his lead in the mid lane.
Yeah, it sounds a lot like we're moving up to top side here for Koi to find a win condition in terms of getting an X on G2. But I want to move down towards south, the last spot we have here on the map, and that is of course the bot lane, of course, that we want to take a look at here. Hans Summer versus Comp. Once again, feels like there's a bot lane here that has a little bit of an edge over the other bot lane. What's really the game plan here is Koi's bot lane, especially if they want to play up towards top side?
To survive.
Yeah.
I think today for Koi it's going to be a lot about just surviving, not taking bad trades, not putting themselves in a situation where they can get dove, because we've seen times before where G2 is willing to go for level 2 dives, level 3 dives. So as Koi bot lane today, you don't want to be low, you don't want to take bad trades, you really just want to stay in a good enough situation so that your team on the top side can get enough of a lead to help you through the early game.
All right, well, thank you very much, Reckless, for actually coming up with this segment. It's a great one. And pretty much that's all you need to know about today's lane matchup. Now it's time to kick off the LG Ultra Gear Match of the Week, G2 Esports versus Koi.
G2 is obviously a good team, but I also think that we can beat them. They're not unbeatable if we get a good draft.
Going against Sky will be fun. We've played them many times. I feel like the last few times have definitely been in our favor, so we're there when Malrang tries to gank. We know what they're doing.
Yike has to be careful. Next combo, if Malrang connects, is going to be big. The flash in from Yike! Oh, no! See if they can make the dive happen. Multiple members now marked up. Advian Shirley set to fall here. Conk first on the menu. Mickey now traded. Advian trying to survive, but Yike leaps in. G2 steamrolling Koi here in week 3, locking themselves in top 2.
We kind of had a rocky start, and from scrims, team's actually been playing way better. I feel like we can just show that.
Larsen looking to secure groups as a melee mid, and he might do it! One and all from Larsen on the flank, knocked back! What a way to achieve 1,000 kills in the LEC from Larsen.
I mean, I think we feel very confident as a team in G2. I think towards the end of spring, we started getting very sloppy, so we managed to lose spring. But right now we are fully motivated.
I think maybe MSI woke them up a bit more, like, hey, we're good, but this is not enough.
We got so much inspiration from that. So now we're destroying in the EU teams.
The pillar is back! Knocked up, hand delivered! See, Perks looking for Caps. Caps with the pushback, not quite under tower. Yes, he is under tower, getting locked up, but it's just focused on the kill. Doesn't even care, just keep going! Larsen over the wall again! Finding a massive angle, but this time leader disengages, but no, Comp leaps into the backline. He takes out Kavi, he takes out both carries on the side of Astralis. Here comes Koi, determined to secure their spot in groups as they push aside Astralis.
But now that we made it, we have a lot to show, I believe, that we're a really good team.
We have a lot to prove to ourselves. We are a very good team, but we haven't proven much yet, so we definitely just want to win.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, moms and sisters included. My name is Quickshot, and I'm joined by Dagda, head of G2 Esports, taking on Koi. We're going to be dropping in hot to picks and bans. Do you think G2 have been cooking anything spicy for us?
I really want to see it. Like, I was already excited that we got the Ziggs in the bot lane. That was something that I was hoping we maybe see. But I'm keeping my eyes on top side because I'm watching a bit of the solo queue for these guys, and they've been messing
Give me something spicy. What are you seeing in solo queue that you would love to see today?
So I've seen these guys playing a bit of Quinn to try and counter the Renekton. So I'm hoping that if the Renekton does come out, we actually get to see some of that Quinn take to the main stage.
Please, please, please. Call! G2 taking on Koi. Welcome to Picks and Bans, Game 1 in this best of 3. The winner of this series go on to face off against Team BDS tomorrow at the end of the day. G2 Esports are the high seed coming in. They picked blue side. And the most OP pick that we've seen thus far that has been first pick worthy in almost every game has been that Kai'Sa. Found itself banned the last couple games in the previous series. The Ivern, huge in priority as well. And straight out the gate, Poppy, Maokai already removed.
Yeah, and I think the Maokai is a big one here. We've seen it countless times for Yike. But also I think like Poppy has really started to rise up both in the jungle and also in that top side. So not completely surprised to see that. Still though, we've we're kind of looking to see, are things like that Kai'Sa going to be taken off the board? What is going to happen with things like the LeBlanc that we've seen super high presence as well, was 100% presence yesterday. So these are kind of the big picks that I'm keeping my eyes on to see exactly what does happen, especially towards that mid lane.
Of course, in terms of the priorities, there's that LeBlanc removed, as you mentioned. Kai'Sa still open and available. Champion like Rumble is another one that I'm thinking about. Huge buffs on 13-12. It's kind of risen a huge amount here in the group stage best ofs. Koi taking their time for this final ban. You have to assume that if the likes of Kai'Sa or Rumble left open, they could be considered. Rel as well, good shout out. And of course, Hansama's Draven removed. So a number of those high priority picks that have found ban immediately locked in.
And there's the Rel. I mean, it's a great answer here because the thing is you get that flexibility both for the jungle and obviously in the support role as well. But I think it also kind of fits into what has been the game plan coming through for G2, which is, hey, we want hyperscaling the bot lane traditionally for Hansama on things like the Aphelios and the Kog'Maws. We'll take the disruption in the jungle, which the Rel can fit into as well. So that's an Ashe, though, and it's the first time we're actually going to see that coming through.
Okay, first time Ashe here for Koi as well. Changes I want you to talk about in a moment. Just before we do, though, for Mickey, a player that I can see over 520 professional games, he has 8 Rel games. Now, I do think it is a champion that suits his style of play, just not one that we've seen be prevalent in the meta a huge amount. That Ashe, we were actually talking about it during that first series. Do you think there's any flexibility in that one? Are we expecting a comp sans? What shenanigans are?
I think it'll just be going to comp. This is something that we've seen a lot over in the LPL, especially on 13-12. Incredibly strong, good push, great damage as well with the fact that you can go in towards things like the Kraken Slayer early. And the buff that she got towards like her W on the volley, the mana buff is a little bit nice as well for the laning phase. So she's actually in a really, really good spot here. And I'm surprised that we haven't seen more of her, but you will have to watch out for things like the Rel that can just dive in on top of her here.
Yeah, exactly. One of those low word mobility AD carries. So one of the times that if anybody's able to jump on them, find that opportunity, gets blown up instantly. Yike was hovering that Belveth for a moment or two. We know that he's shown a penchant for those carries, has pivoted a little bit in recent weeks. So I'm intrigued to see what he wants to run into that Sejuani while Broken Blade was securing the Jax.
Yeah, I think this is where it's like, okay, we want to secure that top side. You probably want to go towards AD carry, and you're like, well, we already talked about the Kai'Sa. Can't really do Kai'Sa into Ashe. Ashe has a ton of range there, and it's really, really good at getting control over that mid lane, so or over that bot lane. So instead, we're going to see Caps go back over towards the Nico, just be like, cool, this is something that he's been very comfortable on throughout the split so far, so let's just get him back onto it.
I mean, listen, I think back to the loss during week 1, week 2, pretend to be a control ward, ends up biting him in the butt. Did play 2 games, won one of them, lost one of them. Not what we're anticipating, though, in terms of the priorities on the picks with the Draven removed. Do Koi fancy themselves? What's the answer going to be in that mid lane? Larson on Tristana, not a big surprise. It's something that he's shown great capabilities on throughout his entire career, and especially recently.
Yeah, and I think it just suits it down to the ground. I mean, we have Laura talking about it coming over from the LCK. The double AD carry strategy has been massive in that region, and I think we're going to start to see hints of it here in the LEC as well. So I think if you're looking at G2 esports, it's right, well, I want to try and ban away some of these top tanks that can cause issues. So Cassante, things like Ornn, some that can try and play that front line. Even though Shigenda, we can traditionally kind of think of him towards those carries, I still think this is a composition where Koi are going to try and play off that strong mid jungle that they have and set up for Larson to be that carry.
I mean, do you think that Kai'Sa is actually I don't want to say worth, because that's not the right word. You know, anticipating the fact that Kai'Sa into Ashe is not something that we would have expected in that bottom lane. It is obviously hugely powerful, hugely influential pick, so Koi decided to do that. One of the options, that top lane, that Shigenda could have played into the Jax is now removed and direct, and I would anticipate another ban targeted towards him. For Koi, do they remove another jungler or bot lane? It's going to be a jungler. No Viego for Yike.
Yeah, I thought they'd actually go towards something like the Xayah ban here, just to get a little bit of that safety away in the bot side. Especially if you're going to try and pay for a pick, which you can do very well with Sejuani and Ashe, but not going to be the case. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Hansama go towards something like the Xayah. You've already got a lot of engage and go forward tools for G2, so making sure then that you've already got yourself peeled for Hansama just makes a ton of sense.
And I mean, it would be the first time that we see him on the Xayah this summer. And of course, with the fact that Rumble, by the way, unpicked, unbanned thus far, it's going to be Kennen in the top lane into that Jax. I'm seeing the kind of AoE crowd control from the Sejuani and the Kennen. Hopefully those are going to be layered enough to buy time for both Ashe and Tristana to pick up. But what I like, this versus you can do picks, you can do skirmishes, you can do big team fights. I kind of like what Koi's cooking right now.
Yeah, it's very, very straightforward, and I think that's where Koi have found a lot of their success is, hey, we can play through a strong mid jungle, which you definitely have with this. I mean, Larson's looked great when he gets his hands on the Tristana, and then you can lean that in towards team fights, where you've got this early buffer that then you can lean into, and I think that's where Koi have looked strongest, especially when Shigenda can try and play for these sort of flanks. But you are up against G2, who love to play for sides, love to play at the map well. And when I look towards things like the Jax, who in a 1v1 as the game goes on will start to outpace Shigenda, it does mean that Koi have to put pressure onto G2 early to actually get some plays. And I mean, Kalista now into the bot lane, that's going to be a 2v2 that is going to make things a little bit more difficult for Koi.
Kalista Rel in the bottom lane, or Kalista Nautilus in the bottom lane. Both Nautilus and Rel can both support and jungle, so I don't 100% know where those are going. I think if that Nautilus ends up going jungle, it should be the first one of at least summer. I'm asking stats to validate that for me. But as we see this last pick coming in, tell me what you think in terms of how they're going to land, but also which one you prefer, because we've got those flex options.
I do think I prefer the Kalista with the Nautilus. Just the amount of uptime that you have in these engages is absolutely spectacular. And also just that point and click CC makes it very easy then for you to go on towards the Ashe. The only thing though is because you have this Alistar here, he can try and play a lot of disruption for Kalista, trying to make sure that she's not able to follow up on some of these engages. So I'll be curious to see how they try and set up, but I think a lot of it is going to be a case of Yike trying to get into this bot lane, making sure that he can try and play around this Kalista. But he also has to try and help out a mid as well. Nico not going to have the best of times against Tristana, and we've already seen it today, we saw it yesterday. When Tristana has that opportunity, she's so good at leaving lane and having impacts on sides that you're going to need to try and shut down Larson.
Especially when you combine that with a Cannon or an Ashe, right? You've got the setup tools, you've got the CC, and that's before you even consider the fact Alistar's in that bottom lane. So a lot of pressure and excitement. In terms of early game and laning, do you feel that G2 can accelerate this one a little bit quicker, or where should we set our sights for the first few minutes?
I think for G2, it has to be looking at that bot side. You've got Kalista Nautilus. It's all in aggression. They want to try and win out that one. When you look towards Koi, it's Tristana in the mid lane. You need to play around this. You want Larson to pop off.
And not only is it Tristana in the mid lane, it's Larson's Tristana. It's Koi and their mid lane carry. Can Koi continue this weekend of surprises that we've seen in the LEC? We're going to find out as we hit Summoner's Rift for game 1 of G2 versus Koi. G's and MBs, welcome to Summoner's Rift. Thank you to everybody in Berlin for bringing the noise. We are straight out the gate with the level 1. When you have Rel and Nautilus combined,
it's so much
it is so brainless. I think Braum is the only other champion that you'd love to do. And look at this, immediately going in. Dagged up, Broken Blade, daring Koi to step into him with the counter-strike used. That's a lot of noise.
Yeah. But I'm so hyped for this series. Like, this is going to be so sick. I'm like, when we got to see Koi start to bring out and start to play a little bit more around Larson, like Maorang trying to find that success there, I actually thought, okay, we're starting to get a bit of an identity for Koi, but they are up against the behemoths of G2. Like, G2 are far and away looking like the best team in the league right now. So if Koi can make them bleed today, it gives me such high hopes for this team coming in towards the rest of our bracket stage.
I mean, yeah, the odds are not in their favor, though. So just to paint a picture, all time between these organizations, 32-15. 5 series wins for G2, 3 series wins for Koi, and in this year alone, it is 8-5. Ultimately, though, G2 are already in the season finals because of the fact they won Winter. Koi is still looking to book that ticket to join Mad Lions, BDS, and G2, 3 of the 6 teams that are on the path towards Montpellier.
Yeah, and the thing was, when we look back to spring, a lot of it was, well, Koi actually drew that first blood. They were managed to beat out G2, but it was then G2 fighting back in the second round of that. So I think for Koi here again, it's a bit of revenge, trying to see if they can actually bring it back, especially when they were the defending champions winning from last year.
Well, Larson immediately going forward, early level 2, uses that rocket jump, drops caps to below 50 HP. And I want to take a moment to highlight just how good Larson is on that Tristana. When we look at the games that he has played, there's a trade. 1 win, 1 loss, a small 20 KDA, but more importantly, a goal difference of 14 of 1,200. So that's played CS and kills. While we see another trade going down. The reason we're spending time talking about Larson is this was one of our pivotal prep points coming into the show, coming into the series, as one of the ways that Koi could look to win against G2. Literally, as I'm going full story time, another little gank, yeah. Maorang will at least get that Arctic Assault onto Broken Blade. Flash forward from Shigenda under the tower, and Koi strike first.
Beautifully done here. The more time you can buy for Shigenda in this matchup, the better it's going to be. And one of the reasons we like when Larsson's on Tristana, it kind of gives Malrang confidence. It lets him get up onto the map, says that he can actually get involved in these lanes, and immediately he's off to a good start.
Fantastic play. And also, into the Jax lane as well. Any advantage that you can give Kennen is going to be huge. He already has that minor, range ability in terms of the early laning phase that he can use to bully. And Yike on the reply. Look at the minimap. Malrang's nearby. Counter-Strike stun. Broken Blade will take a turret shot for the trade, though. Yike's going to back away for now.
There was a hawk shot that came out from comp which spotted that Yike hadn't cleared out his topside jungle, so I think Shigenda was kind of aware that something might have been going down towards his topside, so especially when Broken Blade took that bad trade, they're just going to back away, and Yike will be able to clear out his topside here. But I'm more curious to see what Malrang does, because he's going to have a bit more information than Yike here. He's just come off of reset. He knows that Yike won't have gone for any sort of reset himself, so might actually be looking to go straight back towards his topside and see if he can go for a repeat gank on Broken Blade.
I mean, it's a flashless Jax as well, so easier targets. Malrang's still got that flash available, so we can find that flash assault. Trying to get around the wards, but if you look at the minimap, Scuttle is taken. Great work from the observers, highlighting a Malrang's just being spotted now. And I think Broken Blade will have enough time to get away. Mickey will be able to get the cleanse already out of comp. Advian forced to flash away the crash down from Yike. Advian 200, the headbutt away. And G2 on the board. First kill secured by Mickey.
Did go to Mickey though, so in the grand scheme of things, would like to give that to Han Sama, but still, Yike wants more, looking for comp. You got the wave push in, and comp's gonna have to give up this massive wave now in the bottom side of the map because of the pressure that Yike has.
Okay, talk to me about Yike on this rel. And please remember, it's the first time I think we have seen the role in the jungle here in the LEC. How do you expect him to play it out? You mentioned him coming bottom lane during draft. Tick, already done.
Yeah, and a lot of this is going to be a case of, hey, we have the do not move forever style between both the Nautilus and Rel here. So as long as someone can set things up, you're in a great spot. So for G2, it's about making sure that you're able to find these big engages. The point-and-click CC from Mickey, especially at level 6, just sets up so well for Yike. And when you end up being able to, say, get onto someone like Comp, and then you've got all this follow-up with Caps with Yike, the team fights become really difficult for this ADs to try and play out.
I mean, when you think about the initiation for G2, right? Fate's Call, Depth Charge, Magnet Storm. I mean, this was the setup once again, just really nicely done here from G2.
Yeah, Comp immediately with the cleanse as that auto attack comes in so he can step away, but Yike just barely catching Advian on the way back, manages to get the flip over the shoulders, so you end up with the cow in the middle of where he doesn't want to be and goes down as a result.
I think I like the fact, again, Mickey starting this one off strong. Already on that road, has been, again, one of the huge impact players for G2 finding his form. 85% kill participation, 70% in the early game. So that's interesting as the game plays out, obviously a pivotal factor in terms of being involved with the rest of the team. But this is something he's become synonymous with, roaming around and impacting every area of the map.
And especially when you consider the champions that Mickey has been playing, he's been much more of these PO supports, like we've seen the Broms and the Melios and that kind of stuff. The fact that he's able to get out of lane so consistently when Han Sama is trying to scale on picks like the Kog'Maw, and get impacts in mid, get impacts at things like Rift Herald are going to be crucial in this series as well, especially when you think Tristana, she wants to try and play for this first Rift Herald when it spawns. Same when you look towards the Kennen. I am keeping my eyes on Mickey to see if he can link up with Yike and try and cause that disruption so Koi can't play for this first objective.
I mean, I'm going to be a little bit embellishing here, but like for Mickey's champion pool, Braum, Nami, Melio, and Lulu, that's what he played in the regular season. None of them are engaged supports, right? Quote unquote, really.
Yeah.
By comparison, Advian's got one game of Leona and the rest of them Enchanters. Now, yes, the meta has changed, but I think for both of the respective players, a little bit more comfortable on these engaged tools. Both of them like to get into your face. And once again, Yike was showing his face down the bottom lane. Malrang was spotted by a G2 ward, so this will open up an early dragon. And this is a good start for G2, get that first objective on the board, and then look towards that Rift Herald.
So this is kind of what we've seen from Malrang, is that he keeps trying to go for these plays on opposite sides of the map, but he hasn't been able to find that success, and it feels like this weird style that Malrang hasn't really paid dividends for Koi this split around. You can see there, yes, he's still behind on CS, but 10th when it comes to kills and assists and 14th, 9th when it comes to team proximity, and the fact that he got spot on that ward top side is now coming back to bite Koi again, because yeah, you're getting a Gromp, but you just lost Dragon on the bottom side.
And I think for any of our long-time viewers, especially last year, Malrang has always been a player that has been statistically unimpressive. At least when you look at his numbers, you need to dive deeper. But he was a very creative player. He did things that were weird, like it was surprising. And that was something that, there was a storyline. Malrang was figured out. That's when Koi started losing and whatnot. he hasn't been able to find that same level of success. Right now, he's level 6 in the top lane. Yike, level 5 in the bottom, crashed down, interrupted by the Pulverize, and Yike is just going to get taken out. That was beautifully done by Advienne.
Great job from Advienne. The fact that he's able to get that interrupt means that you get to turn around the play on bot side, although Larson would have liked something to be involved in there because he did teleport down, but Malrang as well actually did get into that top side, and yes, he didn't get the kill, but denying more of that CS away from Broken Blade, making him uncomfortable, and you can see the results, right? A 20 CS lead opening up there, but might be a little bit late to the party as Caps has spotted him out here.
Ooh, Caps has got that ultimate available to him. He's going to throw in that clone. Ash Arrow comes out potential, but there was no backup. If you looked at the map, Broken Blade was dealing with the wave. He's actually been caught by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. And I'll tell you what, I did not expect at 8.5 minutes to see Koi up 1,000 gold, 2 kills to 1, based on what we've seen during the regular season. So I think this is a good start to the game. Let's not discount the fact that now the ultimates are pretty much available for everybody. It's just Yike and Mickey are nearly at level 6. The engage options for G2 is going to accelerate this a lot, assuming they don't kind of int these dives.
Yeah, this was just a really good job from Advienne there. The fact he actually managed to get in and try and disrupt that was perfect. Caught in a great spot. Larson coming in on the TP meant that there wasn't really much follow-up that you could go for either. So this is... Oh, wait a sec.
Ooh, that's a flash in. Pop Blossom is going to at least interrupt Malrang for now. Glacial Prison comes out. Caps dropping 600 HP. Larson flashes forward down to 300. I'm not quite certain that was the best call. Yike has got a storm of magnets and looking for the mid laner. Instead, Lance forward, crash down, up, Tangle Bombs, and well, and Malrang is just locked in place. That Poro didn't know what to do.
And everyone on G2 was collapsing. Broken Blade from top side. He got Mickey coming from the bot. The call went out and the entirety of the G2 army was en route. But now Malrang getting caught out in that mid. Nice job from Caps to try and set that one up where he nearly got the solo kill onto Larson. But now you're in a position where Larson getting set behind. You're starting to look at the bot side falling further and further behind thanks to this aggressive bot lane. And it's the top lane that is the big difference maker here. Shigenda needs to have massive impact in these team fights if he wants to try and change this.
And very carefully, if you look 2 minutes till the next dragon, if you look at the combat gold at the top of your screen, that's the amount of money that has been spent, that has been converted into stats. Even though the gold is even, Koi have been able to spend that money to get those stats already now. Now that window will close. You can see Broken Blade starting to back. He'll spend some of that money and he'll start balancing it out. But when we do come to this next dragon fight, potentially, we need to keep an eye on whether those itemizations have been balanced out, because it makes a significant difference this early game.
I think the big one is going to be your bot side right now. Like Hansam and Mickey will be able to reset, go back, and that's where you're going to be looking at the dragon. It's going to be coping up. They want to try and crash this in the next couple of seconds, but it's actually in a relatively good spot here. You can see that with the wave pushing against Comp and Advienne, they don't really feel comfortable to push up because the amount of pink wards that are on this bottom side here for G2 is actually kind of insane. Like you can just see they've got like all angles kind of covered on this bottom side, so you never really know if Yike is in the vicinity, and he is at the moment.
Yeah.
So Koi have to be so careful with where this wave is positioned.
Once again, observers zooming out as soon as we start highlighting the vision. Decked, I have to commend you once again, looking at the draft, anticipating how G2 are going to play around it. I think Yike at this point may as well pitch a tent to grab some s'mores in that bottom lane. He's had one successful gank, one that didn't go awry, and with a minute till dragon, the counter vision is now coming into play. Keep in mind, Malrang's also got that Herald, only a quarter of that time remaining, so it's potential money, so he does need to use that likely in the middle lane just before dragon comes up is what my guess is going to be.
Yeah, and the fact that he got to the ATM in mid lane as well helps, but beautiful stuff, blocking that from Caps. Fully intentional, I swear, but it ended up working out because now you got the reset coming through from Yike. He's going to be able to get back in towards the mid lane. Big ultimate down on Comp, so they're not able to set up for any sort of pick play. And now G2 are able to use that vision that we already aligned with to buff forward into River. And you've already got the push on bot side for Hansam as well. So even though you haven't really got the greatest of like reset timers coming through from G2, the sheer control that they have with Hansam on this bot lane is going to make it super easy for them to keep control over River and keep control over Dragon.
It doesn't look like we've got a shenanigans around Dragon right now. That Herald is about to time out. So remember, Malrang has not used it. However, Broken Blade does have flash, does not have ultimate. Shigenda has got that slicing maelstrom. Do they fancy a tower dive? The dragon is being conceded for this opportunity. The Electro Hamster is in. The Battle Ball won't find the final hit. Broken Blade is running for his life as Shelly gets a charge and the plates go to Malrang. Dragon is secured. Broken Blade, ward hops over. Malrang chucks up the flail, but I don't think he wants this fight. An empowered strike to the face will be problematic. Lawson's coming in as well. Counter-Strike stun will at least get the stopwatch. And now the teleport comes down from Caps. Is he the next target? Pop Blossom is available. Channels it. Looks for Sejuani. And Caps finds the kill. Shigenda tries to get the reply back. One more to just about does it. It's Lawson that secures it. 1 kill apiece.
But the tower goes down on top side. It's about to be responded on the bot side as this wave is going to come in. So Hans Sama will be able to pick that up. But look at mid lane. Comp and Advian had already abandoned that. So they're going to get plates in mid. So Koi, even though it looked very back and forth, they are the ones coming out on top in the trade. It just cost them a dragon when it comes to the gold that they've got.
2,200 gold up for Shigenda's cannon. 40 CS already, and the tower taken down. That is gigantic. The only counterbalance is that Hans Sama is 1,100 up over comp. But I don't think Koi are gonna mind. Enchanted Crystal Arrow into Kennen Engage is kind of how they want to play that mid game anyway.
Yeah, this game all rests on Shigenda now. He has to be able to carry this, and it's a great setup. You've already just got the follow-up immediately coming through from Malrang. Just a bit sad that they don't get Broken Blade off rip, but I think this was a bit greedy from Caps. Like, you can understand, hey, we've just traded for Dragon. They consider going from the cross map and diving onto the bottom lane instead, but as Broken Blade is like leaving, you just forgo this tower. You've already made your decision. You play for just the fact that Broken Blade managed to escape the play and you're happy out. But instead, Caps ends up giving his life across alongside it and the tower. Yeah, you get the kill back, but there was just no reason for it.
No one at all. And that does end up meaning that Shigenda, he's playing his 7th most popular champion in Kennen. 20 professional games, 12 of them are wins. So has a fair amount of experience on the champion. I think he's 320 games. He's already going to be coming into position as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow tags up Hans Sama. Cleanse has been used. Teleport being channeled. Shigenda with the slicing maelstrom. Tags up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 members of G2. Lawson rocket jumps forward, gets the kill onto Mickey, and rocket jumps away. Caps is going to need that Pop Blossom just to save his own life. But here comes Cop. The Ike is forced to crash down to safety. 15 minutes on the clock, the aggressive TP, and Koi take down G2.
It nearly didn't go their way, but the fact that Shigenda has so much damage right now was the changing factor for Koi. Not only do they manage to get that play onto the enemy team as well, they're going to get this Rift Herald. You've got the push out on top side. This is a massive, massive swing for Koi.
Oh, what a great position to be in for Koi, looking at the #1 seed, the team that picked them for this best of. And look at your mini-map. Teleport starts to channel in just a second as Shigenda does work.
And this is where Hans Sama realizes he has to use the cleanse, so he's got nothing now as Shigenda comes in. And Yike tries to interrupt, but it just doesn't really work out. And Shigenda positioned perfectly where he's able to then back away as that ult ends. Larson hops over the wall, he's in and out. Like, these choke points are perfect spots for Koi because of their ability to get in and out over the walls, whereas for G2, they're just not really in a position to set themselves up in that way, especially with how short range their composition is.
That one ward, what a gigantic impact that ward had. Had Shigenda not teleported in literally the middle of G2, the fight would have gone differently.
And that's where you have to be careful about how you fight whenever you play these sorts of games, because it has very much been a case of bottom side of the map belongs to G2, but the top side belongs to Koi. And it was just the fact that we hadn't fully swept out all the vision was what ended up coming back to bite them, because Koi's been in control of that top side. Malrang has essentially been the one clearing out Gromp on that top end the entire game, so you have to be so careful of this as G2 if you're trying to fight on the opposite end to where you're strong.
Now, for the G2 fans in the audience that have been somewhat silenced, it is 2 dragons under their belt, a minute to go. And when you do think, if G2 can start a dragon or get into that pit, their ability to turn and engage is phenomenal. Kalista ult, Nico ult, Rel ult, before you even add on the likes of Nautilus as well, right? So if Koi are going to get sucked into those initiation places and they are not, immediately pulling the trigger, there are options, but G2's window is starting to shrink.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, is that the fact Broken Blade is so far behind means he's just a non-factor on the side lane. So Shigenda can push out waves. Once he has his ultimate up, Jax doesn't really win out in the fight, especially with not even a mythic completed for Broken Blade right now. So you get the opportunity for Larson to be a threat on the side lane. You always have the opportunity now to do what is classic Koi fashion, push out mid, and immediately just try and jump onto one of these people in side lanes. And you can see G2, their control on the map is shrinking. Every time Larson pushes a wave, every time Shigenda gets control over a wave, and even the push that Comp has over Hans Sama in mid just makes this game very easy now for Koi to clean out, as long as they can get this mid turret down.
Okay, mid turret down. That'll unlock deeper pressure into the jungle. Oh, the Marshall Poise, not going to be able to get Hans Sama away. Glacial Prison comes down as well. Mickey gets comboed by the cow and knocked into the air. Fate's call forward. Battle Boar in the air. That's a great dredge line. That's a comp. But the first kill's onto Mickey, and despite a decent-looking counter-engage, it is Koi that find the kill and get out alive.
They didn't do it in time. Larssen managed to get the reset off the push he had top side and get back out onto the map, so just using their tempo better means that Koi able to play around the cap, still catches Larssen.
Does indeed, still got that pop blossom. Shigenda's got the flash, Shigenda's got the maelstrom! Handsummer forced to flash for his own life, and the belt used by Caps, starts to channel the R, gets the knockup, here comes the power pony! Handsummer needs to get those Ren stacks down, but Caps is looking to lock out Larssen, the kill secured by Handsummer. G2 are right back in it.
Shigenda went for the massive play and it whiffs entirely. Caps turns it around. Yikes, interrupting Larssen. He's trying to jump away. And just like that, G2 are back into it.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, we got a game on our hands. And the fans are chanting. And I will say that, Dagda, you again read this perfectly. Koi really wants to unlock the map by getting that mid tower down. The bottom tower still stands as well. I mean, it's only one tower apiece, right? But I think that kind of tunnel vision and Shigenda feeling, he feels the confidence. He's got such a big lead. Unfortunately, his targets flash away from him, and then it draws Larssen in as well.
Yeah, and the big one here is the turnaround here from Caps. Now watch Larssen. Larssen tries to buffer his jump off the wall. Immediate crash down on towards Yike as well. So Larssen then has to flash away, but you've just got too many members of G2 in the vicinity. They're the ones that are actually crashing onto this mid wave first, and it gets them that third dragon as well. So now you're staring down the barrel of Soul in 5 minutes for G2. And it's not the fact that they can just go for a 5v5 and take it easily, as Caps is going to find Shigenda. It's the fact that you actually get to avoid Dragon now if you want to.
Yeah.
You can play elsewhere. Start to feed BB some money.
Give time to Broken Blade, who right now is going to commit this flash. Counter-Strike and Grandmaster's used as well. Here comes Caps, but listen, may not even be needed. In fact, the kill will be secured. Yike running for his life. While Shigenda was the target of G2, the cross map makes Mickey and the top inner turret the target of Koi. They maintain a 2,000 gold lead. But a 24-minute Infernal Soul with Callista, Nico, like, that is scary, and importantly for me, G2 can elect to ignore it, buy 5 minutes of time, or they can choose to pull Koi towards them and use those peel options. So either way, we're going to have an interesting decision in 3.5 minutes once that spawns.
Yeah, I think for G2, you want to try and actually play away from it. Use Caps and Broken Blade to suddenly start to threaten some of the standing gold that's on the top side. But you can see that, at least on the side of Koi, they're aware of this.
Bait.
Larssen immediately TP'd into top side.
There's bait indeed, but who's baiting whom? Teleport being channeled. Target is Yike. He's used that ultimate just to buy some time. Repel will come out, but with him dropping, do Koi feel bold enough? Double ADs. They're inside the pit, Rob.
G2 want to fight.
And they're sticking around for this. Fate's Call is available. Grandmasters is up in a moment. Mickey's there as well with that depth charge. 4 versus 5. Caps' shapeshifter was stunned. Advien's gonna take that blast gun over. Look at Shigenda from the back. Ultimate's available to him. Mickey's forced at least Koi to peel away from the pit. And the Fate's Call is pulled in, fired out. That is good from G2. They've interrupted Baron for now.
Yeah, but Shigenda's still looking. No flash available, has the ult. But, I mean, a Kennen with no flash, it's so difficult to just run someone down. So, G2, yes, they lose Yike, but they managed to stop Koi from getting the Baron.
That was huge. And not only that, they secure the mid turrets first. 2 towers to 2. 1,000 gold difference. I think the fact that Hans Sam is kind of the power member of the team, Koi, you need to respect that. If anyone was comboed by the knockups from both Callista ult and Normal ult, there may be enough time for those red stacks to come down.
And there was actually a lot invested by Koi to try and make that play. Like, yes, they got the pick onto Yike, but they lost a massive wave on bot side. Larssen TP'd onto the top side to try and get the tempo advantage they wanted to make the bait on Baron. So for Koi, that play not fully coming to fruition actually does sting them a little bit. They're still now in a good place. You can see they have push in mid, they have good control over top side, so they can get vision control back over this area. But with a minute 50 until Dragon, now Koi are starting to get into a difficult spot where we have to try and play both sides of the map. Whereas G2, they can just constantly dip into Fog of War on top end. And that's when Caps, Yike, Mickey, that combo can come alive.
And look at this. The fact that they can just tower dive, the tower falls. Mickey was able to buffer that Q just to get out to safety. But Koi brute forced the tower. And now, as we crest the 22-minute mark, Dragon number 4 is coming up here for G2. Koi once again playing that sort of bait game, daring G2 to step into the darkness. We still need to see that level of control from Koi to at least convince me that they can win this game out. The last couple of skirmishes have gone the way of G2, but maybe they've bitten off a little more than they could chew. Flash and Cleanse is still available here for Hans Summer. Broken Blade's teleporting in from the flank. That will buy enough time for the kill to be secured. Rocket jump away. Larsen's caught by the Blossom. It's a fight on two fronts and it's G2 in control. Larsen is being targeted by Caps as another pump falls down in the jungle. Larsen will be able to at least get that W out with 2 kills secured. They may be able to get Baron.
That ward in the mid lane is MVP. It gives all the information G2 know to set that play up. They know they have the teleport advantages, and every time we think Koi are getting a foothold, G2 pull the rug from underneath them.
This is a story of 2 wards. The 2 big swings have sort of come from wards in the middle lane. And the battling armies here in Berlin are getting a treat. With Baron secured, the gold now in favor of G2. It starts off once again with this ward being cleared up, but more importantly, Hansame and Mickey, they've got the backup and instantaneous TPs from the rest of G2.
But it gave the information.
Yes.
They knew that Koi were in this area, but they know they have the TP. They know that they can get Caps here, and they know Shigenda had already used his to try and get into the last place. So when G2 come through, they know they have the numbers advantages. Caps is cutting off retreats, and they can pick off members, but we're fighting for this Dragon Soul.
All right, it is a 2,000 gold advantage in combat gold for G2. Shigenda's got flash stopwatch, he's got the belt, he's got a flank angle. Where's the cannon?
They don't know!
The slicing Maelstrom has already picked up a kill onto Hansama, but the Magma Storm and the Pop Blossom turn it back around. It's damage all for Flavors, and all of a sudden, it's Comp running for his life. Somehow, G2 turn it around. The focus on Hansama punishes Koi ultimately.
How? How in the name of God did G2 come out on top of that? How in the name of God is BB getting a double kill? What is going on, Trevor?
Dagda, when we get the replay, oh my word, that's fine. Can you help explain this to me? Because it looks to me like they just can't get through the front line.
Yeah, so for Shigenda, he comes over the wall. Hansama tries to get away. But as Larsen jumps into the middle of things, Mickey immediately knock up. And then there's the follow-up CC comes through. Caps gets all the damage down. And then it's the entire front line of Koi that's getting caught up in that wombo that we've been highlighting so far, so true. And for Broken Blade then, he was trying to help out on the back line. So when Shigenda kind of runs out of gas, this is when Jax then starts to come alive, and he's already got all the CC that he needs in the 2 beefcakes beside him.
I mean, watching the members of Koi, their airline status just got upgraded a tier because they were flying for such a long time. Well, it's like a 3-man Magnus from 3-man Pop Blossom. When you're flying in the air, you can't do anything, and I think that time allowed G2 to come back. They've got the Soul, they had the Baron, they've got the gold lead, and it's G2 now in control of the game.
Yeah, G2 are going to be able to get so much standing gold as well on this top side. This is kind of what we were talking about. Like, if they want to try and trade for map pressure, you've got 2 towers now. Essentially, they should be able to take with this Baron. They have good control over this top end. The only thing they have to be careful of is BB does need to get a little bit of pressure in the mid lane here before they fully commit for the tier 2, because you can see the pings going down on mid. They're like, we don't know where Koi are right now, so we don't want to fully commit to this top side yet.
And of course, look at the itemization. 3,000 gold advantage for Hansama. He's got the Hurricane, Rage Blade, and Blade of the Ring King. That gold lead for Shigenda has stayed pretty stagnant for the majority of the game thus far. And I think once we see how G2 are responding to that early game advantages, Koi are now on the back foot. They still have great engaged tools. Sejuani, Ken, and Ashe. The only problem is it's fairly telegraphed. Look, the Ashe are in. G2 aware of it. Prison is held. Malrang doesn't fire, doesn't pull the trigger. And instead, it's now Koi on the retreat. Yike was thinking about going in. And G2 are fully aware of it. They've got the vision, they've got the angle, so it's going to be hard to surprise G2 at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly where G2 want to be again. They've got a ton of standing gold now, so you get the 2 towers on top side, a tower in mid, look for the reset. That's going to fool no one, Caps. You can cut that. Wait, is it? Yeah, he's just fine.
Yeah.
But I think the big one here is more so that you want to try and spend that money now, so you can try and look towards the last tower on bot end. You can actually put Broken Blade in towards mid to threaten Nexus towers. And now you look like Divine Sunder, the Hullbreaker there as well for the Jax. Like, he's actually going to be really difficult for Shigenda to deal with in the 1v1, thanks to all that extra magic resist you get off that item.
And I think when you do look at Shigenda, the fact that he's gone Proto Belt, Hourglass, as well as the Shadow Flame, I mean, he is hoping for the bigger fights, right? Looking for those team fight scenarios. G2, as long as they don't give them, give Koi an opportunity to have those big AoE ultimates hitting them, I think they're in a very good position to close this game out. But it has been dramatic. I mean, look, 1:40 till Baron, 3 minutes to Elder, and Koi on the complete defensive. For me, it just comes down to finding that engage somehow on the steps of the inhibitor turrets.
Scuttle is just going on a little holiday. This is totally normal. No problems here at all. As Cap starts to take over this topside jungle. Broken Blade though, we'll have to be careful here.
2 members looking to deal with him. Advient's coming as well. Broken Blade nearly gets the tower down. It's literally on a sliver of health. But the fact that both Larson and Advient, Larson and Malrang, we sort of needed to push him away, it also opens up pressure in the middle lane. So G2 unrelenting right now, forcing Koi to respond.
Yeah, and I think G2 are going to play this relatively slow, although Koi are just giving them a massive advantage here in the mid lane where nobody's really gone to cover. So you're actually in a spot now where you're caught in your own base here. G2 are running back and forth.
I missed the Ashe arrow from a moment or two ago. Apologies if it was on screen, but both Larson and Comp's ultimates were down. So in terms of like using that as a tool to save the tower, not available for them. You then follow it up with the prison or the slicing maelstrom.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was they thought that G2 were sticking around in this topside jungle. They're like, look, we got Baron in 30 seconds. They're invested into, hey, we're just going to look for topside vision control instead, and they won't go for a tower. So let's over-index into bot and see if we can prevent Broken Blade from getting anything, or maybe even kill Broken Blade and get a 4 versus 5 at Baron. But G2 kind of said, no, we're fine. We're actually okay to just face check you realistically right now with how much CC we have and the fact that we've also got the Fate's Call. So instead, we're going to just look for that mid tower. So kind of calling the bluff of Koi in reverse here for G2.
And I mean, just look at the itemization differences, by the way. So GA completed for Hansama into Kraken's Triforce Zeal for Comp. It is day and night from the bottom lane. And the only real advantage is Shigenda top lane, but on that Kennedy, he's not going to be able to get through Rel, Nico, Nautilus. And what was a 2,500 gold lead is now 400 gold. So all of that power has shrunk. And our production team is just throwing up that combat stats. It is obviously 5k difference in effective combat value, excluding consumables. And with Rend, with all the autos, this should be an easy Baron here for G2. Crystal Arrow is just sidestepped and secured by the Smite. Came a little bit close. It wasn't a fair 50-50. Remember, Rend plus Smite gives G2 the advantage. They secure the objective. Larson, Buster Shot used once again to get rid of Broken Blade. But he cannot stop the tower being taken. With the Baron empowered minions and playing multiple threats in multiple lanes, G2 are now running circles around the Koi fish.
Koi need to actually stop some of these backs though. They need to try and disrupt it because you're looking at Dragon, Elder Dragon in 30 seconds time, but they don't quite able to close the gap here. If they can stop some of the resets, it could actually work out really well for them where G2 don't get to spend this money.
No, they don't. The biggest thing about these itemization differences, look at the levels as well. Caps and Larson even, but 2-level advantage for Hansama in the bottom lane. 2 for Yike, 2 for Broken Blade. Before you factor in all the gold, as well as the Hourglasses, as well as the GAs. This is such an uphill battle for Koi. And that little decoy's going forward.
Shigenda got spotted on this ward though, so the whole play that Koi were trying to go for is kind of just come crashing down now. G2 are going to look to actually just engage in mid because they know Shigenda's not in position.
I won't be able to reply. He's got the teleports. It does not look like it's happening just yet. Dredge line tags Malrang. Counter-Strike comes in once again. The root, the stun, the knock-up. Here comes Yike from the side, and it's already done. 2 members of Koi are down, a third to fall. And the 4th will be moments after. Larson finally gets one back onto Mickey. But it's too little, it's too late, and Shigenda's running for his life. The flank opportunity was thwarted. Caps, Pop Blossom, not going to use the flash. I think he was actually stunned in place. Nevertheless, with the Baron empowered minions with a 4 versus 1, they can look to push down the Nexus turrets.
Yeah, you have Broken Blade. He's going to TP onto the minions as soon as they hit the base to make sure that they're able to close this one out. It was a slow burn for G2. Couple of topsy-turvy plays, but G2 will find themselves game 1 in their hands.
G2 Esports bouncing back from Koi's early game. The Nexus turret will fall, looking for a couple extra kills to pad the stats. As Hansama and the rest of the team take down the Nexus, 1-0 to G2. And I will say that of all the games we've seen this weekend, that was one of the more chaotic, especially early on. I think yesterday, the first series of the day, game 2 was pretty dramatic back and forth, but Koi came out swinging, And there were huge skirmishes around TPs that swung massive amounts of control in this game.
Yeah, I think a lot of it was getting to see Malrang play around Shigenda, getting this Kennen into a position, but then it becomes very difficult to try and leverage topside wins into big wins elsewhere.
Yeah.
And we can see they nearly managed to get it one team fight, but just unfortunately the fact that Hansama got such a big lead and we're starting to see Caps get into position and the Wombo combo that was that 4-man unit of G2 just became too hot to handle.
I mean, the engage power of that Rel Nautilus was just overwhelming. Like, you kind of felt Kalista cleaning things up, but I think even before the Fates call was hugely impactful. Like, Nautilus and Rel are just so powerful. You can see why Rel is just such a big pick on this patch.
Yeah, and I think the fact that you're able to match it, as you say, with something that has that follow-up engage, but also then you're playing the map smarter as G2 as well. Because how many times we're like, oh, well, Shigenda's trying to get in position, but BB's actually just in a side lane farming. The fact he closed that gold lead and then managed to get 2 levels ahead is absolutely insane.
It is gigantic. That does it for us to the card stage. We're back for game 2. Before that, though, Goldborg is standing by at the Telestrator.
And thank you very much, Trevor. Yes, I am standing by the Telestrator, where we're going to have a look at a fight towards the late game. Now, the way this fight starts, had this been an even game, had this been a time and place in a different alternate universe where Koi gets disengaged, they may be winning the game, but we're just going to be looking at it in the beginning and see what actually happens. It is at the moment where you can currently see that G2 have in fact stacked up their souls, and this means this is a fight that Koi will have to take. That moment, which we have seen many times before, is the fact that there's one man who needs to find a good flank, and he's right over here. It is Shigenda. As you can see, there's a juicy target in the river coming in with a lot of people ready to go into a slicing maelstrom. So G2 right now actually does not have the best vision control. You can already see it. There's not a lot to go by. Control wards, control and control wards. The only place they know he's not coming from is right now where he's not trying to flank them all the way around because they already got that one covered. So they can kind of guess where he's coming from, and you can see it by the wards they're placing as well. As the cliff rolls out, of course the Drake is important, but all Koi needs to care about is just finding the engage immediately. And a huge engage like this was almost a G2 that was thrown out of the game, but notice Caps once again in the middle, immediately moving in with the Pop Blossom to find multiple targets, making it very easy for the rest of his team to clean up the fight. The Ashe are doing the best that it can in the back line to actually secure any of the kills that is available on the side of G2, but they're just not able to get anything. Now, what does this Telestrator mean? It means that had Koi been on even footing, they probably would have been able to fight this. Now, why weren't they, despite having a decent early game? That's not for me to break down. That's for my beautiful analyst desk over here to break down. So, Law, over to you.
Thank you so much, GBO. I'm glad you asked these questions because there's a lot of interesting things to say about this game. But first, Chadam, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Congrats on reaching a season finals. How do you feel after the series? Quick
you know, we made like what every team wants to reach this year. So I'm just happy, especially after last year. I got reunited with the feeling of victory, so I'm just satisfied.
Fantastic. The year is not over for you guys. And we can have a sneak peek of the opponents you're going to be facing off against tomorrow. I want to talk about the draft here first, because I feel like we had a lot of interesting things going on both sides, actually. But my first question is, what do you think of the Jax priority in Europe compared to the East? I'm talking about the LPL, the LCK, where it's one of the main champions we have on top lane, but not quite the case here in the LEC.
Yes, you could see lately that, especially in LPL, LCK, so Asian leagues, top laners really like Jax a lot, and it has been the case for like already so long. Yeah, Jax has always been the pick that Asian top laners pick, no matter what. You know, they're just like, Jax is just a strong laner, so of course I will just pick him. And they don't really care about what opponents they will play against. So they're like, Jax is just one of the best laner that I can find. I will just pick it, right?
Yeah.
How would you feel about this matchup, Jax versus Kennen? Who would you say has the favor in this one?
I mean, you know, I can see why Asian tops, pick Jax because I think it's strong. But at the same time, you need to be able to make him work, I guess. And I don't think this is the case for EU tops, right? I think Jax can be a huge bait pick for the top laners in Europe. But especially in this case, in this draft, usually you want to couple Jax with the Sejuani. But here in this case, Koi picked it away 2-3. So, 1-2, sorry. So you don't have that strong duo already mid top jungle. And you know that Zigenda plays Kennen. and you don't ban the cannon 4-5. So you're just auto-countering yourself, which doesn't really make sense to me.
But to me, it screams confidence when you think of G2, because Reckless, on the other side of the map, you have Hans picking Kalista into Ashe, and we know that it's not specifically a good matchup. So how do you explain the choices from G2 here?
I think the Braum ban is probably what allowed him to pick Kalista, honestly, because if you think about playing Kalista, you normally are very afraid of actually the Ashe matchup. I think it's probably the worst matchup you can get normally as the Kalista. But with the Braum out, Ashe doesn't really have a purpose anymore. When I was watching this game, I was thinking to myself that comp is actually playing pretty well. Even the clip that GB showed earlier, he was actually playing pretty well, but he's dealing 50 damage per auto. And he was 40 CS down, 50 CS down early game and ended the game minus 5k. So it just felt like the Ashe pick sort of lost its purpose the second Braum was out and they didn't go for the Milio, because those are the two combos that come to mind for me. So I feel like they kind of misused the Ashe and allowed Hans not only to pick a matchup that shouldn't be possible, but kind of run away with the game.
He really ran away with it, and the gold lead that he had after 20 minutes was actually immense and not expected in this kind of matchup. I want to talk about what happened top lane here, and Reckless, if you can talk me through what Koi tried to do, putting the attention on top lane, and then we're going to swap to G2, putting the attention on bot.
So we kind of touched on it before the game, where Shigenda has actually been a really strong point for Koi, just as Larsen has been, and Malrang, I think, went into the game thinking that this is actually a winning condition for my team, so I'm going to make the most out of snowballing top lane, and they sort of succeeded in my mind. Jax was really behind this game, and if they got the dive later where Jax ran all the way around, jumped back, and Caps TP'd in and died, if that went a little bit better, maybe they actually get enough of a lead topside to do something with this game. But bot lane was an issue from the start, and it's never really seemed like they could find their footing down there.
And Ashe could not even do a single ounce of damage at the end of the day at all. But usually it comes down to Koi's mid-game execution and maybe calls and how they approach this team fight. So what is your understanding of the team and the weaknesses they've been displaying today, and in general maybe?
I think Koi, they've always had trouble in playing mid games lately. We could see it from Spring already when we were facing them. We were clearly seeing they just lack of theory or something, or they just don't manage to connect as a team, which is the most important thing. They just don't manage to connect, or they're not sure what to do. But when you play against a team like G2, G2 is known for their mid game. They're really creative, but at the same time, Koi is just not creative. You don't really know what they want to do in mid game, and they just got punished for their weakness.
What do you want to see, Reckless, on the side of Koi going into the next game? They selected blue side this time around, so switching sides, switching priorities in terms of picks as well. What do you want to see here?
I definitely want to see a bot lane matchup where by default it's not going to be as tough as this one. I felt like they were getting zoned from pretty much the beginning of the game to the end of it. He was barely farming creeps at some point, and I think when you already know by going into this matchup that it's going to be tough in the bot lane, you need to find a matchup that's easier to play, and I think Kalista Nautilus versus Alistar is one of the hardest matchups actually to play. So I would just like to see something a little bit safer maybe on the side of Koi, with a bit more wave clear, so they don't have these situations where they're either freezing the wave on them or slow pushing and actually threatening to dive. I think the time Yike died was sort of a saving grace. That also could have been comp just dying and the game being over. So it feels like they're kind of in a position where it's a bit of a panic situation in the bot lane, and when you're actually doing so well in the top lane, as Shigenda was in this case, if you can buy your top lane a little bit more time, I think that would go a long way.
Well, we'll see if they can put everything in application in the second game. I hope you're going to get enough info from this series to prep tomorrow. Do you stand by your prediction? I think you predicted G2 to win on stage.
I think G2
Still confident about this one?
Still confident.
All right. Well, we'll see if G2 can close out this series when we return for game 2, or if Koi can come back. We'll see you after the break.
Right now, he's level 6 in the top lane. Yike, level 5 in the bottom. Crash down, interrupted by the pulverize, and Yike is just going to get taken out. That was beautifully done by Epied.
I'm coming to you. I can hold him, I'm TPing. I'm going, Tristan. Look, cannon. I kill him, I kill cannon. Nice, nice. Go Dragon, Nice, that's good, huge.
Where is the cannon? They don't know! The slicing Maelstrom has already picked up a kill onto Hunt Summer, but the Magna Storm and the Pop Blossom turn it back around. It's damage all for Flavors, and all of a sudden, it's Comp running for his life. Somehow, G2 turn it around.
How? How in the name of God did G2 come out on top of that? How in the name of God is BB getting a double kill?
everybody watching at home. Just before we get to the next game, something inspired me yesterday. Trouble had a fantastic moment with Irrelevant and Irrelevant's mum. So today, I would like to introduce to everybody at home, Mama Price. That's right, Dagda's mum is in the audience. Berlin, please put your hands together. And Rob, send a message to your mum and your sister for me.
Well, it was my sister's birthday on Friday, so I'm very glad that you managed to get over to say hi. But yeah, it's very nice. They've never seen me cast before, so it's been really nice to actually get to see me cast in person.
It's amazing. Happy birthday to your sister. To Berlin, thank you so much. And also, just because I'm in a spicy mood, the Dagda chance today sounded better than the Fnatic chance yesterday. That's an aside. Let's jump into game as Koi had side selection. They're on the blue side. Rob, to bring it back to it, what are you expecting for change of draft just before we hit the music?
Well, I hope that my face will go less red at some stage. But yeah, as we get into this, I think for Koi, I want to see... Actually, I really like the Tristana pick. I think keeping that priority there is going to be really strong because you can kind of see that Larssen was feeling comfortable in that lane matchup for a lot of us. But what I want to see is Malrang, instead of him putting that attention towards the top side, I want to see him playing off of Larssen in that mid lane and actually trying to use that to then lean into things like Riftguard in the early stages. Because I think if they'd actually managed to get Larssen up and rolling, it would have given them a little bit more control where they can then shut down some of that pressure from Hansam in the bottom lane.
I think in terms of like the prep we had coming into the series, Larssen was a danger man for us.
Yeah.
And I know, Dagda, you were sharing a lot of clips, a lot of info around how, as far as individual players, he's kind of been the linchpin for Koi.
Yes.
While Shigenda generated that lead, the team weren't able to play around him necessarily as that front man, right? So, and we saw on some of those engagements, some of those gigantic ward plays. Jumping into the draft really quick, Ivan Draven, Rel, and Poppy removed.
Yeah, I think we'll probably see the LeBlanc still go through, or at least become a ban, if G2 don't want to try and give that one across to Larssen. But I still think Maokai up and available. Maokai is incredibly strong, especially because it does give you opportunities to go for something like the Tristana. But I think you take the Trist, you're still happy to go for, okay, the Maokai, but they're going to just flip and reverse it either way. But I really do think that for G2, they were trying to see if they could sneak that Maokai over into the hands of Yike because he's looked incredibly prolific on it. You still have things like the Jace open. So actually, I think taking the Maokai probably makes most sense here.
I mean, it does. And look, if you'll just Spotify me for a minute, it begins, wait a minute, trees open, Yike, it's not your time to shine because there's 1 or 2 saplings being thrown your way. Every bush is going to be a flame. Koi, will they be so quiet in game 2 or will it turn around? That's the question. It's the Trundle in the bar.
Well, the Trundle for me is music to my ears because the fact that you get to actually steal away a bunch of those resistances coming through here is fantastic. You make the game really difficult for the Maokai to try and get involved in a lot of these fights, and especially if you can try and get rid of the Maokai, the Maokai's opportunities to look for some of these team fights, it can make things a lot easier. Lets you go for these early skirmishes, and especially with the way G2 are drafting, they're going for an early game comp here.
I also like the tools, the Pillar of Ice as well as the Fate's Call tools to kind of get around that Nature's Grasp. And as far as the music is concerned, it ain't no skibbity bop bop, yes, but at least it's decent looking. And Hansama had a good play in the previous one. It was paired with that Nautilus. I want to see what Mickey will run this time around, and with the LeBlanc being open and available, not at all surprised to see that locked in here in the hands of Larssen. But in terms of games played, 320 so on record, only 10 of them have been LeBlanc, so it's not exactly a signature pick.
Yeah, we have seen people adapt though to the new patch with this LeBlanc where you're taking minion dematerializer, you're still going the static shiv, and because you demasked the minions in the backline, you're still able to get that wave clear that you expect with the LeBlanc. So still going to see a lot of that into things like the Night Harvester. I just think I would have preferred to see the Tristana again. I know it didn't actually come to fruition in the last game, but you've got the AP damage already. You get a ton of control over side lanes. That safety is still there. But I think the value that you can get out of double AD compositions right now is so strong. Even with things like Kai'Sa still up and available, which can do relatively well in that bot lane, and you just keep it out of the hands of Caps.
I mean, is it too much to stretch? We heard Reckless talking about it. We heard Adam talking about it on the analyst desk a moment ago around how Koi's mid game has been challenging. It hasn't been the cleanest. When you've got those double AD comps, you really got to prioritize where you're going to be pushing them, how you get those towers done. We said for like, what, 5, 6, 7 minutes. If Koi could just get that mid tower, it unlocks so much. We weren't able to do it in a timely sort of, nature or sense.
Yeah, and I think it was a mid-game symptom of the early game problems.
There we go. Okay.
When you look at, hey, if we can actually play around Tristana and we can take that mid tower, then it opens up of, oh, it's very easy for us to rotate this Tristana around. And I wouldn't be surprised to see that game plan here for G2. The only problem that you're seeing is that G2 are heavy AD focused. That's why the high priority is on the Maokai, because it opens up these AD mids. So when you have things like the Ivern gone, who can give on-hit magic damage, and now the Rumble's gone, possibility of something like a Kennen gone as well. I'm curious if Broken Blade ends up defaulting back towards something like a Gwen here, just to try and keep himself with some sort of AP damage coming out across the board.
Okay, now in terms of these phase 2 bans, Varus removed from the pool, Rumble removed from the pool, top lane is still available, another one removed now, Gnar. And I think for Broken Blade, has been one of the players that has been a little bit more, let's say, criticized, a little bit more discussed throughout the course of this summer. Laning phase, kind of bullied, kind of beaten up, but I think fair to say, Malrang spent time there. And of course, with that Leona banned away from the bottom lane, Kalista Pyke, I want to see it.
It'll be sick. It'll be really, really cool to see this, and especially if you're able to get that control and have that same level of aggression in that bottom lane, it'll be nice. But we're actually just going to see him go back towards the Jax. So Jax, another champion that at least has a good amount of AP damage in his toolkit, so not fully surprised to see this. Probably see him go that kind of Zhonya's build as well, just to be like, okay, I got as much AP as possible in my build, and just make it difficult for people like Malrang on this Maokai to try and go in towards that more magic resist route.
And I mean, in terms of the previous game, Renekton was removed from the pool, so that was one of the options that Shigina could have run into the Jax. It is open and available now, and it's going to be a Sivir locked in into this Kalista bottom lane.
And Comp actually talks about this. There's the Renekton, which is a good answer into the Jax, but when Comp played this in groups, he actually came onto PGL and was like, look, this is something that I just feel very comfortable on, that I feel like I never underperform on, and when the chips are down and we need to get those wins on the board, this is something that I want to bring out. So Comp definitely going to be seeing if you can try and bring that to the forefront. I saw a lot of people experimenting with static Sivir, but when we actually saw Comp come out with this the last time, it wasn't. It was much more of that on-hit build. Sivir also getting some buffs coming into this patch, so I think this could just be the perfect storm here for Comp, as long as he can keep himself safe from what is an incredibly aggressive bottom side.
Comp has a 70% professional win ratio on Sivir, which is absurd at this level of play. There's a few Sivir Comp fans there in the audience. Thank you for the cheers. But of course, the answer into that is going to be Braum from Mickey. We've known him for a few years. He's going to be ecstatic to play that champion. Let's zoom out really quickly. How do these two respective teams want to win the game?
So when you look towards G2, I think a lot of this is going to come down to side lane pressure, especially with the Jax, trying to see if you can go for that scaling, and then trying to use a lot of your 4-man unit to create pressure with the Tristana. It is a little bit funky because you have so little engage on G2, so you are heavily reliant on Koi either over-aggressing into you or the side lane plays. When you look towards Koi, it is very much a, hey, we would like to team fight. If Maokai could please lock up some people, that'd be wonderful, and let's see what we can do.
I really like the way you phrased it. We would like to team fight. It would be lovely if we could set it up with the tree there in the middle lane with three of our friends. But I don't know if they can. We'll find out. For Koi, this is do or die. If they lose this game, they will play against Team Heretics next week, potentially their final series of the summer season. The final opportunity to get more championship points. They are looking towards season finals. They need to get a win and one more. It's Koi versus G2.
It is insane of me to think that one of these teams is going to be going up against Heretics, who look fantastic in the lower bracket final, whoever loses here. But the fact we also have Fnatic and Mad Lions on the opposite side, this weekend has been insane. And if Koi could bring this back here against G2, this, I think, is probably the most upsets I've ever seen in LEC.
I mean, it would be. The funny thing is, right, I actually had this upsets discussion yesterday. XL beating Mad Lions is not an upset.
True.
Because it was 3rd seed versus 8th, if memory serves.
Yeah.
However,
they did just win.
Remember the summer season, right? If you forget, you zoom out a little, organizationally speaking, and the bigger picture, the macro picture, yes, it was shocking. But at least in terms of recent performance, the way that series played out is expected. The way Fnatic ended up playing, less so, in my opinion. But as you mentioned, Fnatic Mad next week. The loser today, this series now, will play Team Heretics, and then tomorrow, we've got XLSK versus BDS, and the winner of this series right now. Just before the action starts off, in game number 1, G2 Esports were able to get very good Dragon control, play for that Salt around 23, 24 minutes. And they're going for level 1, Braum stun. Advien is going to be able to channel that Q. But the one thing that was intriguing about game number 1 is that Koi were able to get both of the Rift Heralds. Please excuse the sides, I haven't swapped these just yet, so G2's currently blue side, they should be red. The big one for me is Drake percentage played out as expected. Koi got more Heralds than we're used to seeing. But in terms of their objective play, Koi have struggled all summer in getting those objectives.
Yeah, I think as well, a lot of that is coming down to kind of what you touched on is like, when Malrang and Larson look good, this team looks good. And in 3 out of the 4 wins that we got from Koi, the odd one out being that Vitality game, which was just odd in general, it has been Larson getting 2 kills at 14 minutes, probably some assists on the side, and then being able to take over the game with Malrang, where they're like, right, this is when we get our Rift Heralds, this is when we get our Dragons, this is when we can start to play for that side lane control and actually look incredibly strong coming into this. But it hasn't always been the case, and I think we got to see it last game as well, where even though Shigenda got the early lead, it's not where Koi are comfortable playing through. And that's not on Shigenda. I actually think Shigenda, like that team fight where he actually managed to flash in over the back line, hits 4 members, like that's Kennan's gold. Like that's exactly what Shigenda needs to do. But it's how the rest of the team follows up. So I think for Koi specifically, I want to see Malrang playing around mid. I want to see him trying to get Larson this early lead, because having that control allows Larson to pivot the game into what he expects it to be and take over.
And also as a team with experience, when you've seen how they win, playing around that mid lane is what we've got confidence in them to be able to close a game out, right? Right now, this bottom lane heavily in favor of G2. 10 CS advantage. Mickey, with the backup of Yike as well as Hansama, is moving in to steal this red buff away. So Yike has skipped his own blue.
And the interesting thing, this is actually an adaptation that we got from G2. If you cast your minds back to the regular season, Yike on Kha'Zix tried to invade Malrang, immediately gave the Jarvan a kill. So having his help now, his buddies coming along, means that's a little bit more of a successful invade from Yike. But it's exactly what we talked about. Malrang and Larson are kind of the core of Koi. If you can disrupt that, it's going to work out fantastically for G2. And now you have all this vision control that just lets Hansama and Mickey have their way with bot side and make it very difficult for Comp and Advian to really maneuver, because they can't tell where Yike is on the map.
I mean, you can see those wards placed on the minimap in that southern quadrant going to allow Hansama and Mickey to push. In addition, the jungle being cleared out, Austin is going to get a good damage there. And Caps actually channeled that W. It looked like he jumped in place, if I read that correctly. Or maybe I just misread the knockup. But regardless, manages to back away. Actually, it was the E. That was right. The little hop is as he's casting the E. I was waiting to see what was happening there. Nevertheless, got that teleport, can TP back into lane. Unleash TP in 6 minutes time, so if he wants to make a play, can do so. Malrang right now just shadowing Shigenda, who's pushing this wave very aggressively, not anticipating any shenanigans.
It's a similar story though, as Advian going to be in a lot of trouble here. He'll take a good amount of damage coming off this, but again, you're splitting the map here as G2. Koi did it by themselves in the last game, but now G2 are forcing them to do it, and it means that Hansama and Mickey are getting a ton of control. They could look to sneak in behind here.
If you're a Koi fan, it's time to go. Yikes! Comp is going to get tagged up. Ghost already flashes away to safety. Dredge line pulls Mickey back, but the rain stacks are enough. Hansama picks up first blood for G2. They timed that and layered that beautifully. While that's going on, Lawson once again gets tagged by the E from Caps and ends up being a fairly even trade. But well played from G2 in the bottom lane.
Oh, Mickey going to take a tower shot, but he had to walk away. It's also cool to see the timings that G2 are playing around the rest of the map for a play on bot side. Because if you look at Caps had actually just gone for a reset in mid and TP'd back to mid. So Larson, who's on reset, is then like, well, what the hell do I do? Do I TP to bot lane to save comp? Or do I lose a ton of gold and tower plates in mid because Caps is just reset and I can't match? And it's these kind of decisions that G2 often force teams into that just suck to play against, and why oftentimes you do see teams make more mistakes against them, because it's G2 kind of manipulating how they want to play.
Do you think it's fair to say throughout the course of summer, that's something we tend to see later in the game? Like as a team, G2 are very creative. Once the towers fall in the mid game, to see it here at like 4 minutes on the clock after first or second clear, it also tells me that G2 have looked at Malrang, have looked at Koi's early game, and they found a window with this comp that they punished very, very well.
I think the big thing for G2, and like even from talking to the players, you hear it, a lot of it's like, hey, we're not only trying to win in Europe, we're trying to do a lot better.
Yeah, let's engage forward. Grand losses, but that Empower, I did not expect that much damage. Shigenda flashes over the wall, broken blade to the wrong side of the rift. And I think he may just concede his life. No flash, waiting for the Q. He needs something to jump to. Larson is trying to cut him off, but it's Shigenda that is in a little bit of trouble. Doesn't get stunned by the level 5 for Yike. Looking for those chains. Larson hasn't fired it yet. Stun comes out, channels it, locks him down, distorts forward, and one last auto. Larson's on the board, taking down Yike.
That's the Blitzcrank effect if I've ever seen it. If you don't throw it, they're just going to keep dancing in place. And I mean, Shigenda gets in range to get this point-and-click CC. Now, Mickey making sure that Comp can't play this bot lane either. And with all that attention topside, still G2 trying to find answers elsewhere.
I mean, it is G2 with a 14 CS and 800 gold lead in the bottom lane. 200 gold apiece for mid and top, and more importantly, 20 CS advantage for Shigenda right now. And I think Malrang has shown his face mid a couple times already, but ultimately Caps is very safe with that W.
The thing is, though, this is what we're talking about. When Koi looks successful, it's kills going on towards Larson. One tick already in that box. And it comes off the back of what was a little bit of a dicey play here. Broken Blade moves in towards River, spots Malrang, but knows that, hey, I've got push in mid, I've got my Trundle who's going to be in position, and in a 2v2, even though Renekton is incredibly strong on this current patch, you can just burst out one of them, Broken Blade's able to hop away, and I actually was waiting to see how this was going to turn out, because Broken Blade was spending a ton of time for the Counter-Strike to come back up, and you can see Shigenda has to play that so safe when Broken Blade goes back in, but Yike overextends, maybe thinking that that Counter-Strike was going to land, and then gives the kill to Larson.
Maybe expecting Shigenda to fight. I mean, if it stood and fight Eats in that Counter-Strike, could have bought enough time for the Frozen Domain Chomp to come through. And we just saw a kill earlier today where Chomp walking through the bushes did all the damage. Regardless, 1,000 gold up, G2 Esports 2 kills to 1. Broken Blade is now the recipient of some love from Malrang, but look at that damage. This version of Jax at least has a weapon. He's going to leap to that back minion and chuck up the Teemo. He is still down, what, 15, 16 odd CS? The shock Teemo.
Oh, wait a sec.
Look at this. Broken Blade forces the Dominus out. Slice, dice, Ruthless Predator. The long range engage from Malrang and the slam to the face. Koi strike back.
So Renekton has a real weapon. I kind of made him feel a little bit worried about that one. Shigenda immediately getting that kill back. Now, you can see Yike is trying to start up Rift Herald as well to see if he can sneak it away, but he won't be able to finish this off before Malrang comes through. Smite in 5 seconds on Malrang. So G2, they're going to have to give this one up. I don't think they can go for it. Although, to be fair, Shigenda's resetting on top side.
Shigenda's got no TP, was very low, no flash, no Dominus either, right? So, in a lot of trouble. And of course, if you look at the minimap, it is, Dragon is up and available. Couple of wards there from G2.
It was also the roam coming up from Hansam and Mickey, and might even catch out Larson here as Mickey is already staying in the vicinity, but I think it was just too many people on the map missing for Koi, so they decided to back away.
Yeah, nice, very well spotted there. Dag does. All of a sudden, Broken Blade's kind of decision-making to keep fighting Shigenda is now punished. He's still down a significant amount of CS. Malrang has snuck his way up into this top bush, has got the ultimate available, and Dominus is not there for at least another 50 seconds. Broken Blade, no E. Wait for the Q. Nature's Grasp out, and Nature's Grasp is going to completely whiff. Broken Blade just walks right out. I think Malrang had assumed that maybe that W from Renekton would come down earlier.
Straight away, though, we're going to see G2 moving over towards the Dragon. They're like, great, we know exactly where Malrang is. Now he has no ultimate. We can easily take some of these fights. Looks like Yike is even going to steal away the red buff before this even kicks off, while Hansama gets control over bot side.
Okay, well, let's keep an eye on that bottom side, because we've not looked at it for a while. It is a nearly 1,000 gold advantage for Hansama. That is a dive on the cards. While that's happening, Broken Blade is being focused up top. Caps' TP is just a couple seconds away. Broken Blade's flash needs some time as well. And he's going to use that E to get to safety. Cross map available. Virtualine catches out in the troll. Subjugate thrown down. Fate's Call flashed away from Pillar of Ice. By some time, here comes Larson. At the end, out. That's a hop over the Unbreakable. Hansam is trying to chuck those arrows out. Won't be able to find the Rend. While that's happening, Caps is just taking towers. You cannot abandon mid lane against a Tristana.
And the thing is, you've already lost the wave on bot side as well. Like Advian, great fancy footwork to get away from that. But unfortunately, it's Comp who actually pays in the end, because he's going to lose out on a lot more of this CS. Another plate nearly going across. Hans might get in range just for it.
This feels a little bit. This feels a little bit deja vu. 6 plays to 3. Look at the early game advantages. It's Shigenda that's up 1,500 gold, but is pretty much, you know, Goomba Stomp by every other lane, and this Kalista is flying already by the 11-minute mark. It's very reflective of what we saw in game 1.
And this is what makes Hans such a difficult player to play against, because you're like, well, he's played Kog'Maw all year. He's going to go late game. So we're fine going late game. And then he's like, yeah, but Kalista. And I'm just going to do the exact same thing. Go hard in the early game. You can do with the Draven. Take over. Now you've got the Rift Herald that's going down the mid. Tower gone. Cap's going to steal that one away. And you're getting the Dragon as well. we talked about how Koi, at least in the last game, had some objective control with that Rift Herald. Well, that's been completely wiped off the board with the way G2 are playing.
Herald, Dragon, first kill, first tower. It's first win of the series, and it's G2 in control. Flash is available for Caps. He's holding on to it. Fancied potential burst there. He's got that static shift completed, matched by Larssen. First big items. Broken Blade, despite being down 40 CS, don't think he cares. Caps is just playing a nuisance right now, interrupting Larssen, getting into his head. And look, still not done. If that explosion happens, it's going to interrupt the back as well. Man, that is just chuckles from everyone here in Berlin.
Caps is just giggling to himself saying you have no mana. Like Freak is just living in his head rent-free the entire time. You can't do much, and now Chicken went too far.
Eyes indeed. Step behind me plus the flash. Ominous buys some time. Counter-strike, slice and dice. Shocked Teemo face, but Caps can cut him off. Caps needs a new pair of boots. And he wants them to be croc-skinned. Rocket jumps forward, but underneath the tower. Broken Blade is rooted up. Meow, meow, meow. That's another kill for Koi. Mickey's using the shield to block as much damage as he can. Here comes Larssen. Doesn't have it just yet. Caps flashes forward. Doesn't auto. That's not what you want to see. Oh, no, indeed. G2 are starting to run for their lives. Malrang jumps in, smashes down. Larssen gets one back. And Mickey may be next. A juicy target for Larssen.
You died!
What are you doing? What is happening? A comedy of errors, but it's beautiful to watch.
Beautiful's a word for it. What am I witnessing? I have no idea what you typed that.
This is why you get paid the big bucks. Explain it to me, please, because I haven't got a fucking clue.
You don't know. So this is where it starts off well, where Mickey X goes for a great flash. Broken Blade then completely whiffs on actually getting the counter-strike after. Didn't time it well, so you can't go in. And then they go for this terror dive, but you can see where Caps is caught out as he's coming through here. Realizes Malrang's here. Great ult from Malrang to actually catch up Broken Blade under the tower. There's nothing there to get away. And then Caps, I know you have one more auto onto Larssen, and he thinks, all right, maybe I can make it happen, but just cancels the auto, gets the thumbs up, and at this stage, Malrang is like, right, well, my flash is up. None of them have any escapes, so I'm going to follow through. Like, good flash over the slow for Mickey, but I don't know what he was thinking here. Like,
Theorize. Larssen will take. I can take the shot. I don't think he knew how much damage he'd take. Oh,
that's so rude.
Okay. Hang on. I have a competitive ruling. First of all, observers, not cool, guys. Not cool. Secondly, Berlin. I heard that chant. Not cool. Funny, but not cool. Okay. Nevertheless.
Also, thirdly, there was no negative gaming in this moment. This is just a regular play of League of Legends.
This is just how things look. And after all of the shenanigans, it is a 1,000-goal lead for G2 Esports. They still have the advantage to speak of. And they are once again setting their sights in the top lane. Hans Summer brings some clean League of Legends to this game as he's starting to group up with G2
Someone, please.
and take their second tower here against Koi.
G2 managing to get the top side. Look, Hans Summer now will get control over mid. Broken Blade doesn't really have mana, but already you can see that Koi have backed away. They want to try and play for the Rift Herald on the top side. So I imagine BB will clear the wave, reset, and might join in for the TP play, but this is a little bit of a messy setup just because Koi have push in mid, which again already moving. So I don't really know if G2 can fully contest this.
I'm intrigued to see how these teamfights play out. Nature's Grasp is available, but G2 are split. Larssen's forced to run away for now. The target's going to be Mickey's pulled back with that dredge line. And Simon's got the Fate's Call if and when it's needed. The trigger is pulled. Counter-Strike locks up a few, and the Nature's Grasp will at least somewhat slow down G2. But it's Koi, they're on the retreat. They've been routed, and they're running for their lives before they get wrecked in the river. Shigenda will slice and dice his way forward. Glacial Fissure is down. Broken Blade been around long enough for the Counter-Strike to come back up. And the Rift Herald's like, peace, I'm out. This is nonsense. Hans Summer finally picks up the kill. The rest of Koi are slowed down. Yank is stepping his way forward, looking for that pillar of ice. This fight is so drawn out, and it's Caps that's on the hunt. Can he cancel the auto? Will he land it this time round? At the end, stuck inside the tri-bush. Dredgeline goes out. Unbreakable is up. Caps is low, and Larssen hops over the wall. Mickey's been able to escape for now. Comp cannot get a single auto attack down. Needs to get in range. Needs to do something, but he simply cannot. And the rend is enough from Hans Summer. G2 win it in the end.
And now G2 will be able to get the Rift out eventually, as they will reset. Larssen, don't do it.
No.
Larssen, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh no! He got too greedy. He got too greedy.
And he got eaten for it instead. That's twice today that we've had Trundles coming out of the darkness with a jump. And both of them used to, or currently play for G2.
I didn't know that I was going to have nightmares after today, but apparently it's now Trundle coming after me that is going to be it.
If you are alone at home tonight in the darkness, Trundle is coming to chomp your ass. Be careful, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody else. But G2 accelerate this gold lead significantly. And you know the best part, Dagda? Shelly's still up. Riftail's still we can do this all again, and that's what I'm here for.
The thing is, though, G2 have a 4,000 gold, like 3,500 gold lead at this stage. You have 2 items on towards caps. You're working up towards your second item as Hansama. Like, G2 are so incredibly strong, and all you have is, like, Comp has a singular item to his name, a static shiv. Like, you just don't have enough in the tank as Koi. Like, G2 consistently winning out in these skirmishes, getting these early leads. It's again come down to Shigenda has a gold lead, but he's on a Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, tiny correction. Lost him with a shiv. Comp has got that Kraken Slayer. There's just not enough. I mean, what is the combat number? Where's my button? Free fight view. It's nearly 4,500 gold in combat stats higher. Average level is about the same, but just in terms of just standing toe-to-toe, and then also in terms of simplicity, how they want to play this out, it's Trundle and Braum running forward with a lot of AoE things to deal with, and very mobile champions in Tristan and Kalista. So as long as G2 are running forward behind that front line, it's actually fairly easy for them to execute.
The problem is, again, that they actually don't have great engage tools. You're like, Trundle Pillar into a Braum Q, maybe into the ult coming for Mickey, or like Hansama just flinging Braum in and saying catch, right? So they're not the best, most consistent ones. But the problem is that Koi's just been running into them every single time, right? Like we saw it on the top side, but you're also getting to a point now where Tristan is massive. Larson can't deal with this Tristan in the side lane, so she gets to have a field day. You're starting to look at things like Dragon Control coming through for G2. Well, then Koi have to play into it, and that's where G2 are actually going to be able to come alive. So we may, and I say may because this game doesn't make any sense. I was going to say have a slowdown, but it doesn't matter.
Larson's already used the W. He's got no flash available to him, and this is simply trivial. Subjugate comes up, and the Nature's Grasp is good. Malrang's done a great job, and at the end, will be able to Spider-Man his way to safety. I really thought Larson was in trouble after he used the W, but I think as you mentioned, Dagda, the initiation tool's kind of awkward. You really need to layer down the Pillar and the Braum stuns and CC to be able to secure anything.
You still get what you want is G2. It was the bot lane tower. Kills were a bit nice, but with the wave coming in now, Cap should be able to take this. Quite TP.
All right, teleport is coming in. Remember, no ultimate there from the Maokai. Advienne gets chunked out by that Tristine. Here comes Broken Blade. Thwack him with the lamppost. Leap forward. Counter-strike is up. Dominus comes out on the verge line. At least pulls Yike back. But the stun connects to Malrang. And their fate is sealed. G2 are hopping, skipping, and jumping all over the fish pond. Koi are being shot in the barrel. And it's the double 80 comp of G2 that is running amok. 6,000 gold. The lead. 4 towers. The advantage for now. And they have absolutely every lane under control. The Herald doesn't even get to land a hit.
It's an inhibitor. They're going to crack the base at bang on 20 minutes and just make sure that they're going to have complete control over this bot side for when Baron is now up and spawned.
Well, Rift Herald will be able to open up the inhib and back this one out. Taking a gigantic chunk. The gold lead accelerates even further. 5-0-1 on this Kalista. 3,000 gold the lead. 2,500 for Caps. Not again, not again, not again. The W's used, but the Winter's Bite misses. There's no one else around, and Larson's able to escape. Use that.
Larson's the decoy. I think Larson might... Oh, no, they're not going to. There was a lot of members that were trying to move up towards that Baron. It is 20 minutes. Wouldn't have been the best of times, but if you could have stopped the bases, maybe it could have been a thing, but instead, they're just going to immediately try and get on towards Broken Blade and shut that down, but a little bit of a delay there, so buying some time for Koi. But you can see here, G2, they know exactly how they want to try and play this out. Larson comes over the wall, but there's no real follow for Advienne, so he's gone too far forward, and now Shigenda kind of finds himself in no man's land as everyone on G2 is now separating him from Koi. He tries to get back to safety, but now you're again split from the team. You're 4 versus 5, and you've got that CC that's available when Koi have already run into G2, and that's the perfect spot for us.
I mean, perfect spot indeed. And it has been a unique game of League of Legends. Thank you for that chuckle. But it has been one in which G2 have been able to once again accelerate the lead. As soon as they grasp hold of that early tower dive, that play from Yike, Hansama's run away with it. Caps has been roaming and impacted every single lane. I mean, look, 8 out of the team's 11 kills, Caps has been involved in. 9 out of the team's 11 kills, Mickey's been involved in. And just as an aside, if anybody is a fan of James Bond, 009 was unnamed. I think we should call him Mickey. Just, you know, it appeared in Thunder Pussy, was actually killed by that one. I don't know if there's any Bond heads in here. Might be younger than some of you. Maybe Yamaha will know.
Remember someone
so.
said, hey, it's nice to hear Trevor make a reference less than 10 years old.
Yeah, it's not going to happen, you know. But I mean, for Mickey specifically on this Braum, it was the last pick. It was a Champions come in, and it has found use. He's also one of the primary tools of applying CC. But I think Koi just have been kind of run down in the chaos of this, and with the Dragon in 10 seconds, with Baron open and available for G2, the map, the Rift is their oyster. They can take this, you know, they can play for the Dragon, they can play for the Baron. They've got a gigantic lead, so as long as they play this patiently, they obviously have the tools to use that 1-4 that you talked about in draft. Allow Broken Blade push a side lane, and let the rest of the squad kind of keep doing what they've been doing to Koi.
Yeah, I will say Broken Blade hasn't quite hit critical mass yet because he was set so far behind. Like, he's still 1.3k behind, 2 items completed for Shigenda. So until you kind of get, I think, the Hullbreaker kind of being completed here for Broken Blade, you're still going to be in a decent spot here for Shigenda. So that's where you've got a little bit of respite for Koi in side lanes. But it's just being picked up by Caps. Like, the amount of damage that this Tristan is going to do. She touches a wave, it disappears. She can leap onto Larson, completely force him out of the equation. So you have to be incredibly careful. You can see Larson, like, he's playing so far back in this lane, which is actually opened up for G2 to try and collapse onto the top side, maybe look for a pick and Baron off the back of it.
Of course, Larson's only got 2 and a bit items completed. That ring is just sitting in his back pocket versus Quick Blades, Shiv, and the Kraken. Baron's been started. Larson has TP, but it's going to be scary. Remember, Kalista plus Ren plus Smite. And the peel for G2 is going to be tough. Already secured. Now with Baron empowered minions, at the end has been popped in the river. The rest of Koi, they are too late to the party. It is already over. Larson is now trying to interrupt Yike in the back end, but he's locked against the wall. He's been chomped down. Distorts to safety, and the clone was the target. Now, while Larson's running for his life, the rest of Koi are split up. With Baron empowered minions, the objective was gone before the fight could even start.
Yeah, there was just no hope. We talked about how safe Larson had to play in that bot side. Yeah. You just opened up Caps to roam entirely up. And when you've got the Kraken Slayer and Caps, the amount of damage that he has, immediately that Baron falls. And again, G2, they now have full control over this map. They can start to get their vision control down on this bottom side as well for Dragon Soul. That's up in just a little bit of time. For Koi, you're kind of left as a head scratcher going like, what the hell were we supposed to do? But again, it kind of feels like trying to play towards again to the top side just wasn't the answer.
I would love to be a fly on the wall as both of these teams review this game after the day is over.
I think part of it comes down to draft is the issue. Like, when you look towards this Kalista, there's just no answer from Comp and Advian. I think they were caught with their pants down. They just weren't expecting this Kalista to come out as strong. And it's honestly been something that it's been like 2 or 3 patches kind of on the fringe where people have been talking about how strong she can be, but we're really starting to see that G2 have taken that to heart.
And after Kalista game 1, the draft order was Trundle, Kalista, Tristana, right? So G2's first phase really indicated the direction they were going to play.
Yeah.
And unfortunately for Koi, the answer of Siva, Renekton, Maokai was not able to generate the lead. I will say, once again, the laning phase did ultimately go the way of Shigenda and Malray. I think they had an advantage. Right now, Koi need to find something. They need to pull a rabbit out of their hat. Shigenda's teleported in from behind. Nature's Grasp is thrown down. Broken Blade hasn't tracked in just yet. 8,000 gold worth of damage stats the difference, and simply nothing they can do.
Broken Blade.
Broken Blade looking to engage on the backside. Remember, difficult for G2, but it doesn't matter. If Koi cannot group up and lock down G2, they simply cannot stay alive long enough to have an impact in the fights.
They wanted the rabbit out of the hat. They got the croc that got swatted. And for G2 now, they immediately crack open this base. They'll get the inhibitor. There's the bot inhibitor if they really want to as well. Comp is trying desperately to keep that wave off.
Are they going for the win?
That could be it.
I think they're going for the win. It's a 5 versus 4 for now. Okay, gonna back out instead. Multiple inhibitors, play this by the book. The Dragon Soul is available in 1.5 minutes. Shigenda's gonna be up in 5 seconds. Broken Blade looks to take the bottom in here. Now, G2 are feeling confident, and I think that they are. They may stick around. Got low health boss. Malrang is back. No ultimate available for him. 7 seconds for Shigenda. And he does have a stopwatch. Golden Croc is available, and it's Yike with the thumbs up as they back away. 11,000 gold delete. All 3 inhibs down, and a Dragon Soul available to them in 1 minute.
Oh, Mickey! maybe didn't want that one. But Yike had a great pillar there as they're walking away. Just plonks it up straight as Advian's hook is coming out and says not today. So Koi, even with the defender's advantage, can't quite get in. As you say, a minute until Dragon. Just come back out, push out waves. Mickey might get stopped here.
Might get stopped.
But he'll be fine.
Has gone deathless this game. 0-0-11, if I recall correctly. Yike with his pillars doing a great job. And I just think overall, despite the madness of the game, it has been very G2 favorite. I mean, that very first gank at 4 or 5 minutes kind of dictated the tone of this particular game. And unlike game 1, G2, they gained control early and they have not arrested it. I mean, it's one tower that they've conceded. They took both heralds. They've not conceded a dragon. They've got all the dragons this series. It has been a dominant best of 3 thus far.
Yeah, and I think again, it's just Koi not being prepared for the Glista pick. We see it come out where Yike, really good counter pick into the Maokai, means he's able to get complete jungle control. You already have control for Ansem and Mickey in that bot lane. And all their G2 are doing are going, right, well, we're just going to stack dragons. You can't contest us because we always have bot lane push, always have bot control. And it just makes it very difficult for Koi to try and break up in the game. I think they needed to try and use Shigenda to, hey, maybe we can work for Rift Herald or maybe we can look for something in the mid lane. But the fact that they end up losing first Rift Herald because they tried to make that play on top side just gave G2 everything that they wanted in this game.
And of course, with G2 pushing it for potentially the last time this game, reminder to everybody watching, tomorrow, 6 o'clock, SK will take on XL in the upper bracket, and it'll be followed by, most likely, G2 taking on BDS. Edgeline will catch one. On the hunt thrown down, and look at Avien. He is obliterated inside his base. Larson cannot get in range to build any real damage. Another kill secured for Caps. 2 on the board. Nexus turret number 2 about to fall as well. The second win of the series about to be secured. Larson being jumped on and shot by Caps. And it's too little, it's too late. G2 have dominated in game 2, and G2 advance to face BDS.
A much more confident win from G2 in that one. Still some funny business as we got in towards the mid game, but G2 going to be a lot more happy with how that one turned out. Dominating, honestly, from start to finish, and every time Koi tried to come at them, it may not have been pretty, but it was G2 coming out on top.
I mean, G2 on top. I think the expected result, I think game 1, I was fairly happy with how Koi approached the early game. I was happy to see them playing Heralds, happy to see them get a foothold. Ultimately, didn't work out. Game 2 descended into madness, and we've had some entertaining games this weekend, but I definitely want to see some of the teams cleaning up their play as we go to the upper bracket games tomorrow, and then we look ahead. Team Heretics versus Koi and Fnatic versus Mad, do or die series next weekend.
Yeah, which is absolutely insane to be thinking of, but coming back to, like, as you say, for cleaning up, G2 was a team that I was looking at because when we look back at the very last game of the regular split, it was very slow. It was very methodical, and it looked like they were kind of going, hey, if we want to try and compete after Europe, we want to look towards Worlds, this is something that we have to try and clean up. And I thought that was the direction we were going. And now looking at this, I have absolutely no idea.
No idea at all. For everybody voting at home for your player of the series at LEC on Twitter, it's Yike, Caps, and Hans Sama. It's going to be a tough one. Also, do stick around, not only for the interview for PGL, we've got some spicy hotness on the way for our PGL guests that I guarantee you don't want to miss. And, you know, for G2, in terms of expectations coming into the series versus performance, happy to see, you know, any changes, anything we can take away, or is it just kind of more of what we've seen from G2, a little bit creative and funness, and they're allowed to cook a bit?
Yeah, I think it's, so I think we've seen some things which are sick, like the fact we're getting Hansama bringing out things like the Kalista and bringing out a style that's quite unique, and I think a pick we haven't seen a lot in other regions is brilliant to see, but I think it is a case of trying to clean up, okay, when we have this, how do we try and smooth into the mid game where we're not just taking very chaotic fights that we just happen to hands diff people rather than actually playing at the map smarter.
I'd love to hear Mickey explain how they're going to clean up their mid game as I make eye contact. Before they talk about that though, let's head over to Trouble, who's going to talk to Hansama and Mickey. Sorry to derail that one.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. I'm here with the victorious Hansama and Mickey X. Congratulations on a very quick, stompy victory to all. Now, I'm going to take it from Trevor. I'm going to ask you, Mickey, what's going wrong with your mid game?
I mean, I think it's like fine-ish. I think we're doing all right. I'm not actually, I mean, these 2 games felt a little bit more shaky than regular split. I think we did quite a few mistakes that usually we don't do.
But overall, I think it was still fine.
Yeah, it was pretty fine, a 2-0 stomp. Now, of course, you guys chose Koi for your first best of series. Why was that, Hansama?
I mean, they're probably the best opponent. I mean, based on the choice we had, just the best opponent, obviously, that I think we could beat the easiest. That's why we just choose Koi, I guess. That's just as simple as that.
So you thought it was going to be the easiest one to beat?
Yeah.
I guess so, yeah.
Was that specifically on the 2v2 down the bot lane when you guys are concerned, or was it like overall?
I think just overall, when we played them in regular split, that game felt pretty easy, I think. And the other option was BDS, right? And usually BDS could like get their stuff together. So we had more faith in being better than Koi, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll talk about BTS in a little bit because they're your opponents tomorrow. Now, when it comes to transitioning from best of ones to best of threes, what was something that you guys particularly worked on G2 to get your mid game a little bit cleaner?
I mean, I think our mid game actually improved throughout the weeks, months together. I think it wasn't as good when we were playing in the spring and the MSI, and we worked hard on. I guess we were like. I don't know, for example, we were just talking about mid game, looking for some VODs, and I think we reached a lot of nice learnings, conclusions, and I think our mid game have been way better. So that's a goal.
Okay, a little bit broad, but we'll take it. Now, of course, with the whole change from best of ones to best of threes, there was a huge shift in the meta from enchanters to maybe more engaging supports. How do you find this change, Mickey?
I think it's pretty nice. Playing only range support was a little bit boring. Even though, well, I guess Brom is still the same. So, you know, even before I played Brom, now Brom is even better, I guess, because there's mostly engaged supports. So I think it's pretty nice. I think Rail is pretty cool as well, because it was not playable before. So yeah, I think pretty solid meta for us, I think.
Yeah, you get to engage more. Broken Blade gets to play more more jacks. There you go, more bruisers. Now, you have been a huge advocate for Kog'Maw. Lots of Kog'Maw in the best of ones. Now we're bringing in the Kalista. Can we please bring up the draft from game one? Because you madman, you picked Kalista into Ashe?
Yeah, actually, that was a challenging one. I think Kalista, I mean, that's probably not the best against Ashe, but I was thinking maybe I can still pull it off. And I think we had a lot of pressure in the early bot, so I guess the plan worked. We got a lot of objectives, Dragon, Herald, and I think Kalista is pretty good at setting up the tempo, pace of the game, because I guess she's just strong in lane and a lot of threat for the 3-3 and stuff. So yeah, I still picked it into Ashe.
So a lot of the carriers would avoid that, but did you think you were just better to execute it?
I still think Ashe, Ashe used to be a harder counter to Kalista in the past, but I feel like now you can still win against Ashe as Kalista. Just my thought.
You know what? I want you guys to show me how a draft meeting goes, because new meta, a bajillion new champions. We've seen Lilias, we've seen Kai'Sa resurface. You brought out Kalista. Now, when there's a new champion that you guys want to implement last minute, and you're like, Dylan, I think, you know, Kalista is really good into Ashe. How do you actually go about saying that in a draft meeting?
Well, usually last minute it doesn't really work with Dylan. Like usually,
okay.
You have to have a bit more practice on it. Like we're more about mastery. Not Master Yi, but yeah, mastery on the champion. Just play it over and over again and play it well, because yeah, that was kind of a little bit of a problem during MSI. Felt like the Asian team was just much better on their individual champs. So yeah, I think we're doing a pretty good job at that. I mean, our draft meetings still take very long time, but at least I think we go over every case that is possible. And I think that's why we also got so many wins, because I think draft is very important.
Yes, it is, and we can't wait to see more of your cooking, guys, in your draft meetings. Now, one quick question for you guys. Who do you think is the strongest team so far? We have seen every single one in best of threes. Let's start with you, Hans. Who do you think has looked the strongest? Except you, of course.
I think, well, there's the potential XL and then or SK. I think they are about the same. Well, they won against their opponents 2-0, pretty clean. And Fnatic ended up losing. Surprisingly, I thought that they would come up victorious. So yeah, I would say those XL and SK are looking, strong.
I mean, I would say that SK looked better from the two teams. I think their drafts also made a lot of sense. So I think they have a good idea. And yeah, they're played pretty well overall into Fnatic. I mean, Fnatic underperformed, of course, but I think SK played way better than they did regular split. And I think XL was kind of the same. So I think SK is probably the strongest out of the other teams.
Wow, you guys, none of you mentioned BDS, which you're playing tomorrow. I'm gonna say congratulations for your very swift victory and good luck, of course, tomorrow versus BDS. We're gonna throw it onto a very spicy PGL, so grab your milk and watch.
Happy birthday, Marcel.
Hi, welcome to LEC Postgame Lobby, where I'm joined by Reckless and Goldberg. We have a bit of a special edition for you guys today. We will, of course, talk about the first 2 days of groups, but here's a twist. I have brought some spicy sauces from Korea for a hot sauce challenge with our analysts. Now, we also ordered some chicken, I guess. Well, can we? One sec. Yeah, can we get some chicken right now? If it's...
Now? You need the chicken now?
Yeah, if that's possible, please.
Okay, 1 second.
Okay. Come in.
Do you know how hard it is to get chicken after casting? Seriously, guys.
Dude,
Just get it from Red Side, bro.
That's
Thank you
fine.
so much.
That's fine.
Oh.
Okay, so
That was great.
stop.
Nice fun.
Stop feeding. Get fed.
Right.
All I can say is good luck, lads.
Well,
I know you guys love your spicy food. The last one gonna be great.
Are those the spicy chicken nuggets
Thank
already?
you.
Or is this just normal nuggets?
Thank you, Big Shots.
already.
And thank you, Just Eat, of course, for delivering this chicken. If you like this Hextech chest, you keep your eyes out. You might be able to win one very soon on social media. Let's get to it, guys.
Really?
Ready?
No,
You're not so much into
ready.
spicy food, right? But okay, remember, if you don't feel well, you can just head out. We'll take care of you guys as much as we can, of course.
He's Swedish. I'm Danish. Our spicy cuisine.
Yeah, we're not set up for this.
Yeah, it's not the best
It's really not in our
thing
game.
you have
Okay,
there.
that's all I'm saying.
Shall we
I've
start?
been nervous all weekend, but now it's peaking.
No, me too. Yeah.
this-
Yeah.
It's
Playing
a
League of
journey
Legends
together.
is easy, actually.
Like we're going through this together.
Yeah, we do it together.
I feel like it's a good.
And I'll be joining you guys,
We're
actually.
having a lot of this.
So I'll put the bread here, just in case.
right.
Yeah.
So we all do it together. You show us the way.
Yeah, we do it
follow.
together. We do it together,
Yeah.
step by step. It's
Do
going
you
to go
want-
through
do you want some of the
the
one?
different
I'll
difficulties.
help
So
you
I
here.
recommend you
That's a
dip it
lot.
like
That's
this.
wait. That's
Is that what we're supposed? Is this? I don't know how strong this
That's
is.
okay. This one is like some
'Cause it's all Korean.
mild spicy mayo.
But it's mild for Korea.
Okay, guys.
Okay.
What
Going
are the main takeaways from the games that we saw today? 2-1 on the side of BDS, who came back against Heretics, and the quick swift on the side of G2 against Goil.
You can take the first.
Take a bite first, and then we try to answer. Okay.
I don't know.
That's really good, actually.
Okay,
This
okay.
one is fun.
Could you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, what are the main takeaways from today? What did you learn about the games, learn about the teams? Did
Okay,
we
this
see
one's not
more
that
from
spicy.
This one
G2?
is
Yeah,
not
you
that
can
bad.
one-shot this one.
Yeah.
So I would say Heretics actually surprised me coming into today.
Yeah.
I thought they had a really good idea of what they wanted to do in the first game with their mage bot and playing around BTO. And then they sort of overdid it, and then did it again. And you never really got to see another side
Yeah.
of Heretics, and I would have liked to see something else when Kai'Sa was out.
I feel like it came down
Burning
to...
a little bit, isn't it?
Yeah, now it is actually. I kind of regret putting an extra one. You know, it's already getting
No, I
very
think
hot.
extra
And
one.
like, yeah,
But I feel like it
did
came
too.
down to macro and execution in the end for Heretics, which is not something we could have anticipated, I think. And on the other side, BDS, who were underperforming individually, I feel like they came together more in the
I
series
think
today.
it was a kind of series where both teams had to kind of grasp what they were playing against, and you heard that from Adam as well. They weren't really expecting him or them playing up towards the top side. And I think it makes a lot of sense in some of the adaptations to see as well. Second game where Lilio, Shio rather, gets a Lilia, and once that starts happening, you can see that even when Adam gets all these resources put against him from the enemy team, they suddenly find a different win condition elsewhere on the map that you can utilize, with Shio getting so ahead, the objective stacking, them finding the invades, and Heretics suddenly being pushed back.
Are there some we're gonna dive into the second one, if you will.
Really?
Are you guys ready?
What is this one?
So
Are you guys ready?
Was this one supposed
This
to be
one,
spicy?
yeah,
It's
this
mild.
one is like mild, spicy mayo. It's
Okay.
actually really good. Shout out to Jisun from the LCK for hooking me up.
Yeah,
with this.
shout out, Jason.
Yeah, you're gonna hate her in a few seconds.
Yeah.
Let's dive into the second one.
Okay, okay, that, wow, that,
Okay,
that
it is really red.
like
Can I have
blood.
can I have close up here, please? Just to
think
show
I'd
the
probably
audience
be a bit
how
careful with this one.
red this one
Oh
is.
my god.
Why is it so red?
Christ. I don't know, this looks like...
Why is it so red?
Did you see this be put in?
I actually think
I
I'm gonna
didn't.
die here with you guys. Okay, second
Did you
question.
die on this one?
Is this too much?
Oh, come
I
on.
went this one.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Cheers. Cheers.
Dude.
Well, you're very seasoned.
Cheers.
Okay, cheers.
Cheers.
Are there any bait champions that we can identify from the meta after these first 2 days? Any wrong read on the side of some teams? How do you see the meta shaping up and evolving?
1 second.
Yeah. In terms of bait picks,
Because we saw Ivan for the first time, I don't think it was executed quite well. Which is
I thought they
something-
had a good early game. I
Yeah.
thought the early game actually went really well for the Iron in the beginning. I think it's the way it got carried out later on that was a bit iffy. I'm not sure it's necessarily a bait, but some of the Jaxes we've seen so far haven't really taken over the games, but also and already from the series we're watching today that a lot of people's going to say, oh, B didn't play too well against Sugenda, but he also had a lot of resources against it with Malrang being top the entire time, and the same can kind of be said for Adam as well, because they had so much against him, so it's hard to grasp it in that way. Other than that, I'm trying to run through... Well, Ashe seemed like a big
Yeah, I
pick.
wanted to say Ashe as well.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only seen one game, and I would never play it with Alistar myself. I'd play with Braum or Milio always, or not play Ashe. But the way it looked in that game was not good.
No.
It was not good.
No, it was not.
It was poor laning phase, poor mid game, poor late game. I feel like with another sport maybe, but I thought there would be more Ashe. She was actually on my bingo card for the weekend.
All right.
And we only saw one game, and it wasn't even with the combo, so I'm a bit surprised with how that was done by the teams.
What has been your...
This one was fine, actually.
This
for
one
me.
is fine?
Yeah, it's in the
Yeah, I'm
back of your
surprised.
throat, but it doesn't really... Like, the other one actually burned on my tongue a bit, but this
Yeah.
one's just in the back of my throat.
You didn't
How
put
is it
a
for
lot
you?
on it. It's fine.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Sorry, you said what?
Hmm?
What did you say?
You didn't put a lot on
Oh,
it.
no, I thought it was plenty.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's move to the next one then.
God damn it.
What has been the biggest surprise here? Because when you look at how the groups played out so far, I think SK beating Fnatic 2-0 must have been one. But
Probably
yeah,
SK, yeah.
anything, yeah, the most surprising result was SK. The way they did it, or Fnatic underperforming? How do you?
I think the way they did it, especially game one, was really impressive.
I think a
They
lot
were
of people are not
super
giving
clean in
SK
game
credit
one.
for actually getting that too.
Yeah.
And of course, I agree with a lot of the sentiment. I don't think it was the strongest Fnatic that showed up on the day, but I also think that SK completely, you can't disregard them taking a 2-0 series. They earned that themselves. In the same regard, the fast play that they had as well, excuse me, with some of their early, like their willingness to just flip these objectives and go for it immediately. Like, remember some of the Barons as
Yeah,
well?
the Barons were crazy.
Yeah, that was absolutely insane. Whereas I remember Vedis being like, oh, my notes, I wrote Fnatic at 20, but it keeps being SK. And I mean, it was as well, right? So it's like...
I actually asked Exakik off camera yesterday after our PGL who was making those calls, and he said it was something they were doing collective off of the tempo. So he mentioned briefly on the PGL that tempo is really important when you're playing these melee supports, because it's about finding the right timings to dive and make plays. Meanwhile, before it was not as clean cutoff when you should be playing, and he said that they were really good on this yesterday, and that's when they found their Baron timing. So it seems like they actually found a pretty good sense of the patch, maybe a bit of a better sense maybe than Fnatic on the patch, because Fnatic seemed to struggle a lot with which champions they were playing and how they were playing.
Yeah, Seri might be a bit of a bait. Even
all
with
over the
Crowny
place.
winning on it today as well,
Thank
still
you.
not fully...
I will ask you guys to put a bit more sauce on the next nugget and on the next.
Even when it gets stronger?
Yeah, come on.
Okay.
You guys have had it easy so far.
How much
Like,
stronger is, like, what would you say is the
what's
multiplier
difference
between these ones?
This one said extremely hot, and there was a chicken with fire in its mouth.
Yeah, but
Because the flies are really liking it.
Yes, I can see
they
that. I'm not
are
happy
the
for it,
same
that's all I'm
brands.
saying.
They are the same brands.
They are the same
They look
brand.
almost the same.
Yeah.
Okay, well, how do you put... Okay, can we compare, just you not... Look.
I put way more than you guys.
Okay, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
All right.
Wow. Oh, I'm sorry. This is for sure good enough, isn't it?
All right. Cheers.
Happy with mine?
But yeah, considering everything you said and the fact that
Cheers.
SK came together against Fnatic, and Excel is actually playing well as a unit as well. What can we anticipate when it comes to the best of 3 they're gonna play against each other tomorrow?
I mean, it's kind of burning more.
Okay.
but it's not on the throat. This one's a lot on the tongue.
It's playable, yeah.
Yeah, for sure playable.
So your question was about XLSK
Yeah,
series.
SK.
Can you repeat that? Sorry, what was that?
What do we think is going to happen during this series, given how the teams have been playing and the fact that XL now looks like a team?
Thank you.
And SK also managed to bounce back at the right moment.
I was really impressed by XL's adaptation to the patch, because I had this view of them being a late game team and kind of scared of the early game, maybe even unaware of what to do in the early game. And then you saw them yesterday against the Mad Series, and they were really,
yeah, I'm alright.
they were really on point with the champions they were playing, and the team fighting was really clutch. Multiple members finding flanks, and I think Odam had a really good Rumble series, even though that's probably not going to be an option for him tomorrow. It just seemed like they were really aware of 13-13 and sort of caught me by surprise, because it doesn't sound right when you say XL is one of the best teams in the league, but that's kind of where we're at.
It is crazy, but I also think Mad Lions really gave them a lot of the priority picks. Like, I remember the game where XL had red side, and the two red side picks was Rel and Rumble together on red side once again. Like, it wasn't banned out on blue side if you were gonna go for a different priority pick. They just got Rumble and Rel 2 games in a row. My mouth is getting really wet.
Like, this one is burning a lot.
It's burning, yeah, it's gonna stay like for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
like this.
So is this the moment to drink some milk, maybe?
Yeah.
We can have a little bit, maybe.
little
Yeah,
bit.
you wanna?
Cheers with you guys.
Yes, good.
We'll drink some milk, talk about the last series, and I think we can wrap it like this, because I don't know how much we're gonna be able to talk after the last one.
What?
Yeah.
But in that sense, Mad was actually quite disappointing to me, because when I thought about the patch, I was thinking, this is Mad
so
Lions
good
patch.
for Mad Lions, yes.
This is their patch, and they were probably the team the entire weekend maybe that had the worst read in my mind on the patch. They played a hyper-scaling comp in game 1 with a tank top. That doesn't make any sense to me.
But they felt disjointed for a long time now. I mean, for me, when I look at Mad Lions before MSI and Mad Lions ever since they came back from MSI, I don't see them working as a unit as much as they were before. And I don't feel like they're on the same page, and maybe it translates to the meta read they have. We'll see. They're gonna maybe able to come back.
It's a tough series against Fnatic.
Yeah.
I mean, tough for both teams, and that's do or die for Fnatic. And Mad still have
not with the
their
season finals,
but for the split, it's do or die for them as well. So it's a tough series to have. I've been in that series, that split, so I understand how much pressure there is.
Very true.
And last series and last Nuggy also that we're gonna see here.
The third one was really tough.
Guys,
I can feel how my...
I can tell you right now, this will kill us.
It was pleasure doing content
It will
with you.
genuinely kill us, and it will
my
probably
speaking
kill
ability
a lot
has
as
been
well.
tough on the third.
I think this one is, I think
This
I'm
one
taking a
might,
risk by doing it like
Okay,
this.
well, be very gentle with this one.
You guys,
this
you
might
did
be a
it
lot
really
of
well.
this.
It smells really bad. It actually smells really bad.
Why did I do that before?
Did you smell it?
Yes, don't do it. Don't do it.
I'll just jump in.
Okay.
It's like when you jump into the ocean, you just have to jump in. You shouldn't feel the water.
Sum me up what you expect. Cheers. From the G2 versus BDS series we're gonna have tomorrow as well.
Okay, you ready?
After the Nugget.
After the Nugget.
Yeah, we can do it before cheat, but yeah, okay. You ready?
Yeah,
All right, let's do it.
That tastes weird.
That tastes very, very weird.
That really doesn't taste good.
Just the taste of it was really weird. The other ones were actually quite good, I think.
It's fine. Is that a bait though? Like,
Probably, yeah.
is it gonna stay fine?
It's fine for now.
So G2BDS series, we should go quickly.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go for it. Oh, it's definitely coming.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see Adam versus Broken Blade, because I think Broken Blade actually had a tough series today. Okay, I will leave. So I think Broken Blade actually had a tough series today. Maybe something they pre-planned with the Jax, because Jax as a blind could have issues, as we saw.
Yeah.
But Adam had a really good series today, so it feels like they're on very different sides of the spectrum. And I'm really interested to see how that matchup goes.
I
feel like G2 will be heavily favored
For sure,
on
as
other parts of
always.
the map, but I'm really interested to see how the top lane matchup goes, because I feel like that's an avenue of attack for me.
I think mid lane will be really good as well, just because Nuke's Jace today was actually pretty good. It gets worse when you speak a bit, doesn't it?
Yeah, it
Well,
does.
maybe it's just me. But yeah, Nuke's Jace was pretty good as well.
Cheers.
And I also think Caps had a really good performance. Maybe a bit iffy in the laning phase in the first game, but outside of that, you know, it's still them showing up. It's still them getting all the objectives, especially in the early game. Like, just remember back to the first game as well. where it's so early in the game that they have the third Drake, 19 minutes, and sold by the 24 minutes, right? That's pretty crazy. So
You're so good, man.
I think I am. No, you're so good.
So hot.
Wonderful segment. I think that
You're doing so good, Martin, honestly.
I can feel my entire body sweating.
Yeah, me too. It's kind of weird, isn't it?
Okay. Do you want to finish your part?
I don't even know where I was taking
You were
it.
talking about Cavs,
Yeah,
and I wanted to help you, but
Yeah,
I
okay,
forgot.
go on. No, help me.
So, I have a lot of respect for Cavs because he was not performing that well in spring. MSI was quite tough, I think. And then we did the segment today and had almost first in all the stats. And those kind of bounce backs. Sorry for not being able to speak properly.
Yeah.
That's
kind of
I get it.
are really impressive, I think, for players to do because it takes a lot of mental fortitude to be able to bounce back after having so much flack from the community, probably a lot of negative feelings from yourself and your teammates to really bounce back and to do really to play well. I think Caps is doing an amazing job actually in these last games.
And I think as well, even for the bot lane, you know, just continuing to elevate themselves. Like, it felt like the Draven got figured up, especially when we got to the internationals, where it's like, oh, handsome, a Draven, it got locked in, it looked fine against PLG in the beginning, and then they started losing the game. So now it feels like they're also finally not winning their games based off the cheese picks that they used to in the past, but it feels like it's actually good macros.
It's like they have an endless supply, even it's like they have Kog'Maw, Kalista.
And it's so interesting because BDS was the team last split where I was like, this is the team who has really good understanding of objective control. And
of which one?
As they had last split. Are we doing one more?
Yeah.
What?
And then we're gonna wrap it. Yeah, come on. Let's be brave.
I feel like I lost the sensitivity.
Yeah,
my mouth is numb completely.
It's like you have,
It's like I got electrocuted the week before.
Can we stop hurting people?
I think it's really good content.
Yeah.
I hope the viewers like this because I definitely actually do not probably like it as much as they do. But it's
we have to work tomorrow.
This was your idea.
Yeah.
And you're right, we do have to
I'm
work
regretting
tomorrow.
everything right now. No.
Well.
Okay, this one is hitting harder. I think.
Oh, it's so bad taste.
Yeah. I feel like.
But yeah, I love the fact that we got.
Yeah. I found so a little bit.
I think we got exposed internationally by the way we were planning for setups, fights, and stuff like this, and it feels like G2 is making an effort into making this better for them. And also, I mean, they're so above lots of teams right now. It feels in the LEC that they can be allowed to take such risks.
I really appreciate their macro.
Thank you.
How to say their macro test this summer.
Yeah.
To win games without killing enemy. That's such a powerful thing to have in your arsenal, and that's such a non-G2 thing. So the fact that they were able to actually go through that process, get everyone on board for that process is really, it really speaks to how much they're trying to make something special here, and how maybe we're witnessing one of those rosters that is something else, something special.
I agree, and I want to see more teams going into this direction as we're gonna go to the best of fives and the season finals. If that's guys with you guys, I think we're gonna wrap because GB, are you fine?
I'm crying.
Okay. That was all for us here tonight. I hope you enjoyed the content as much as we did. Make sure to tune in tomorrow as we'll have the winners of Group A and Group B face off for a spot in the summer playoffs on the line. Have a good night, everyone. We're gonna take the PGL selfie before GB starts crying completely.
I am crying.
Thank you guys so much for playing along. Honestly, it's been
I'm coming around.
It's been great content.
Coming.
Oh, I'm gonna miss you.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good night. Bye. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you. That was great.
Level 6 is still big, but Adam's just going to be able to ult flash out. Safety, he's ticking, he's burning, but it's first blood coming through. All but Crowning just going to get deleted. No, go for shot. No, Flackets is not today.
Play with Kai'Sa. Nice. I can go. I'm doing Drag, okay? Drag is down. Kai'Sa is smurfing. Kill her and go Nash.
Getting pushed back by Evie now, going to try to hold on to the Colt, trying to get a bit more healing. He's sidestep Evie's Q3, and he does. And Adam holding on for so long. The dash out to safety. He can't make it out of this one. But yes, he can. No way, Evie. Oh my goodness. 40 potential fight. Team Heretics now seeing an angle to try to force a fight here in the mid lane. LeBron holding on to ultimate, going right back into the fight. What in turn from LeBron. The confidence to pull the trigger. All of BDS immediately follow up. Safety, this is terrible for BDS. Here comes BTO. Yankos is going to follow up. That's the mark. Flacca trying to finish the kill. The flash in from Vito and first blood. Circumstances so incredibly favorable before we even get to best of fives. But right now, Flacca needs to worry about his life on the bottom side as Crownie steps on it. Tries to get some damage down the route. Trading.
Okay, nice.
Go top, blue buff.
Insane nuke, insane nuke. Keep chasing.
Keep
chasing.
Yes.
Come to me.
Nice.
Nice. Come on.
Right now, he's level 6 in the top lane. Yike, level 5 in the bottom, crashed down, interrupted by the Pulverize, and Yike is just going to get taken out. That was beautifully done by FBA. Flash stopwatch, he's got the belt, he's got a flank angle. Where is the cannon?
They don't know!
The slicing Maelstrom has already picked up a kill onto Hunt Summer, but the Magna Storm and the Pop Blossom turn it back around. It's damage all for Flavors, and all of a sudden, it's Comp running for his life. Somehow, G2 turning around. There's Broken Blade forces the Dominus out. Slice, Dice, Ruthless Predator, the long-range engage from Malrang, and the slam to the face.
Eventually, as they will reset, Larson, don't do it. Larson, don't do it.
Don't do it. G2 are starting to run for their lives. Malrang jumps in, smashes down. Lawson gets one back, and Mickey may be next. A juicy target for Lawson under the tower. What are you doing? What is happening? A comedy of errors, but it's beautiful to watch.